We live? We live? Hey! Yo! Chad, your boy! Layson Brock! My name is Grayson Brock. I'm 22 years old. I'm currently streaming live from Texas. Welcome to the stream, the most energetic. We changing the world out here. This is the best community on the internet. I'm early. TikTok, come over to YouTube, bro. I'm about to destroy the whole world. I'm right and you're wrong. And you're fat. Get some W's in the chat going right now. Right now. Let's go. All right, it's your boy, Grayson Brock. I'm 22 years old. I'm currently streaming live from Texas. If you would like to directly support the channel before the Matrix cancels me, trying to take away my microphone, brother. Trying to stop this community. Trying to stop you from being a part of something great. You can buy me a coffee below and send me a private message. That helps keep this channel going so that I can continue to destroy everyone. Yeah? Isn't it? Isn't it? All right? Woo! All right. Let's get this going, isn't it? Hey, whose ears are bleeding in the chat? All right. I'm 22 years old. I've been on a mission this year to research almost every single religion. I shaved my head and I lived at a Buddhist temple. I became a Buddhist monk. All right. I read the Book of Mormon. I became a Mormon for a day. All right. I've been studying the Bible most of my life. It's a great book. It's a great book. Gone to church thousands of times, something like that. It's changed my life. It turned me into the person I am today. When I looked more and more into Christianity, I started to not understand a few things. Then I read the Quran. And what the Quran says and what Islam says is that there's only one God and there's only one God worthy of worship. And after looking into it some more and reading the book, I was like, hold up. This makes sense. Hold up. We're supposed to pray on our face. Hold up. This is how Jesus prayed. Hold up. Hold up. It starts to make sense. Now, technically, to become a Muslim, you say a oath of faith where you declare that there's only Allah ilah. That's in Arabic for there's only one God. Something like that. There's only one God, and it's God. Then the second part of this oath is you say, and Muhammad is a messenger of God. Now, I have not declared that because I don't know much about Muhammad. Well, I do know a lot, but I don't know enough to publicly say that because I don't want to be a liar and then in 2 years, I'm not a liar. I don't want to say something that I don't fully understand. So I'm taking my time to understand this and understand what I'm getting into. Also, I hear that if you leave the religion, you get killed. And then a lot of people are like, that's not true. So there's some scary stuff going on. You know, did Muhammad marry a little girl? That's kind of strange. There's some stuff that have some reservations about. But I'm putting those reservations aside because honestly, I'm not thinking of this when I'm praying. When I'm praying on my face, it's beautiful. I'm not thinking about this and this. I'm thinking about the whole religion as a whole. Did you know Islam just means you worship one God? So anyway, today I'm going to be talking to people, trying to get people to prove me wrong that Islam makes the most sense out of all the religions. I'm not against other religions. I'm not out here fighting to tell people to leave their religion. I'm more so making a stand for Islam that it's a good religion. I've met a lot of Muslims and they're beautiful people. I got more research to do. Lena, don't tell me what to do, okay? Lena, don't tell me what to do, okay? You're not going to come on here, Lena, and tell me what to do. Drop and give me 10 right now. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, anyone who declares that God is real, I think that's a W. Anyone who becomes a good person, a better person, is a W. Anyone who stands up for, has morals, is a W. Um, so I'm basically just here to take a stand for Islam, not technically as a Muslim, but as someone who is embracing it. I'm here to take a stand for it and be like, it makes the most sense. It clearly makes the most sense. You pray on your face just like Jesus did in the Bible. There's a scheduled prayers throughout the day. Men are supposed to be men. Women are supposed to be women. It makes sense. Steve C, where you at, though? Steve C, where you at, though? Hey, let's see. Islam is a package. You become more human in every sense. Islam is not idol worshiping. We say it the second time because we don't want people to worship a prophet. Mm, yeah, I've heard that. I just want to, understand it more. Hey, Sun Fresh, I've been seeing you. I appreciate the encouragement. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Sun Fresh, can we get some let's go in the chat? All right. All right. I'm gonna get set up. We're gonna get this thing going. All right. I'm gonna go make myself a coffee. Let's go. Don't get fat. No matter what religion you are. If you're out of shape, you should be ashamed of yourself. God gave us one body. It don't matter if your name is Steve C. Trinity Matrix. You better be doing some push-ups and you better stay strong. Okay? You know what I mean? TikTok, join the YouTube. Come on. All right, let's get my coffee. Let's get this going. In this great day to be alive, the sun's still shining with closed eyes. It's I trouble you. I can't say it's good. Get my coffee, chat, all right? After I make this coffee, it's going to get interesting in here. We're going to get spicy. We're going to get spicy. Got any spicy shotties in the chat? I'm fasting right now. I'm fasting. I'm fasting. That's why I got so much energy. Straight fasted, straight black coffee, straight no food. Straight no food, straight black coffee. Black coffee and black shotties. Sorry, ADHD got the best of me. All right. Lucas, I'm going to be here for a minute. Perry, find your dreams come true, brother. How we doing? Why y'all not tell me that the mic sounds bad? Why does it sound like that? Oh, echo installation. How's that? How's that? If you revert to Islam, would you change your name? Salman the Persian. What's up, Persian brother? No, I wouldn't. First off, I gotta get on my head covering. You know what I mean? I gotta get this going, cause I gotta do it correctly. I'm gonna watch a video. I'm gonna learn how to put this on, then I'm gonna put it on, cause it's gonna get I'm trying to get a little electric in here. Then I'm gonna start debating people, and I'm gonna destroy every single person's position. Okay. Okay, what do I look up on YouTube to figure out how to put this on correctly? Oh, snap. Oh my gosh, wait, am I culture appropriating? I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean that. I just want to say an apology. If I've hurt anyone's feelings, I did not mean to hurt anyone's feelings or emotions. I really care about your feelings. If I ever said don't be fat and you're fat and you got offended, I sincerely apologize. Hey, everyone in the stage, just give me a minute. We gonna run it. How do you do this, bro? What do I look up? What do I look up? Kifaya tutorial? Kurt, shut up. This is important. I don't know how to do this. Do I just wear it like this? Thug. All right, good enough. All right, anyone in the backstage, I'm looking forward to speaking and meeting you guys. My name is Grayson Brock. I'm 22 years old. I'm from Texas. I have been researching and embracing Islam, and it seems to make the most sense to me out of any other religion that I've come to research. I respect other religions and think that they're great for humanity. But, hey, prove me wrong. Islam makes the most sense. Smaller, you're the first in here.
What up, man? How you doing today?
Let's see if I can add you in here, bro.
Oh, mine.
I can't hear you yet.
Can you hear
Let's
me?
see.
Can you hear me? Yo, let me know if you can hear me.
Oh, on my end, I can't see you. Oh, you're on the screen, brother. All right,
Can you hear me?
one moment.
Okay.
One moment. I can't hear you. Can you guys see him? Why can't I see him? Smiley, can you hear me? All right,
Yeah,
I
I
can
can
see
hear
you
you.
over here.
Yeah, I can hear you.
How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Hey, I love your shirt. I can hear you. I can hear you
All
good.
right, good.
I appreciate
Nice.
you joining.
Yeah, Colorado, baby. Yeah.
Colorado. I used to live there.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, let's
I just
go.
went out there for vacation a couple weeks ago, so it was
Hey,
nice.
let's go.
Yeah, so.
Hey, well, I think Islam makes the most sense. Prove me wrong.
Okay. All right, so I just want to start off. I'll try to make it brief. So I've been talking to Muslims for a long time now. It's been like 10 years maybe. So I'm not new to having discussions. I would agree that there are honorable things within Islam. There are things that make sense. Even the five pillars, I would agree that like they make sense. I wouldn't say there's nothing inherently wrong with them. I'm a Christian, so obviously I wouldn't agree that Muhammad is the last prophet. But I mean, the idea of there being a last prophet obviously isn't problematic. So, um, with that being said, I would say one of the things that suggests to me that Islam either doesn't make sense would be judged based on its own claims and its own merits. And so when Allah in the Quran claims that, Muhammad is the best example of all mankind, then we're able to sort of critique that position. Likewise, the Quran claims that it is the direct literal word of God. And so we can approach it as such. And so if there's any errors, it could be the smallest error, the smallest mistake, and that would prove the whole religion wrong, despite whether it, has other aspects that make sense. So my first argument, I guess, that I would bring, um, one of the things that seemed a bit problematic to me, and seems a bit unjust, is in the Quran. It speaks about how you are to have four witnesses if somebody is like accusing you of adultery.
Mm.
Now, it says that if you don't have the four witnesses, not only are you to be lashed 80 times, but you are considered a liar. And to me, it's like it it doesn't seem to that doesn't seem to follow. If somebody is, accused of being getting raped, or I'm sorry, I don't know what I can say on here, but if somebody's
Freedom of speech,
accused of
baby.
certain, okay, good. So if somebody's accused of being raped and you just don't have four witnesses, it could be like two of your brothers that witnessed it. They could be respectable people, not known to be liars, known to be trustworthy. And just because it's not four, you would be deemed not only a liar, but you ought to be punished with 80 lashes. I'm not sure how that actually follows. How would that make logical sense to you?
The part about that you're required to have four witnesses. That part.
Not so much, because I can understand why you would want to have the four witnesses, but just because you can't produce four and you might have like two trustworthy people, how would this make you a liar and deserving of 80 lashes? Because the argument or the Quranic claim is that if you can't produce these four and you make this accusation, you deserve 80 lashes, and you're considered a liar to God. It specifically says you're considered a liar to God.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm started researching Islam about 6 months ago. I have heard this referenced. The four witnesses make sense to me. I can't necessarily speak on like this in detail. I mean, I could, but I would just be sharing my opinion, which probably doesn't really matter, my personal opinion. Although four witnesses does seem to make sense. But I mean, I guess to backtrack, what about Islam? Speaking in more generalities,
Mm-hmm.
to me, it makes the most sense. Like, you worship one
No,
God, you pray.
yeah, yeah.
There's a structure. You pray 5 times a day.
Hmm.
If you follow it,
Right.
you worship. The whole part is just like even the word. The day I found out, I was researching Islam for like 2 months, and then I found out one day that the word is Islam and Muslim just means someone who does Islam. And then when I Googled what does Islam mean, I was shocked. It was like, oh, it just means you worship God alone. I was like, oh, isn't this what Moses was talking about in the Bible? Isn't this what all religions really go back to, is like worshiping one God? Like, what about that? Like, that just seems so clear to me that
Hmm.
that is true.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Like those tenets in them of themselves are logical, they're rational, they make sense. But Islam is a package deal. Now, I'm not sure if you follow maybe like Quran only or Sunni or Shi'i, because if you depending on what you adhere to is going to determine what package I'm able to sort of critique. Because I think like if you only focus on the five pillars of Islam, I mean, you're not going to find any issues. But if we're going to take the whole package and critique the religion at its whole, then then we can sort of get a little further. And one of the hadith, it is sahih or authentic. It says that Muhammad came to perfect moral character. And so if if that is his duty, not only should the Quran address every issue, but the Sunnah, or Muhammad's ways and what he said, should address all these issues, and then we can say, okay, does it actually make sense? Because according to Muslims, or if you, or I'll say according to at least Ibn Taymiyyah and he claims it's according to all the style, all the like the four schools of thought, that if you attribute any defect to Muhammad, that is blasphemy and it's punishable by death, and your repentance isn't to be sought for. And so, if I'm able to critique Muhammad in just one aspect and demonstrate that there's an issue, to me, that seems to suggest that, Islam as a whole doesn't make sense, but many parts.
It's cutting out a little bit. It just started cutting out. Smile, are you still there? You still smiling? Oh, he's still there. He's smiling.
Yeah.
We're back.
yeah. You broke up. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, what was the last thing you heard? I'm sorry.
Well, okay, if you obviously were just now meeting online, I'd love the chance to. I wish I could just shake your hand right now, but praise God that we can even have this discussion online. But it seems to me that a lot of Christians express worry about me when I get closer and closer to becoming a Muslim. And I guess I'm here to try to understand why it's like, if let's assume that you care about me, just as another human, as another brother. Why would you be, if you are, concerned about me going from Christian to Muslim? About the new way of life that I would be accepting. Which to me doesn't seem to be that different. But yeah, I'd love to hear your response.
Okay. So as a Christian, obviously my concerns would be you're not following Christ. But if I want to sort of push it a little further.
But what would that mean, like not following Christ? Because like didn't Christ prostrate himself and pray to God, which is what Christians can do that too, but that's what Muslims do every day.
Right, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. So like, yeah, Christians do it too. I mean, I do it with my son. I do it at church sometimes. It's not like a practice as much as Islam, but people can do it and they do it. But and that's what I mean, like those aspects are commendable, and definitely you're not straying away from that aspect. But in as far as like some of the teachings of Christ, I would say that maybe you're straying away a little bit. And obviously as a Christian, we would say that you're risking your salvation. But I'm trying to just sort of critique Islam on its own merits without even like appealing to my religious convictions. Because I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just say, well, it's because Islam is just not true. Jesus is the last messenger. He said, anybody that comes after me should take up his cross and follow me. And so nobody comes after Christ. So that would be like the highlight of our faith. And so but I don't know how you want me to answer this.
Well, I guess obviously you don't know what I'm doing throughout my life, but if I were to correctly follow Islam, what would I be doing that is against Christ? Like following in Jesus's footsteps, what would I be doing that would go against that as a Muslim if I correctly followed Islam?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you didn't hear that, I said if I correctly followed Islam, what am I doing? Like physical actions. What am I physically... Can you hear me? Smaller?
Can you hear me? I can't.
Yes, sir. You can't?
I got a phone call for a second.
Check Tuesday. Check Tuesday, brother. Audible.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm still smiling. You still smiling?
Okay, I can't hear you.
Oh.
Oh man, why can't I hear you? Let me see.
I could remove and bring it back. Let's see. Remove.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you said that if
Yeah.
you're following Islam correctly,
Yeah. If I'm following if I'm following Islam correctly, what am I doing? Like literally, what am I doing that would be going against following Christ? Other than not praying to Jesus and simply just praying to God.
okay, well, okay, I see what you're saying.
Like that's what I'm just confused about. Like I have these discussions with like real people in my life off stream. Like what am I doing? Like, oh, I'm worried about you. Like, wait, what are you worried that I'm doing? Like what?
Okay.
It's like, well, you're not following Christ. I'm like, wait, but I'm praying. Like if I follow correctly, I get up early, I pray. I pray
Right.
throughout the day. I want to avoid any type of intoxication. Now, I still give in to this sometimes, but if I were to correctly do it, what am I doing that's wrong?
Right. No, I got you. Okay. Oh man. Okay. Okay. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm gonna try to mitigate the offense as much as possible. I'm gonna assume, because most people seem to adopt the Sunni position. I'm gonna assume the Sunni position is correct, and this is what you're referring to when it comes to following something correctly. Because I could use a very similar analogy when it comes to like maybe a Freemason or even certain organizations that have certain good practices and maybe some morals, but it still strays them away from something, or it allows them to support something that is problematic. Now, I believe Sunni Islam, according to their own sources, they're not saying this literally, but if I'm looking at their sources, it is a terrorist organization. I hate this. I hate to say it like that, but I truly believe that. And the reason why I believe that is because of what it teaches about offensive jihad and its true mission in conquering the world. And this is one of multiple things to critique. And so if you are going to the Sunni masjid and paying zakat, you are contributing to a particular organization. I don't want to keep saying that word, but you're contributing
You
to
can say it. Don't worry.
okay, you're contributing to a terrorist organization. And again, I'm saying it because they are allowed. So I know Muslims might say I'm a liar, whatever the case may be. I obviously I can't bring up sources right here, right there, but I have my sources, and you could even go to Sheikh Asim on YouTube. He has almost 1 million subscribers, and he's a Sunni, and he describes jihad al-talab, which is the jihad of pursuing, and he basically says that it is a call to offensive. First, you would invite people, and then you would, if they don't want to be Muslim, then you can subjugate them as second-class citizens. Or he says, well, I won't add that. He says, then you pay the jizya. But we know what that means. If you go into it, you are technically second class. And so if you're either going to be a dhimmi or we're going to fight. He did this motion in the video. And so he said, but for now, the Muslims aren't strong. The Muslims are weak. 30, 50 years when the Muslims are strong, then this will proceed. And so, and they have a concept called Dar al-Harb and Dar al-Islam, the house of war and the house of submission. And anything that is not controlled under Islam is in perpetual war, or is like they are always seeking to go out and subjugate those lands that are not under that condition. You
So
could
you're
go to
saying
the
if I was donating to a Sunni mosque, that would be supporting terrorism, and that's why you would be
that would be
worried.
one of the critiques. I would say, like, why would you want to support an organization that has this goal in mind?
Well, I don't fully understand where if I support a mosque and give them money, where that really is going to. Neither do I really know when I gave money to a church. But I get what you're saying. That's interesting. I'm more so, what
Because
about me personally?
this would go for any like corrupt church. If I go to a church and I know and I've been in a situation, or at least my mom has been a part of a church where we know that the pastor was doing things that were contrary to the gospel. And so if we continued going to that church or continued paying our tithes there, we would be indirectly supporting what the pastor was doing. And so this isn't like, oh, just Islam. Any organization that has these underlining issues, we are contributing to that.
What about me? What about someone becoming a Muslim and simply doing the prayers throughout the day and now only worshiping God? Like, what is wrong with that?
I mean, other than a religious argument of like, yeah, you're not technically maybe doing anything wrong per se, but you're just misguided because you're not following Christ. I mean, I would
What
say
would that look
there's
like
not.
to follow Christ? Because didn't Christ prostrate on his face
Yeah,
and
Christ
only
also
worship
looked up
God?
to. Yeah, he also looked up to heaven too, right? So he also looked up to heaven and thanked God. He calls God his Father. You know the Lord's Prayer, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, etc., etc. And so there are things that we would argue are not Islamic, um, and there's things that Jesus does and says that would go against Islam. But yeah, I mean, the example of him kneeling down and praying, um, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I would say
Well,
that's a
that I
good
mean
thing.
that's where I'm at in my life. I'm just being like, wait, isn't this a good thing? Like what I'm doing, and I don't know. The more I research into Islam, the more it seems like this was the OG religion of monotheism. Like every picture you ever see of Mother Mary, she's wearing some type of thing over her head, and then Muslim women traditionally do that if they wear
Yeah, but
the
wasn't
full
that
hijab.
just the culture of the people in the area? I mean, that's not like anything profound necessarily. Like you do realize like some of the cultural norms that were already in practice in Islam or in that area just just got adopted into Islam, and 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 so it's not like Muhammad innovated and no woman was wearing hijab or coverings, and then he's like, hey guys, this is how we should live, and then that's where you get the covering. It was already a part of the practice.
True, I get, yeah, that's a good point. Like the culture, but like it's very common for from my life experience for I have met 50x more Christians in my life than Muslims, but like it's very
Mhm.
normal for someone to a Christian woman to basically show off their body online, Instagram, blah blah blah, etc. And it seems not common for a Muslim woman to do that. And what I'm saying is, it seems like
Right.
Islam is withholding modesty in the religion, which, yeah, maybe Mother Mary wearing a veil over her head was because of the culture, but the point being like modesty. In general, it just seems like Islam is not the only religion that's not moving, not wavering with anything, and all like
So
Christianity like kind of starts to like flow with what's going on today, from
so
my
I oh,
experience
okay.
in America.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because that reminded me because you brought that up in a video, and so what's actually quite interesting about that claim, and this is just what happens when I the more, in my opinion, the more reverts start accumulating into Islam, the more different cultures accumulate into Islam, it's gonna happen, and we already see it happen.
What's gonna
Saudi
happen?
Arabia, the like adoption of other Western values. Like if you look at Saudi Arabia was conquered, or I'm sorry, let's just say it was it was it was Islamic pretty much since the conception of Islam, all the way up until now, and still is Islamic, and yet it's literally doing that. It's starting to accumulate other people's values, and this is why you're having certain concerts out there. there's certain areas where you can have bars and things of that nature. Now, Muhammad said, at least according to the Sunni tradition, that no religion, or he said no Christians or Jews, he will expel the Christians and Jews from the Arabian Peninsula and leave none but Muslim. So it seems like he didn't even want other religions in that area, and now you have actual fitna in the area because they are being influenced by Western values, and it's
But
just going
it's
to
not
happen more and
being.
more.
It's not. I don't think. If correct me if I'm wrong, but Islam is not saying that that's a good thing.
Yeah, but Christianity does the same thing. Like Christianity, so I think one of the differences, it's like depending on the Christian sect, maybe it doesn't have like these strict rules, and then it does sort of um, allow much looseness because some Christians like the Mennonites up in Wisconsin, they are very strict, and even some Mormon areas are very strict. And you'll notice the very same thing. They got family values. They dress good, and this is what happens when you allow freedoms and people to make their own decisions. Humans are going to do what humans are going to do, and unless you regulate them and sort of force them to move in a certain direction, they're going to go off and sort of do their own little thing. And so, I mean, do we want a dictatorship? Do we want the the religion to govern us to the extent of no, this is the way you're going to live your life, or are people allowed their freedoms and you sort of have to live with the repercussions? Because both of them are going to have pros and cons. Because Christians don't say, even today, like my church talks about sex, talks about um, exposing themselves, talks about all these values that you're referring to, and and so many Christians still hold to these values, but but through people's freedom to choose whether they want to live this life or not, this is the result. Even look what God did. God could just allow humans to only do a certain amount of deviation or evil, but because of how much freedom He's given us, the world is an absolute disaster, and that's just a result of freedom.
And wait, what exactly does this have to do with Islam?
So you're saying like Islam doesn't allow these things, the provocative dressing, and I'm agreeing
You mean an
that it
Islamic
doesn't.
government?
No, the religion. I mean, the government wouldn't allow it either if they're going to hold to the Sharia, but the religion doesn't allow it either. But neither does Christianity. And the same way, I'm not going to point to people and say, look, this guy blew up this area, therefore Islam. I can't do that with the good deeds either. I can't look at
True.
the, you know what I mean, like the supposed
Yeah. Yeah.
outward
That.
good
Yeah.
works.
No.
And
I get what you're saying. Like you can't just point one out and then generalize the whole thing. But in okay, I won't point one example out. I'll just say that it seems like Muslims, from my experience, are more practicing in their religion and do not tolerate any deviations. And in general, Christianity is more about like forgiving, and you can kind of, which I think is beautiful for people who would never become a Muslim, they become a Christian. Like I think that's beautiful and God willed it to happen. It just seems to me that
But
if
I
you
don't think
keep
that's true. I don't think that's true unless you have a dictatorship. Because my Muslim friend grew up Muslim, speaks Arabic, was taught the Quran as a child. He prays. He knows surahs by heart. And guess what happened? He's he's still in the world. He's still
uh-huh.
living. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
because he's got Western influence all over the place, and so like if that I mean like and the thing to consider, like, do you think that Muslims appear more devout? because they have more outward expression. Whereas God tells us in the Bible to go and pray in your closet. We don't have this practice of we should be praying in the middle of the street. So our religion's not like in your face per se, and yet but Islam sort of does have this exposure, and it may seem this is actually more religious.
From my experience, okay, being a Muslim and following it seems easier for like your self control, like because you know when you're doing wrong if you have any intoxicant. You know if you're being wrong if you're not dressing modestly. It's like you know you're being wrong according to the religion in any and every situation. And when I was a Christian, it's like you never really know when you do know. You only know like, but it's like so much more. What attracts me to Islam is that, and this isn't even saying like this makes it true. I'm just saying like for me personally, if all I cared about was self-improvement and I wanted to follow God and be a morally upright man, when I research Islam and when I follow it, it's because like there's like a clear thing about when you're I mean even the language of Islam, it's like good, bad, haram, halal. Everything is either haram, halal. And I had like never heard that concept in Christianity. I was like, besides just like, oh, that's a sin. And then like some people would, this is a sin, this is a sin, this is not a sin, this is not a sin. Like in Islam, it's like haram. What about being like, if I feel I'm gay? Well, you could, in Islam, haram, can't do it. Nope. It's like everything is like boom. And it's like, oh, finally I've been like directly told. Boom. Nope, you can't do that. Nope, yeah, you can do that. Nope, you can't do that. Oh, you can do that. And that's what makes me think that Islam makes the most sense. And I've yet to find a point that can prove that opposite.
I mean, so when it comes to like something like that, I mean, like homosexuality is wrong. I mean, Christianity teaches that obviously, and that's what I think sort of like. I don't know. I don't want to call it disingenuous on people's part necessarily, but it seems that way because they'll say like, "Oh, Christians don't stand up for their religion, but Muslims do, etc., etc." But Christians, if I'm not mistaken, coined street preaching, and they're the ones that literally go out and say, "Look, don't abortion, homosexuality, going to these parades and these events, and speaking out." And so we do speak out against these things, but most of the time we just don't get violent. And so it's like maybe that's where the disconnect is, because you have people like Andrew Tate thinking like, oh look, if you say this about Jesus and you're walking down a Muslim area, you won't get out of that place alive. Whereas like you could do that in a Christian neighborhood and you'll be fine. Yeah, we might hurl insults at you, but we're probably not going to attack you. So it's like that extremity is what makes it seem like, oh no, look, Islam actually has this hard line. Whereas when it comes to sins, God has you, sin is missing the mark. So God has us in a particular direction, and any deviancy against that would be like missing the mark. And so God has, the top two commandments, which is to love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and to love your neighbor as yourself. So you love God and you love people. And if I love my neighbor, I won't covet his wife. I won't steal from him. I won't murder him, things of that nature. And so there are definitely hard lines where it's like, these are wrong in Christianity, and Islam has the same thing, but there are even things within Islam, like not everything is necessarily black and white. And interestingly enough, I was just listening to a dialogue or a talk with Yasser Qadi. He was talking to some of the Muslims in Singapore, and the Muslim female brought up one of the shubahat or the doubts that it sounds like her community is dealing with. And one of them were the situation of the LGBTQ. Are people born that way? If so, why would God make them that way? And they're saying like these are discussions that have to be had, and not everything has an answer. And we just have to leave it up to Allah. we know it's wrong, and we sort of leave it there, and but some of the extra details we're not going to know, and so I I mean I don't really see anything Islam having that Christianity doesn't, except for maybe slightly different rules, such as like we can drink, we can't get drunk, we can't be drunkards, but we can drink. But Islam, you can't drink. And then Islam seems to have a more of a stronghold, more of um, a dictator sort of mentality, whereas Christianity doesn't really, we do seek to influence the world, but we're not going to strong arm the world into
Yeah,
submission.
it seems like they're pretty much the same. It's just what you just said. Islam is like, if it's an Islamic government, it's gonna like keep it that way, and
Hmm.
Christianity is more like freeing. You'd agree with
Yeah, yeah.
that?
It just, it doesn't have as much of a stronghold, that because we separate church and state, and so like we don't want to dictate people's lives, and so um, but again, so what I would like to say is, you can look at the good things in Islam. This is why I've said I didn't meet a Muslim until I was like 22, 23 years old. Never even heard of the religion. And then I talked to my Muslim friend. We had some things in common, um, and then we got into a clash or whatever. But the main thing is that I've noticed is that if someone preached to me Islam in a while back, I would probably be a Muslim. I just don't think I'd stay a Muslim, because I don't think Islam stands to critical scrutiny. It
Hmm.
looks good on the surface. It has good values within it, but when you critique it, when we really start getting into the nitty gritty, I don't think it holds. And so that would be like probably one of my biggest critiques of someone who just like, well, what's wrong with Islam? Look at this good, that good, etc., etc. I mean,
Hey,
what about? Let me say this. Sorry. Um, the Bible talks about a wolf in sheep's clothing, and the angel comes to you as, or the devil comes to you as an angel of light, and his ministers of light. So, the goodness of any particular ideology should never persuade anybody, but only make them more skeptical, and to look and to find that deep inside, that fruit from within.
well, I could say I did that with Christianity, and I thought it got me like 90% there, 80% there, but when I tried to like go all the way in and become obsessed with it, I just was like not really getting clear answers.
Can you
And
give me an example?
I guess I didn't really know that I wasn't getting clear answers until I started researching Islam and
Hmm.
like modesty, for example. Even like there's rules for men to be modest, like cover down to your knees, cover your whatever it's called, your belly button, and then
Yeah.
it's like stuff like that. I was like, oh, that's clear. Oh, I didn't know there was a way you were supposed to dress. Like I was never taught that in Christianity. It's just like more clear, which is I
Yeah,
was like,
yeah, they have
oh,
more
okay,
detail.
yeah, more
But see,
detail.
that's what I mean. Like that, some of these things come from extra Quranic material, and so are we just gonna
Ooh,
pull
that's a
from
good
the?
point.
You see, like the Quran talks about your aura, which is the forbidden area where you can show, but it doesn't give the details. And so if you're gonna go extra Quranic, we have to deal with all the material. Like you brought up the apostasy. I think that's absolutely unfair. Now, I understand treason, but if somebody just doesn't want to be a Muslim no more, that should not be of anybody else's concern. I mean, especially when the Muslims are like, Islam is so clear and it's the fastest growing religion and everything else is so clearly false. It's the only monotheist. Like, you guys have so many positives according to you, but then like somebody doesn't want to be a Muslim and they deserve to. I don't see how that follows.
Yeah, there's some stuff apostasy I don't fully understand that, and it's pretty scary, honestly. There's more for me to learn. I guess just the basics of Islam seem to make more sense to me. But hey, Smiler, I appreciate your time today. This was a great conversation. I'm gonna see you got some people. Sure. People been waiting, but I'm glad I put them on backstage so me and you could have a long conversation. So I appreciate it.
For sure, man. I appreciate your time, and you know, may God guide us to the truth. Whatever the truth is, you know, may we both follow it. So
yes, sir. Amen.
If you do more of this, I'll definitely jump back on another time, man.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
God
See
bless.
you, Smiler. I'm gonna smile a little extra today because of you. It's a good reminder. Smiler. Smiler.
For sure.
Cheers. God bless you. W's in the chat. What a nice guy. What a nice guy. All right, I need to take a break and do some push-ups real quick. Hey, no matter what religion you are, you gotta stay in shape out here. We ain't got no choice. I might start my own religion called Don't Be Fat. Taking a while, I'll be right back. Shut up, Latif. Not Latif in here. Latif in the other. All right, let's see what we can bring up next. What'd you guys think about that conversation, chat? I'm gonna keep these shorter. I wish I knew how to tie this on, but I don't. Hey. Okay, there's. Hey, Issa, I appreciate you turning your camera on. I'm gonna bring you up next. Let's go. Looks like a chiller. Looks like an absolute stud right here. Issa, what's going on?
Great, and everything good?
Everything's great, bro.
Yes, bro. Hey, my English is not so good. I'm from Switzerland.
Oh, you're from Switzerland? No way. That's sick.
Yes. I'm Italian, but I'm look at this. Oh,
What?
wait,
What?
wait. Here.
Oh.
But I'm a revert.
Oh, you're a revert. So you
Yes,
think
yes.
Islam makes the most sense?
Yes, of course.
When did you get the tattoo, if I may ask?
Like I was 16, like this.
16. Wow.
Today I am 24.
It's your birthday?
No.
Oh, okay. You're 24. Okay,
But
I'm 22.
I'm reverted like 4 years right now.
4 years. Why did you revert?
The evidence, and that I was Christian and I was researching Christianity, like the God concept, like these things, and then it doesn't make sense for me, like that a human or like God dies for your sins. Like this never makes sense for me, you know.
Yeah.
Like also in the real world, you are always like, how you say, responsible, right? Like you are accountable for your actions.
Uh-huh.
And in the real world, it's like I think God makes the real, like also in the afterlife, you know. And for this, like also the guy before, he was talking like about everything all over the place, like with so arguments, like moral arguments. But if you are like believing in God, it's objective, you know. Also with these four judges, like this, or what he said,
I don't know what you're referring to.
like with the four, what he said about the four, for the.
It's
Oh, my
okay.
English is like not so good.
Bro, you speak more than one language. I speak one language, so it's
No,
a
everything
W.
good. Like I think also the problem, like why Christianity is not so I say intolerant, but like what's you're liking about Islam, that it's like haram. These things are haram. In Christianity, you have the death of Jesus. Like your sins are already forgiven. Like what's the point of holding the law anymore? You know.
Yeah.
You know. Therefore, Muslims are more conscious of what they're doing. Like they know their accountability. They have accountability before God.
Yeah, that is what makes it nice. Is like I know when I'm doing wrong.
Yes.
Like I don't feel good when I'm doing wrong because I'm like, this is wrong. It's clear.
Yes.
It
Like you say in prayer, "Ihdina sirata al-mustaqim," guide us the straight path. Like, and this is when you have Islam, it is the straight path. You know, you don't go right, you go no left, you go the straight. You know.
Yeah.
It was makes so much sense about it.
Yeah. For me, it's like now knowing the straight path. I know the straight path. I see it.
Yes, right.
Yeah, bro. So, before I get someone else up here to debate me, I want to ask you, what is it like having a cross tattoo forever on your arm?
Like you have some uncles that say, "Oh no, that's not good," but everyone accepts it. Like if you say it was before, what can they say? They say it's okay. It's past. In Islam, you know,
Yeah, not what other people say, but like, how do you feel?
Me, it's not a problem for me.
Yeah.
I will remove it if I have the chance to. So I have also other tattoos like this, like never give up and these things. Like I play football, you know, and then I'm always like focused.
Yeah.
And never giving up. But it's not a hard thing like for me. Sometimes you feel a little bit uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Yes. And but the community accepts you. Everything's good. Like, and for me, it's also like for the dawah, it's also a plus point. You know, like they ask, what how you are Muslim and have a tattoo like a cross tattoo, and then I can go about the religion. Like this is what I most love the most about it. Like I love to talk about the religion. It's so beautiful religion. and you have your guidelines. You pray to one God, like Jesus. This was also my name. My name was not Asa before. My name is Daniel, but I changed it to Asa because I read the Bible, and my goal was to live like Jesus.
Yeah.
And then I was prostrating like him. I was washing before praying. Everything these things. And
Uh-huh.
then I read the Quran and Islam, and it was the same, like the religion of Jesus, true followers of Jesus.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
And so you see these clear verses in the Quran that speaks about Jesus, like how high he's praised. And then I think how could this be wrong if they speak so good about this person. And then it
Yeah.
is only the monotheism that Jesus also teach,
Uh-huh.
that pray to one God,
Yeah.
Father in heaven. These things, like, it's also everything the same, monotheism. It's
Yeah.
like Tawheed.
Yeah. Bro, thank you for sharing your story, Isa.
Yes, thank you too, my
It's
Grace.
it's been good to meet you, bro. May
I
God bless
hope I
both of
hope
us.
I hope Allah guides you. But I have one question, Grace. What's stopping you to accepting Islam?
Understanding understanding the apostasy, because
Yeah.
I was at one point in my life a devout Christian, and
Yes.
now I guess you could argue that I'm doing apostasy for Christianity by saying that I don't believe Jesus is God anymore and talking about it. So I'm thinking, okay, if I do the opposite, what does that mean? Understanding more about Muhammad, him marrying a young girl, the wars of Islam, like was he a warlord? I want to just give myself more time to understand what was going on. Like the other day I read about the battle. I mean, this was from an Islamic source, so I guess you could say it could be biased.
Yes.
Actually,
Yes,
no,
yes.
I did other research online as too, so I
Okay.
did do somewhat
Okay.
of, but I learned about like one of the battles, the Battle of Badr, and
Yes.
I learned like why, because they actually like the Muslims led by Muhammad like
Yeah.
went out and like basically went out to go fight, but then when you learned why, it's because they were like killing and
Defending
chasing.
themselves.
They were killing and chasing them. So this was the point to like, it was either they, basically. So understanding more about that, and the more I learned, the more it seems to me that they were basically, they either were just going to accept that their religion and their way of life and them got killed, or they had to fight back. So it makes
Yes.
perfect
Yes.
sense
Of
to me
course.
to fight
Of
back.
course.
But
And-
understanding Muhammad, because there's so many people in my ear that are like, this guy is not a good example. Like, you're following Muhammad. And thirdly, I don't want to do disservice to the religion by, especially now that I'm in the public eye, by saying I'm a Muslim, and then I want to really understand what it means to say I'm a Muslim before I start saying I'm a Muslim.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
I don't want to do a disservice to the
understand.
religion and get people all hyped up that this cool guy on the internet's now a Muslim. Look at him. And then like in a year from now, I'm like, yeah, I don't really follow anymore. And then people are like, oh, so maybe this religion isn't all that.
Okay. Okay. This typical arguments. I know. But
And I'm scared because then I'm thinking I actually have to stop doing certain things that it goes against Islam. And I'm like, do I really want, like, dang, I could just stay a Christian and just, be
Yeah, I know,
forgiven.
but in this last case, you have to think what are these 8 years in comparison to eternity. Like this nothing. If you are like the Islam says that if you die as a non-believer and you get the message of Islam, then you will be for eternity in hell. Like, what's the price for this? Allah says they sold their souls for a little price. And how 80 years or 20 you don't know when you die.
Yeah.
And what is this little years of this earth in comparison to every to eternity in the greatest pleasure,
Yeah.
like with God in heaven. Like, what is this life? Nothing. Like Allah says it in the Quran. It's so little, this world. like the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that this world, in comparison to the hereafter, is like if you take you make your finger in the ocean and you take it out, the drop of your finger
Isa, it's cutting out.
is this world.
Let's see if you can reconnect.
Okay.
There you go. Okay.
You hear me?
Yeah.
What was the last thing you heard?
Last 10 seconds I didn't hear. You're saying it's like a drop.
Yes,
I
yes,
mean, I understand. Like, I think I'm just scared to like take this step because like I'm in the public eye. I'm thinking like, oh, like, do I really want to be held accountable? I think I'm like a wussy. Like, for example, if let's just say I snapped my finger and I was on an island and there was 100 people on an island and I was the president of the island, I would teach the people, including myself, that like our religion, our way of life should be worshiping one God only. And
yes.
so like in that sense, like I do accept it.
Yeah, of course. And if you accept in your heart, you have to speak it out. You know, because if not, then it's like hypocritical. You know.
Yeah.
I don't want to say you are a hypocrite like that, you know, but if you believe it in your heart that Allah is one, He's the God of Moses, of Jesus, of.
I mean, I'll declare like
every prophet.
I believe that there's only one God, and I believe all the prophets were saying that.
Yes, and if you like, it was for me like this. I closed every religion, and then Islam was the last, and then I said, okay, if this one is the only religion that makes sense for me, like what I have to lose. Like Christianity don't make sense, the Trinity and like this your sins are forgiven for, like the man Jesus died for your sins, doesn't make sense. Like which religion you have? Which religion?
Me.
Yes.
Left.
Like I mean which religion is left? You know, that makes sense, so clear like Islam. Then you have to think, okay, like 80-90% is clear. Then the rest is belief. I believe that this is the true religion, and then I come in heaven, inshallah.
Yeah, it's just scary when I'm surrounded by all Christians, like friends, family.
Okay,
everyone's Christian, and no one's literally physically stopping me, but it is scary. Yeah. It's just like I feel like everyone in my life is gonna take this as like, I don't believe what you believe. I'm joining something else, and I'm like trying to tell people that like this is very similar to Christianity. You just subtract praying to Jesus and pray on your face, and in a simplified way, that's what Islam is.
Yeah, it's I have goosebumps, bro. Like Jesus, I love Jesus from my heart, you know. And then you have to think what they make a lie about Jesus, you know, that He was God, like one of the biggest lie you can do. And then, like you as an individual, you have to stand for truth. Like this is the most precious thing in the world. Like stand for truth, because everything other in this world will gone. And then, if you stand for truth, like I think you have much examples like Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, every these guys, you know, they had also much to lose, but they take the step, you know. And this is the message I want to give you. But
it's been received.
Bro, it's only from the bottom of my heart. I know. I see you sincerely, but something's stopping you. Like I see your videos, you're not like lying or something, or like doing this for clicks. I know this. You have sincerity in your heart, and therefore I wish for you that you take the step and accept Islam. Like you don't know if you live tomorrow, you know. That's the problem. And if you die as I hope that you die as a believer, you know, because you know these things that you make shorts like this. These things also make so much sense for me, you know, and I see in you me, you know, like to get these things how I say,
Like understand things.
like understand these things. Like okay,
Yeah.
Jesus prayed like the Muslims and these stars. That God is only
Yeah.
one, you know. And then yes, it's beautiful to see like this that you research and these things. And I have how you say Nasia? You know what Nasia is?
No.
Nasia how you say? I have I want to give you advice. Yes, like these things um like apostasy. You know Muslim Lantern.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, he has some things about this, but also the apostasy. I think it's something that damages you. Also, like it's much on your heart.
Well, yeah,
Also,
it's scary.
yes, yes, but if you live, this is only in Sharia. Like is if you have a Muslim state, no Muslim can do you something like Islamically. Like if you live in America, there's
Yeah.
no self justice in Islam. You know, like and also these things apostasy, these laws are also in the Bible, in the Old Testament. You know this,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. It is. I know what you're
and
talking about.
and like if God willed it like in the Old Testament, then how clear is it? It is that it's also in the Quran. Like it's also that this protects us from deviance. You know, that we stay on the true path. You know, and also we have examples in the story of the prophets. Like they deviated, but the Muslims talked with them, like the Sahabas, the companions. They talked with them firstly and said that no, come back to the religion. Like it's not like okay, you do leave Islam and then you get executed directly. Like you have to do some things. You have to go against the state and sometimes some things, you know. And this
Yeah.
all everything about in Islamic state. Like if Sharia laws is established and these things. But so and also it's objectively like a God's law. You can't if you we are only humans. Like we have not much to say in comparison to God, you know. Like if God wants something, he do it, you know.
You make good points, bro. I think I'm just scared.
Prof, I tell you, like I'm right now 4 years Muslim, alhamdulillah. I reverted like 4 years ago, 4 years ago, and it was the best step of my life. I truly said this from my heart. Also, if I can not good express myself in English,
You
but
can
I say
express
this,
yourself more with your smile, bro. I can enjoy
bro.
your joy, smiling, a joyful face. The light on someone's face goes
Wallahi,
through
brother, I
language
have.
barriers.
If I can show you, I have every time goosebumps. Like this religion, if you truly appreciate it and go in it, like live it, it's so beautiful. It's like it's also a narration that says if the Sahaba says that if these kings and everything Persians and these kings in their time would know what we have in our heart, like this belief and this yaqeen, like how you say this like clear proof in your head. You know, you're so clear about it. Like I don't
Yeah,
know yaqeen. It's like you have the clear. You see, it's true. It's 100% true for your heart. You know,
yeah, yeah,
if they know what we have in our heart, they will fight us. They said, and they had everything of the world. You know, like women and gold and everything. They have the world, and also you know the narration of the Prophet, like Umar ibn Khattab goes in his room, and he has only like 2 3 um, like cooking shells, or how you say, like to cook, like you know what I mean. Like if you cook, you have what's the
keep
name
keep
of
explaining. Keep explaining. Do you cook like a cooker?
yeah
A
yes
chef?
like what.
A chef?
Yes, like you have to cook, like
Yeah.
you make pasta or something, you know. Yeah, some 3 things and the like a bed like out with palm. How you say? Subhanallah. Like a bed with whole sticks, like this palm sticks. The bed from the Prophet ﷺ was like palm sticks, and he had like at the back he had like you see that he was having injury, you know what I mean. And
Yeah.
Omar came in, and he began to Allah. I'm a little bit nervous, brother. Sorry.
Bro, it's okay.
He began
I'm
to.
just some random kid.
I know. But he cried. He cried. Subhanallah. Umar cried and said, like, how you, the Prophet of God, live like this, and the Persian and the Romans have palace and everything. Like, and the Prophet said, Umar, you don't know that they have the world, but we have the hereafter. You know,
Ah.
like it's so. Yes, subhanallah.
Bro,
That's
I hope we can. If we don't talk again, it's already been great. But hopefully we can talk again in the future, Issa.
okay, Grayson.
You have a
I
great smile,
appreciate
bro.
it much that you take me on, brother.
Dude,
I hope the best for you. May Allah guide you, and we see us. It's good.
may God guide us both, brother.
Amin to the truth.
Amen. Bye, Issa.
Bye, Grayson. Huh?
See you,
We
bro.
see us.
God bless you. What a guy. What a chiller. Dude's got a great smile. He's like glowing me up from across the world. Look, I can still see him smiling. Can see him in the backstage. Hey, W, Issa. Okay. Chat, what do we think about this so far? You guys having a good time watching me talk to these wonderful people? Hey, QOF, come on up here. Hey, everyone in the chat, where's everybody from right now? Hey, we got Sweden, Amsterdam, Houston, Mecca, Egypt, S. Trider from Malaysia, Emja, Kurdistan. Well, what is Kurdistan? Texas. Let's go! Well, my name's Grayson Brock. I'm 22 years old. I'm streaming live to you from Texas. And hey, I'm just a kid like you, except I woke up on the wrong side of the bed one day and said, "Screw this! I'm gonna become the best version of myself." So I've been on all kinds of adventures. All kinds of adventures. I dropped out of school to pursue entrepreneurship, to pursue this YouTube channel, to pursue a bunch of other stuff, to pursue becoming the best version of myself because I was learning more from school when I was reading books on my own. So I started reading more and more books, and the more and more books I read, the more and more I learned it. The more and more I learned, the better person I came. Blah, 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 blah. And now I'm on a journey to figure out what religion is true. I've always been interested in God. I've always been interested in religion, trying to figure out what's true, what's the ultimate guidance in life. I went down a rabbit hole of Christianity when I was younger, and praise God, He brought me so much peace. I've never been more at peace in my life than about 7 years ago when I was a devout Christian, and now when I feel like I've come back to God. But when I went further down the rabbit hole, there were some things I didn't understand about Christianity, and it seems like those questions have been answered for me in Islam. Either way, if you believe in God, I think that's a beautiful thing. I gotta say is if you feel at peace in your life, no matter what, I would just say this is a general rule of thumb. If you feel at complete peace and serenity in your life, I'm not here to tell you to change because you have complete peace, you have complete serenity. If you feel led, then why are you even investigating other religions? I don't feel fully led, and I didn't, which is why I'm investigating. And most people in here, all 400 of you guys, you guys are clearly interested in something about other religions or your religion. So, anyways, anyone in the backstage, welcome, hello. I'm going to add one of you guys next. Don't be nervous to talk to me. I'm just a little punk. Hey, Dastin. Dastin, this is from earlier. I missed it during the conversation, but Dastin, how you doing, brother? It's good to see you. And when I say see you, I still can't see you, but I'm just going to say it's good to see you. You know what I mean? Okay, but the next person could come up if they could be a non-Muslim, because there's no way someone's going to be as cheesing as a Smiley and Issa. We got 2 cheesers so far. But I would like for someone to explain to me and prove me wrong that Islam doesn't make the most sense, because Islam makes the most sense. I don't see how it couldn't. The word literally means just following God. So, chat, here we go. Hey, let's bring up Dave. Dave, hello?
Yo, what's good, brother?
What's good?
What's good, man? What's good? Been watching since the whole Thailand adventure, man. How was that?
No way.
Yeah, bro. Actually, like, I also had like the dream of going to Thailand, and then I started looking up like, oh yeah, boxing in Thailand, Muay Thai in Thailand, and I saw your video, and yeah, man, been watching ever since. It's been actually really fucking fascinating seeing your whole journey with like religion and kind of like the pivoting that you took.
Bro, that's sick. You've been here. You're an OG.
I guess, man. I guess. Like, honestly, like, it was even crazy because when I saw the live, I saw it because of the YouTube short you published. And I was like, yo, this guy has 400K subs. What the fuck happened here, man? Like, you've been really blowing up, man. But, I mean, it shows the consistency, man. So congratulations for that, man.
Thank you, bro. Anyone who wants to build a YouTube channel, just start posting a video every single day. And people will want to know about everyone. So
a couple of 12-hour videos and you'll make it, bro.
Hey, yeah, just got to do something. You just got to do something of value.
Let's go, man.
Hey, do you think Islam makes the most sense?
Bro, honestly, like, I'm not, like, here to debate, in the sense of, like, honestly, I wanted to understand why you made the choice of Islam in the first place, right? In the sense of, like, let me see if I can, by the way, my English is not the best, so just let me know if at any moment I'm not making too much sense.
Oh, right.
But,
great.
Thank you,
Dude,
brother.
every time somebody says that, I'm like, I would have thought English was your first language.
Oh, no, I'm from South America. Spanish is my first one.
Oh, muy bien, mi amigo.
Amigo, claro.
Hey, dale.
Dale. So, bro, I was curious because, like, I also, in my history, I used to be like atheist. Then I became like Christian, and I have a bunch of friends who are Islamic, and I also got some friends, who are also Hinduist. And bro, honestly, like the first thing that I'll say, bro, if religion is making you a better person, it is pointless for me to try to come here and be like, yo, fuck you and your religion and what you're doing, because like at the end of the day, I believe that I guess as you said that a little bit before, but we all must pursue to be the best version of ourselves. And if the instrument through that is religion, then I think that, hey, like why would you ever take that away from somebody? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm on that wave as well.
Now, I've had a little conversation with my Muslim friends, and it's been interesting because this might be from my lack of understanding, but I guess it's the way that I've received it. But for example, the definition that a lot of Muslims will give is that a Muslim is anybody who devotes themselves to the one true God, correct?
Yes, that's
Beautiful.
what the word means.
But then, like, when you say in order to become a Muslim, you must accept Muhammad as a messenger of God.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So in that part, that's why like it really confuses me when people say things like Jesus or Moses or just anybody like who like devotes themselves to God, and they're like, oh yeah, he was Muslim, when they don't really like ever knew about Muhammad or that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, that has confused me as well, because when I started to when I realized that Islam, what you just said, is only worshiping and devoting yourself to one God, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm a Muslim.
I'm Muslim.
yeah,
And I was,
exactly,
like,
exactly.
freaking out. And then like the more I talked with other Muslims, like, yeah, well, you have to say the Shahada. And I was like, well, what's the Shahada? And like, well, you say that you only believe in one God. And I was like, okay. And they're like,
Got it,
And,
check,
and
yeah.
you say that Muhammad is a messenger of God. And I was like,
Whoa.
wait. So I have to accept him. Like, this sounds like
Yeah.
Christianity. Like, accept him. However, it's explained to me that when you
Okay.
say that Muhammad is a messenger of God, what you're really saying is everyone before him, Moses, Abraham, just like a Christian, Jesus, and Muhammad. So you're just saying, and Muhammad is a prophet of God. And I'm like, okay, but still, like, why does it have to be this moment of accepting Muhammad or not?
I
That
understand,
has confused
yeah.
me as well. All I'm saying is, I'm clarifying, like, exactly what you just said is exactly what I went through.
Yeah, and again, I'm not here trying to like get at you. Like, I'm legitimately trying to understand your choice a little bit better. Well, not your choice because you haven't publicly said the whole thing, but I was curious, like, because this is even something that I still like, let's say, battle with when it comes to religion. It's just that I've studied a lot of history just because of passion, and religion is something that throughout history has been utilized in order to control populations, right? Because again, it's going to instill good things. You need to understand that when you have all of these big populations, like, you need to have something, right, in order to get them into one point. For example, if you look at the Egyptians, right, when they had the pharaoh, that's when like things really started going great for them, and they started building the pyramids, and they started doing all this progress because they all were united by one idea. Does that make sense? So when you get religion, it's a really good means in order to get a population to be controlled and to not go crazy and go into like this crazy anarchy. Does that make sense? So I have seen that there has been thousands of religions in history that have existed before. Okay, and even if we're talking about monotheistic, there has been over 100 religions that have claimed to be monotheistic, right? So how do you interpret that, like, the idea that everybody else was wrong, but the one religion that you're looking at is correct?
Good question.
Thank you.
I'm not God, so I'm
Of
just
course,
giving
yeah.
my opinion. That's a great question.
Thank you.
It only makes, okay, my answer is, why, okay, so why does it seem like the one religion I'm looking to, why is that one right and all the other ones are wrong? I think it's more like I don't view religions as like black or white. Like
Right, yeah.
everything in life, like black or white. Like, for example, what to eat to build muscle? 1 gram of protein per body weight is the best thing. And then people get
Yeah.
obsessed, like, okay, I need to eat
Of course.
175. Oh, if I don't hit that mark, I didn't like achieve. Like, no, everything is just this like grayish scale of whatever. So like religion, I think every religion is like on just this scale of truth, I guess.
Okay.
Also, everybody follows their own version of every religion, like slightly. So then
Of course,
it gets,
yeah.
it gets even more complicated. But
And now, do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing that everybody kind of like, let's say, adds their own
I just
criteria?
think it's inevitable. And also, God, if you believe in God and you believe God is perfectly just, then you don't even need to like worry about like, you don't even really need to worry about anything because God is perfectly just. He's going to perfectly judge you based on your actions, what you know.
Right.
I just believe that Islam is true in the sense of like, okay, when I say Islam is true, let's like decode that. Like what we just talked about earlier is like Islam means you devote yourself only to God.
Right.
I believe that that's true. I believe I won't even say Islam anymore because people who aren't Muslim or don't know really what that means might throw them off. Okay, I believe devoting yourself only to God is true, and I think that is within every single religion, and I think Islam is doing that the most, which makes that the most true in the sense of like, even in Buddhism, like I stayed at a Buddhist temple.
Yes.
And everything we were doing there, almost everything, I was like, this is following God. Like this is making me closer to God. Besides, we were bowing at the Buddhist statue, and I did it with them. I don't think you should bow at any statue.
Of course.
But basically, 99% of what we were doing there in our conversations and our lessons and our closing our eyes and breathing and becoming focused and eating good food, just staying away from any impurities, I was like, this is like following God. And then when I researched Islam, I was like, oh, this is like fully following God. Like there's nothing in here that like doesn't really make sense. Like the main simple of it makes sense. So that's why I think Islam, you could say like is true. Not Islam is true. All of the religions are false. I just think they're all on some. It's like a scale of like every religion, and then Islam just seems to be the closest.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, I think I see you. So let me see if I heard you properly. So what you're saying is that Islam, more than seeing it as, hey, this religion is true, this one is false, it's more of how a religion is being a tool in order to get me closer to God. And you believe that
Yeah.
Islam is the one that
Yeah.
gets you the closest there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
I didn't actually realize that. Wait, say that again. I want to write that down for myself.
No, okay, so
Yo, you're my therapist right now.
no, and that's why I said, bro, I'm not trying to like debate. I want to understand you better, but
I want to debate!
we'll fucking go. No, just kidding. So basically, what I said is that religions are basically like a tool, right? And you see it as a spectrum of which one is going to get you closer to the goal of getting closer to God. And you believe that Islam is the one that gets you the most efficient tool in order to get you to that objective that you have.
Dude, wait. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay, wait. Oh, dude, I need a. This is. You're making me real. Like, yeah. A religion is a tool, a spectrum of which one will. I use it. I view religion as a tool. Like all religions are a tool, of which will get me closer to God.
Right.
And Islam does that the best.
Yeah, you see it as the most efficient for yourself.
Dude, your English is so good. You're using like
Thank you, bro.
more
Thank
dense words than me.
Oh.
And most efficient. Yeah, I said best. You said most. That's more clear. I can't even like. This is. That is actually exactly what my take is.
Awesome, bro. I'm happy I was hearing you properly then.
It is religion. It's like like even now I would go stay at a Buddhist temple again, or I would go. I want to learn about. I want to go to India. I mean, you don't have to go to India to learn about Hinduism, but
Of course, yeah.
I want to learn about Hinduism. I want to learn about Orthodox Christianity. I want to learn. I want to go stay at a Taoist temple in Japan. Like, there's all this stuff I want to do, and it's like what you just said. Name is Dave, right? Never even.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, Dave. Like what you just said. That's exactly what I view religion as. A tool. The religions are tools of which will get me closer to God, and Islam seems to be the most efficient form of doing that. Boom.
There you go. And also, bro, like, I want to give you flowers, right? Because I think that something that you have done is something that I admire a lot, is that it's really silly to me when I see, for example, Christians who are like, oh yeah, I'm a devout Christian. And then you ask them, hey, have you read the Bible? They haven't. You ask a Muslim, oh, I'm a Muslim. Okay, so like, have you read the Quran? Oh, no. But like, you have gone through all of them. You have gone through the Bible. You have gone through the, what was it, the Mormon one, the Quran. And then you're able to come to a conclusion, which I think that is always going to be the best. Because the one thing that frightens me about religion is the fact that it really takes away your criteria, your own criteria. You know what I mean? In the sense of like, lots of it is, hey, you have to believe this, or else you're not going to be a part of it. And by doing that, like, it's going to make it so that if you ever have a doubt or something that you're not so understood of, it's going to be haram, or it's going to be difficult for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because because this is the thing, bro. Like, I believe that everybody's own experience and their own understanding is really what is going to lead them closer to God. Okay? What do I mean by that? Because when we're talking about Muhammad writing the Quran, we're saying that it's something that he said that, hey, God was the one that made me write this, correct?
Yep.
So, like, how can you trust Muhammad?
Because, I mean, I've never met him.
Yeah.
So, like, seeing, like, how can I trust him? Like, well, I don't necessarily. I just trust. I mean, this is also one thing that's, like, stopping me from saying the Shahada. Like,
Right.
do you accept Muhammad? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, he's dead. Like, do I accept the words? Like, the only thing we have left is words on a piece of paper.
Right.
and then you just create an imagery in your mind of this person going to this cave or whatever the words are saying. And to me, the words on the piece of paper make sense. And when I test it, like I try it and I test it. Like, what is this telling me to do? Like, what actions is it telling me to do? I test it. It's improving my life. Okay, it's true. Like, it makes sense. Like, I feel clear-headed because I'm following these words on this piece of paper. So that makes sense to me. Like, so I don't necessarily trust Muhammad. I've never met him, but trust the words on the paper. So
From
I
Muhammad?
guess in a sense, if it's from Muhammad, then are you saying like I trust that it's from God, like literally from God?
Yeah, because I mean that's
I don't
that's the
know.
main,
I don't know what that means.
what like what I'm saying, or like the idea itself. What do
No,
you
the
not-
idea itself of like directly from God.
Right,
I don't
because
know how yeah, like what would that look like?
yeah, because I mean, from my understanding, I might be completely wrong because again, I'm not Muslim, but from my understanding is that it's kind of like the whole Bible thing where he was like divinely inspired, but instead of it being multiple people who wrote the Bible, it's just one person who is Muhammad, right? But again, that's what really frightens me, because how can I believe somebody who tells me, hey, God talked to me? Because like if somebody were to come up to me nowadays and tell me, yo, I got this sick message from God and I have all of these ideas and prophecies and all of these things, like I would never in my life trust them. So why would I trust
I
somebody
I
thousands
don't
of years ago? You know
No,
what I mean?
I feel that too.
Yeah.
Part of me thinks that why does it matter? Why does it matter if it like almost like what's the point of even wasting energy on the fact of like did God really like come? How was that? Like I just think like maybe I'll deal with that later in my life, but right now the words make sense when I follow, when I pray, when I put my face on the floor and basically humble myself by myself. Like
Right.
you know, right now if I were to like just go put my face on the floor, you're humbling yourself to the world. Like I am nothing at the end of the day. I could just die and I could just die in an instant. If I don't have water, I'm like, so you humble yourself. And when I do that, I feel better. Like if I just completely think about it selfishly, I'm like, I feel better when I have a problem and then I go pray about it. I'm like, okay, this problem isn't that big of a deal in grand scheme of the universe. And when I pray to God, I feel better. My life gets better. I get wiser. I get more calm. I get more peace of mind. And that's what the Quran says to do. So did God really deliver this to him? I don't know. I really don't know, but almost like why does it matter? If what's on the paper is making your life better and makes sense, if you're trying to follow God and now it makes sense, like why does it even matter? What's the point of like going about it?
Right. So if I'm hearing you properly, you're saying that more than the validity of it saying, hey, God directly brought this message and the whole history and the whole context that it comes behind the Quran, more importantly is how the result of that is impacting your life directly. And you're seeing the benefits, you're seeing that you're feeling so much better, you're feeling more grounded, you're feeling a more spiritual connection. And that's really what matters at the end of the day. Is that it?
Yeah, maybe I'll address these concerns in the future. Right now, I'm just gonna completely think, yeah, you're right. From a selfish standpoint, is this making my life better? Do I believe I'm following God doing this? Yes. Okay, then it's true.
So now you had a stage where you were like meditating a lot. Do you think that you were feeling those same type of effects when you were meditating?
Yeah, I think it's the same. Well, it's like a different. I think it's the same thing. Like I think I've felt God while meditating, and when I say meditating, I mean trying to not think about anything and just like I'm like, oh my gosh, like whoa. So I think that is another way to clear your mind and get more pure and become, because that's what God is purity.
Okay, so if then you were able to achieve that through another medium that was not necessarily like the Quran, then Islam per se, because meditation, I guess you could come more from yoga and all these things. Like, would you say then that? Well, no, actually, no. I don't think this is a contradiction at all. It goes back to what we were saying. It's just
I
a
don't think that
tool.
goes against the Quran.
Yeah, it's a tool that
Jesus
goes-
in the Bible, it says he fasted for 40 days. It says he went up to a mountain by himself and didn't eat.
Yeah.
Like, what was the homie doing there for 40 days? I mean, I think it would perfectly make sense if for part of that time he was sitting there closing his eyes and just breathing. I'm sure he was doing a lot of like praying, meaning he was asking God for things, but I'm sure he was doing like just being quiet.
just
I
being
don't
there.
see how like I don't think that's against the, or there's nothing I read in the Quran that would say that meditating is haram, like against God. I mean,
No,
how could
no,
that-
not at all.
How, but I have heard that argument before. Of like one time I watched a Christian YouTuber video saying how meditating is like trying to clear your mind is not good. This is from one famous Christian YouTuber, and I was like, how does that make sense? I don't know. I think anyone who says that meditating is bad hasn't meditated.
True.
Like,
No, I
consistently,
okay,
because
yeah.
if you've done it, how could it be bad? Like all you're doing is just nothing. Like that would mean anything could be bad then. Like if trying to not think about anything and just breathing is bad, then
Well, then fuck yeah. But even like Yahweh, it means like breathing in, breathing out, something like that.
yeah, then maybe like walking and not talking could be bad because you're not like, I don't know. I think anyone who says that hasn't actually meditated. I would love to find someone who's done a lot of meditating and says that meditating is against God. That'd be interesting.
I mean, the only thing that I did hear from a Muslim friend is that, for example, the meditation, you know, like the mantra, where you sit down, and you're like, I don't know if you've ever done it before. I heard that was a haram because apparently, like, when you do you're like praying to a deity or some shit like that. Which is a little bit silly.
Yeah, I think it starts getting silly. I mean, bro, I'm just some kid. I'm just like, we're all just a person. Like, I'm not trying to be a pastor and come on here and be like, guys, this is what we should, this is wrong, this is right. This is like, I think everything is just this big grayscale area. And I'm just a human who's trying to become a better version of myself. I am becoming a better version of myself every day, getting stronger. That's my goal. And it's like, I think it's so silly to like stuff like that. Like,
Yeah,
oh, that's
exactly.
wrong. That's like, bro.
Bro, and Grayson, and I guess that's really like, honestly, the only reason why I felt like really joining this live was actually to tell you that, bro, that I think that it's really amazing and it's really admiring what you're doing, because at the end of the day, not only are you going through this journey in order for you to find your, your own development, but you're also doing it in a way so that you can give these tools to other people so that they can also become better versions of themselves. And I think that that's the biggest takeaway at the end of the day. Now, what I would say, being a little bit of a devil's advocate, right, is that
Go for
keep
it.
in mind that if you and I just had this conversation and I had no other understanding or knowledge of Islam, and I just understand Islam as what you are portraying to me right now in this conversation, I would believe that Islam is the best thing that has ever existed in the world, because it's a tool, it's for you to self-discovery, it's for you to understand God better. But Islam comes with a lot more things and a lot more package, right, than the things that we are talking about right now. Things that can get a little bit, more delicate, like things with
Okay,
marriage.
but okay, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna be like if what I, that doesn't necessarily
represent
mean
you.
that- well, it's like I think everyone has a slightly different variation of everything. Every religion you're following, like everyone's like slightly has their own version.
Well, there is one version of that religion, like what I guess let's call it like what the book says, but then people have different interpretations of it. But that doesn't change the fact that the original piece is one. It's just how different people perceive it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, I think everything is just this grayscale. Like, I'll go to a church and I'll go to a Buddhist temple. I will avoid praying to any idol and other than God because I think that's wrong. So I won't do that.
Right.
But like, I don't know, man. Like it's when I'm watching these YouTube videos, other streamers, like they're always like against one religion and for one.
Exactly.
And I'm just more saying like this one makes the most sense as a tool that I believe can help you get to God the most efficient way, like you said.
I feel like you're
And, that's it.
maintaining your own criteria, and that's what I think that's the most important message at the end of the day, right? Because let's be real, this is my belief. I'm not trying to influence your belief, right? But for an atheist to come in and say God doesn't exist, the only real answer is that he doesn't know. He cannot prove the existence of God, but he cannot also disprove, the existence of God. We just don't know. It's like, is there life after death? The reality is that knowing, right, implicates that you understand all of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So is there life after death? You and I cannot both answer that question. We can have faith in an answer, but the answer is only going to be answered. Sorry, the question is only going to be answered when we die. And okay, is there life? Is there not? That's it. Okay. So the same way that it is, let's call it arrogant for an atheist to say God doesn't exist, I feel like it's also a little bit arrogant to say this religion is true and every single religion of the thousands that have existed throughout existence are completely wrong. And I feel like what really needs to separate every one of us is our own criteria, which is the one that I believe that you're maintaining, and it is what you call your gray zone, which I think that if you dive in a little bit deeper, I feel like that's really what you're getting into. That gray zone is your own criteria, that moral compass that you're saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't, kill this type of people, maybe we shouldn't do this type of things. That's your own criteria, and I feel like that is the only true valid knowledge that you have, because all else are questions that cannot be answered. I cannot disprove that Muhammad was a messenger from God. I also cannot prove it. I cannot disprove Jesus being God. I cannot also prove it because I do not know. And I feel like it's fine and it's humbling and it's understandable for us to say, hey, you know what? I don't know, but these are the things that I am applying in my life and it's working out well. So I think that is good for everybody. But I'm not going to try to call this the one true reality when I cannot really prove that. Did that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, but does my opinion, I was about to say, does my opinion matter? But of course it matters.
Yeah.
Well, some people, I don't know. I caught myself.
Bro, your opinion is what matters the most in your life. And it is what it should be.
I mean, hey, you taught me something about myself, that I'm realizing that I view religion as a tool to get me closer to God. And I believe Islam is getting me the closest to God in the most efficient way possible.
Then I'm extremely happy to hear that. And if Islam is being that tool for you, then keep at it, bro. If it works for you, it works for you. And that's what matters. I feel like, there's different paths for every single person. And at the end of the day, bro, we just gotta be good people, bro. Put religion in of it, out of it. It's just a tool for us to get onto that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But what is a good person then? Like, what is the backing?
This is the thing.
Just opinion?
Not opinion, but I believe that morality is mainly distributed from cause and effect. Okay?
Okay, wait, what does that mean?
I mean that the thing is that we can say that morality comes from religion, but at the end of the day, bro, again, there's been thousands of religions which all preach some sort of morality, but I feel like what always stands throughout the day is cause and effect, which is that I don't want to do unto others what I wouldn't want to be done unto myself. And keep in mind, I am not saying that from a religious perspective, but I feel like if we all were to be dropped off in an island where everybody gets amnesia and nobody has understanding of religion anymore, we would all act in accordance of what we would like the others to do and not be done to ourselves. Does that make sense?
So then that would be the new religion.
What is a religion to you?
Well, I actually literally just went and Googled.
Okay, yeah, good. So,
okay. Basically, it seems like religion can mean the belief and worship of a god.
Okay.
And a superpower. Another similar way the word can be, I mean, we can use the word however we want.
Exactly.
But another way like religion can be used, the word can be used as like a belief. If you say treat others the way you want to be treated. Okay, here, let me read the definition. A pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance. A pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance. And another one is a particular system of faith. Faith is complete trust or confidence in someone or something. So a particular system of faith. So if you have faith that treat others the way you want to be treated, and then you teach that and we're on the island, like, wouldn't that just slowly morph into the religion?
But hold up, it's not about teaching. It's that I believe that fundamentally as a species, we behave in a way of cause and effect, right? The thing is that we maintain control in our actions because we understand that those actions are going to have effects because people will act in the same way or in accordance. You know what I mean? Like, bro, just to put it simple, I'm not going to murder people. I shouldn't be above murdering people because I wouldn't want to be murdered myself or other people that want me to be murdered. I'm not going to rape because I wouldn't like people next to me to be raped. All of these bad things. I feel like that's the biggest key that points to morality. And again, it even goes away.
Question.
Go ahead.
Wait, so if you did one of those atrocities, let's take an extreme example. If you
Yeah,
defiled a woman and you raped her,
of course.
what you say people should be treated how others should be treated. So what should happen to you if you did that?
Me personally, like you're asking for my
You.
belief?
Yeah, if you did that, what do you believe should happen to you?
I mean, I would say that a punishment of the same equivalence, have it be murder, have it be, I mean, what we have as a system is prisons, right? Why do we have those things in place? Because we're trying to teach people that this cause will have an effect, right? And because there's a negative effect that is going to come with the actions, then people are going to stray away from doing them. Fear. That is what is being utilized, which is, again, also something that frightens me a little bit about religion, because, like, if you look at fear as an implement, it's one of the strongest motivators of people. And not to dive too deep into the fucking rabbit hole, but if you look at, for example,
we in the rabbit hole.
oh, we're in the rabbit hole. But if you look at the idea of like hell, it's something that basically was brought up from the time of Christianity unto forward, right? In the sense of like, if you look at the Jewish Torah, there wasn't much talk about hell. There was like one word that you could maybe interpret it, but the idea of this infinite punishment wasn't really there, right? But now when we're talking about a historical context, when people wanted to get control over the masses, believe me that if you implant them the fear that if they do something that you don't like, it's going to put them in a place where they're going to suffer for the rest of eternity, you're going to get a good control of that population. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's really weird how the idea of hell wasn't brought up too much until Christianity came in, which is then when, like, you know, there was a lot of like the Roman, Greek, all of that stuff going on. So again, through fear, you're going to control people. And that's why, and that's also how you're going to have like the least fulfilling experience of a human being when they're in fear. So yeah, if you go ahead, Grayson, and you rape that woman, then guess what? You're going to be fucking murdered. You're going to be punished. Your whole family's going to get killed. I believe that you're not going to commit that action because you understand that there will be an effect very heavy to that cause. Does that make sense?
Yes. What if, so, I mean, your response made sense to me. Something bad should happen to you.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, bro, like,
But what if your religion is the method that taught that golden rule? Like that's actually what Jesus said in the Bible. It's like all the law of all the prophets. Like you can condense this whole thing down into this: love your neighbor as yourself. Or I think he said, love God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. Maybe he just said the golden rule: love your neighbor as yourself. It's like that's what religion is. Like my friend Kurt says that too. Like, well, I believe in that. I'm like, well, but the first book we have written was like this book that wrote that. I think everyone believes the same thing. They just don't realize it.
yeah. And again, if we take that general idea that you and I are talking about, that you and I explained in the beginning, then I feel like the world would be a much better, more civil place. But it's the packages that come behind those
But I
religions
think those
that
are
can be dangerous.
inevitable. Like I think if we were on an island and me and you were
Right.
there's really only one president at the end of the day. If you were the president and
Okay,
you
yeah.
instilled that the religion would be, treat others how you want to be treated, essentially, and then 100 years go by, 200 years go by, 500 years go by, 1,000 years go by, 1,500 years go by, then I think they might start being like, well, Dave, you have to accept what Dave said because Dave said it. And like, you have to
And
accept
now
him,
I have a question.
and-
How would you?
And now there's all this package with it. Like
Now and now this is the thing. How can I get people to say, "Oh, let's do what Dave says"? Well, if I say that I was divinely inspired by God, then there's a big probability that people are going to follow what I say. And also, if I tell them, "Hey, if you don't follow what I'm telling you, then guess what, buddy? Hell for you and for the rest of the eternity." So that is going to be a way then for me, once I'm in that position, to put in all of those extra packages that are going to be for my benefits and for the people who I want. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Bro, by the way, are you feeling comfortable with the conversation?
No, I'm feeling very uncomfortable.
Oh, okay. Fuck you. I don't care. No, it's good.
No, it's good, bro. I think I want to... Hey, wait, maybe I'll keep you in here and add someone else in here. Yeah?
I have to
Or
dip.
Oh, I just got destroyed by Dave, chat. Dave just roasted me.
No,
Hey,
no, bro.
Dave, it's been a great conversation then, bro.
Yeah, by
Yeah,
the way, I was gonna ask, sorry, but do you have a Discord somewhere like where, like, I don't know, like a community where we can keep in touch?
Oh, yeah. I'm not extremely good at keeping in touch because I'm always streaming, honestly. But we do have a Discord community, and I'm in there.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, I'll find it in your YouTube and whatever. No,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
to keep in touch personally, but like whenever you're doing a live, like we can have our conversations and shit.
Yeah. Hey, Latif, could you drop the Discord link right now? We'll drop it in the live. And you can click on it.
No, but bro,
Dave said,
listen.
piss off, bro.
I think that you are doing a really good thing, man. I feel like you're promoting a good message. I feel like you're in a path that is leading you to become a better person, and I hope you keep pursuing that. And by the way, just to make sure that I'm not being misunderstood, when I say that cause and effect, I'm not saying that that should be what basis for morality. I mean that is the interior like motive of the human. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
yep.
Or even like if you look, even if you look at fucking, I don't know if you have ever had a dog.
Yeah, I do. Or
Well, yeah,
not
and
do.
you know that when you train them, what do? You like punish the bad behavior, you reward the good behavior, and eventually they start understanding that certain causes that they do will lead to an effect, and then you don't even have to like hit them just by you making like a noise, that you would do when you would like punish them. They automatically like get in control. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's how species learn, organisms adapt. That's like adaptation, evolution. You know what I mean?
So you're saying we're like that?
Yeah, to a great extent.
Yeah, I mean, we are from a child. Like, your parents are like, no. You're like, oh, no.
Yeah, because bro, like if you were to have grown up in a different country with different, bro, I don't know, like if you were to have fucking been born in Fiji, right, in a couple of years ago, and you were like growing up in a tribe, you would be praying to fucking like the Fiji god, you know what I mean? Or if you were like, what is it, the Greeks, you would be like praying to Zeus, you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah.
And
Well, I mean, that's what I've been doing my whole life. I've been praying to Jesus, like that God.
yeah, there you go. And I was doing the same thing, but it got to a point where I was like, okay, why am I only praying to Jesus because it's what I grew up in, and it's because the century that I'm in, and it's because the information available with. At the end of the day, bro, what stands is God, right? Take the and I don't know if I made myself clear with this, but I don't see the belief in God and religion as as the same thing, and that's why I believe that you can have a unity with God without the religion, which is what I am personally like, let's say, a little bit against.
But like how? But aren't you just creating your own religion then? Like if you had to teach what you believe, if you were the president of a country or an island, let's do an island. There's no outside influence. They don't even know where they are,
Okay.
what's going on. And you're the president, and you instill the people with your beliefs about. Wouldn't that just become the religion? Like, isn't it just this ongoing cycle?
Yeah,
of, like,
I understand what you mean, but this is that's the point at the end of the day that I cannot. You just said it yourself. You would instill a belief in somebody, but belief is not knowledge. Knowledge comes from the experience of self, right?
Yeah, okay, but if you were running the government and you said treat others the way you want to be treated, that's our one rule,
Yeah.
and everything is ruled by this. If someone didn't want to follow that, if like they wanted to hurt someone without receiving anything back, then you would be like, you're going against the religion or the government.
Yeah, but that's a really important distinction. Like you're talking about a government, I'm talking about religion. Which
But like
we're-
government is, but what I'm saying is government
Whoa.
is religion. Like
Oh,
it's
that's a hot take,
dude. Well, what is government? It's like laws. What is religion? Laws. Have you ever
I
taken
mean-
psychedelics?
No, I never.
Okay.
I've never even smoked marijuana, bro.
This is like the kind of conversation where if someone was on psychedelics, it would be like, at least from
It would
my
make sense.
No, not like you can't understand it without it, but it would
Yeah.
just be like this, like whoa, like religion is laws, government is religion. Like wait, what? What I'm saying is, wouldn't your religion, your government, if you had to run a government of an island, what would be the rule? The rule would be treat others the way you would be treated. And if you do, everything has an effect. Like based off that, if you do this, you receive this. If you do blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but again, bro, like government and religion, the thing is that you're saying that both of them have laws, but also like a table and a chair, both of them have like 4 legs. You know what I mean? But a table is not a chair is not a table. It's more like government is simply just how do we want to live so we don't kill each other. Boom, that's it. Beautiful. Religion, I would see it more as like how, like, do you have a devotion to God, yes or no? And if so, what are the implications on how you believe that you should pray to God? Does that make sense? And this is the thing. I feel like if I teach you my religion, that's fucking useless because you're just going off of my word. Why the fuck are you trusting me, bro? I'm just a guy with no profile picture, no camera, by calling myself Dave, which couldn't even be my name. Why do you trust me? Why would you trust my religion? Why would you trust what I taught you?
I would only trust it if I just tried it. Like
Exactly.
If what you said was like you should like cut your arm, it'll feel good, and I wouldn't be dumb enough to ever hurt myself. But let's say I went and was like, then I was like, well, what was the point of that? That wasn't good. Then I'd be like, okay, well this is wrong. Or if you say go outside and like stand on your head for 5 minutes, like you'll find God, and then I did it and I didn't, and it didn't work, I'd be like, well this is stupid. But if like I would just test what anyone says as long as I'm not hurting myself.
But even that's complicated because, like, for example, like I saw somebody in the chat saying before how like when they listen to the Quran, they like felt God, right? And I'm like, I don't want to invalidate that person experience because that person felt what that person felt. But how do you understand that as you connecting with God? How do you know that what you're doing is actually accomplishing what you believe that it is accomplishing, and maybe not causing another effect that is making you feel good? Does that make sense?
I mean, you don't know.
Yeah,
Unless
and
you
that
just go
and,
off
and
how you. I mean, everyone is just going off their own experience.
bro, exactly, and that's what matters at the end of the day. And that I don't know. I think that is the most beautiful thing that we can have. Because when I understand that I don't know, I believe, then hey, we can have conversations. We can live in peace, bro. Fucking let's go back to the Ottoman Empire where Muslim, Christians, and Jews live completely in peace. Hey, I don't know, but I believe. But if I come with the idea of I know, that's when we get all the fucking mess that we're getting right now. You know
Wait,
what I
so
mean?
wait, if you had kids one day,
Yeah.
what would you teach them?
About religion?
Beliefs, about ways of life, about morals, and simple, like what would you teach them to follow?
Well, we just teach them to become the strongest and best version of themselves that they came to become righteous human beings who treat others as they would like to be done unto themselves. And in regards of religion, sit down in silence and see what happens. Right? How can you
That'd be interesting.
understand? How can you understand? Holy fuck, my bad. But this is the thing, and that this is also another part. But like, how can you understand God if you don't even understand yourself? Why do you do the things that you do? What are the motivators behind your actions, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like like this is the thing, and this is not my definition, so I'm just gonna steal it from somebody else. But I'll say it because I feel like it might be fitting. But there's also a very big distinction between spirituality and even religion itself, which is spirituality is kind of like the understanding the nature of self, the same way that mathematics will explain the nature of math, right? So the thing with spirituality is that it allows you to understand what is your true essence, what is your true behavior, your soul, your spirit. And when you get to depths of understanding, it allows you to be in this certain state in which magical things can happen. So for example, let's talk about Muhammad, right? Do we believe that Muhammad was just a random guy? No, he was somebody who was in a certain state, let's call it like that, to be able to become a vessel from God, as he claims, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, Muhammad, from my understanding of his history, he couldn't read, he couldn't write, right?
From what people have told me, that's what I've been told. And
Yeah.
everything.
So this is the thing. If so, then how the fuck did he get inspired by God? Hey, maybe because he was in a certain state where he could become a receiver of that knowledge. Does that make sense?
And yeah, it said he would regularly, in his biography, it said he would regularly go to a cave to retire himself. Like
There
like,
you
bro,
go.
so solitude. I feel like solitude is the one commonality between everything. Like
There you go.
yourself. Like Buddhist monks or Christianity or Jesus in the Bible or Muhammad or any wise person is like spends time alone.
And if you think about it, bro, Muhammad again, like you're saying, if the guy couldn't fucking read, I'm sorry, but he didn't know the Bible, he didn't know the Torah, he didn't know all these things, right? And this is the thing, bro. Look at all the prophets. None of them had the books. Well, you could argue that some of them had some inspiration, yada yada. But the point is that the prophets didn't become prophets because of the knowledge that they had. The prophets became the prophets because the state that they were in, and they became instruments of God. Does that make sense? So why trust like the pursuit of another person, of another prophet, when we can try to attain those states of connection with God ourselves? Does that make sense? And
Yeah.
please let me make sure I'm explaining myself properly. I'm not saying the whole become your own God thing, but bro, if all of these other prophets could do it without a religion, why do you need a religion in order to have a connection with God?
I mean, when you say need a religion, like what do you mean? Like if I never leave my house but I like pray throughout the day,
Yeah.
am I following religion or am I just?
No, you're not. You're not really following a religion.
But like technically you could say I am because I learned that through a religion.
Well, maybe if you want to get tricky with the praying part, but if you just sit in silence and you're like, okay, God, what the fuck are you? I don't feel like you're following any
I mean,
religion.
yeah, words are like, it's just like a label. Like I'm a Buddhist. Or, oh, no, I'm not a Buddhist, but I'm meditating. Oh, I'm Buddhist. Like, and then people will think things, but you just are you. I think that's what Jesus meant when he said I am in the Bible. Like, I am what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what are you? He's claiming. Like, he's just claiming to be. Like, I just am.
And bro, and that's why I think that like if Jesus were to come back now, he would be like, wait, what the fuck did you guys do, guys? I was
I think so,
preaching
too.
like being by yourself, like developing a connection with God. He would say like, oh, my connection with the Father, all of these things. And now you guys turned it into me. Now you guys turned it into following rules and doctrines and all of these things. Like, why the fuck are we doing that?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't see Jesus, cursing that much, so my apologies for that. But you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it really all comes down to spirituality, which is how do you have a personal connection with God? And I don't believe that, well, it's not that I believe, none of the prophets had that. So why do you need that, Mr. Grayson? You don't need it, bro.
Hey, bro, I'm going to spice it up. We'll get another guest on here. Dave, I really appreciate your time, bro.
Yeah,
It's
much
been a
love,
great
brother.
Conversation. Hey, you're an OG, brother.
Thank
God
you, man.
bless you, dog. May
God
we
bless you
both
too,
be
man.
guided and become the wisest and strongest version of ourselves.
Let's fucking get it, bro.
Let's fucking get it.
See you in Thailand, bro. We'll spar one day.
Yes, sir. See you, bro.
Yes, sir. Let's get it.
All right, guys. I think there's a random Mexican below. I think he's currently coming across the border illegally. Let's see who this is.
Yo, what's up, my boy?
Oh, have we met? My name is Grayson, bro. I'm from Texas.
What's up, G? How you doing, brother?
What's up, brother? Oh wait, let me read these super chats real quick.
Go for
Grayson,
it.
you're at that normal evolution, first accepting Jesus and now Muhammad. That's all you are evolving. The normal path. The Jews have now just to accept Jesus and Muhammad. Hey, this channel is about evolving.
True.
Evolution. Evolution is becoming a better version of yourself and a better version of our species. Hey, AP, if you're following your own criteria, you're basically following your ego. No divine guidance, thus centering yourself as God. Check out the book Being Muslim by Dr. Sad Tarzan. But you're always following what gives you more peace and strength. So in a way, you are always following yourself by following God, right? I mean, hey, say talking points, eat more meat. Soy talking points, eat more meat. Yeah, all right. I need to be more. Kurt, how you doing, bro? Kabat, you're right. Kurt, how you doing?
I'm doing good, bro. I'm on my way to my place right now. I just wanted to say, bro, I'm gonna be on here for probably like 2 minutes so you can continue this. I was listening to you and Dave go on and just yap for a long time, but bro, I agree with everything Dave was saying. I just want to say I think your viewers are all very smart and intelligent. I think all of them can come to their own conclusions, but I will never say that Islam doesn't make sense, because to me it does make sense. Like, if I were to believe in a God, which, I don't, unfortunately, and I don't want to as of right now.
Wait,
but-
why'd you say unfortunately then?
Oh,
Keep going though.
sorry, did it cut out or what happened?
No, keep going. Keep going.
My bad. What happened? I just want to say, I don't think Islam doesn't. Oh, dude. Jeez, this is so delayed. I don't want to say Islam doesn't not make sense, bro. But there's just certain things that, make me question it a little bit that we don't have to get into today. We could probably save that for another time. But I just want to come on here and say, chat, all of y'all are fucking amazing. Let's fucking go. Don't be fat. Get your ass off the chair. Do some fucking push-ups. Let's fucking go. I'll let you guys go. Peace be with y'all. Y'all live a good life. Love y'all.
W's Kurt. W's Kurt. Oh my gosh. Let's go. I'm gonna drop 20. Hey, people in the backstage, don't worry, I'm coming back. I'm gonna drop 25 push-ups for the fatties in here, and then, excuse me, and then, I'm gonna go take a 5-minute break, and then I'll be right back. All right? After this, I'm gonna have a timer going about 5 minutes. I'm gonna follow Kurt's advice. He told me this at the beginning of the stream and I haven't been following it. We're gonna do a 5 minutes per guest. I'm gonna let the audience decide. After 5 minutes, oh, I can start a poll. I'm gonna do a poll after 5 minutes, kick or next. And whatever they say, we're gonna do that. I'll do that for at least 3 guests. After 5 minutes, I'll do a poll and then we'll either be going or not. Cause, hey, Koo Kai Koo! All right, I'll drop 35 for you, okay? You know what I'm saying? Hey Grayson, heard you are now a black woman. Yeah, that's true. Abundance. All right, I'll be right back after I drop. Give me 25 for Kakuka, Hua Haiku Laku, Ching Chong, and then I'll be back. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 26, 29. You. Let's go! Hey, no matter what religion you are, you can't be fat out here. Come on. We gotta be strong. Society wants us to be gay. Society wants us to be fat. Society wants us to be a bunch of wussies. They don't want men to be men. And they don't want women to be men. They don't want men to be men and they don't want women to be women. Men are strong and don't accept things. Women, when you understand true masculinity and true femininity, you realize whatever society is pushing for a man to be and a woman to be is the exact opposite of what actually makes a woman happy and makes a man happy. That's the secret to the world.
All right, guys. We back, baby. We back, baby. My name is Grayson Brock. I'm 22 years old. I'm currently coming live to you from Texas. Best country in the USA. Right here, right now. I'm just a kid. I'm here to learn and become the best version of myself, and I'm recording and documenting my entire life online, and I just became Arab as well. Anyways, today, I'm taking the stance. Islam makes the most sense. Prove me wrong. If you would like to directly support the channel before the Matrix cancels me and destroys me and possibly murders me, you can send me a message below and support the channel. Help make these videos possible. I hope your life gets better by watching this. If not, then turn it off right now. Don't watch it. Don't be fat. Be strong. Let's go. Let's learn something new. All right, I'm doing 5-minute rounds. I'm going to talk for 5 minutes, and then it's going to be over. Unless the chat is like, yo, keep him. So if you leave after 5 minutes, it doesn't mean you failed. It just means we're doing 5-minute speed rounds. Latif. Oh, okay. So I can do a poll here. Okay. All right, if you turn your camera on below, you'll be more likely for me to bring you up. Hey, Hassan, you ready? Hassan, no. Oh, let's go. Hey, W's Hassan! Let's go! Hello, Hassan. Wait, one sec, brother. Can't hear you.
Okay, sorry, I think it was.
There we go.
muted.
There we go. Hassan, how we doing? Is that your name? Yeah?
Yes, yes.
Hey.
Before you make fun of my accent, Assalamu alaikum.
Bro. Wa alaikum salam. Bro, if you know more than one language, that's a W. That's a W.
I'm like I'm from India, so like we are taught English. Pretty like we're like it's almost like first language.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
but you know more than one language, so
Yeah,
that's a W.
I've been watching you. I'm telling you, like, it's. I feel like, I was a Muslim. I was born Muslim, but I was never really a practicing Muslim or something. And then I just, somehow I just found the Quran, and I felt robbed as a Muslim. Like we never read the Quran, and like there's, there's like.
You had
I was
never
like-
read the Quran?
I mean, we had read it in Arabic, but never with the translation.
I see.
Okay, so and then I was like, this is in the Quran, and then okay. Also, I just want to ask you one thing, like.
So wait, are
I
you
would-
not
like
here?
you were-
Just so I know before we continue, you're not here to argue against that Islam makes the most sense.
No, I think I'm just here to like streamline your thoughts, and I feel like I could, your questions, I could try to answer them. Some of them.
Okay. Well,
So-
we'll talk. But for anyone future coming up, I'm only gonna basically debate people. But Hassan, let's go.
Okay.
You're in here. Let's run it. Seem like a chiller.
Okay, I just want to ask you one
We
thing.
do have a
is,
timer
like,
though.
Okay.
So let's. This is just a good reminder for us to keep the conversation important.
Okay. All right. I just want to ask you one thing is like when you read the Quran, right? And I feel like you've read a lot of books right now, 5-6 books, and I want to ask you one thing is like was the Quran any different? Like did the Quran feel like that made you more like progress? It helped you with more progress, or it was more clear.
Yes,
or
it
something
felt
like
different.
that?
It felt different. I don't know if that's placebo because I already know that Islam is a serious religion, so I already like felt the energy. I think it did feel different. Now, for what reason? I guess you could hypothesize, but when I read it, it felt like fire.
So, like-
I felt like I was reading fire.
Yeah, so like what I would like to tell you was like you were struggling with the Prophet Muhammad thing, right? Accepting him as the messenger. So what I would tell you is like the Quran is supposed to be the proof of his prophecy, right? Like why would you trust the words of a stranger? Like if you don't accept him to be the messenger of God, why would you follow the Quran? Because he's the one who
Well, I
Give
mean,
me
I
the
just try what he said, or what it says, and it makes sense, and it makes sense of the whole story of all the prophets. Like only follow God, only ask God for help.
Also, I would like to ask you one thing. Is like, for example, like, okay, this will be good. Okay.
All right.
Like, I'm gonna ask you.
Cook.
Okay.
Let him cook. Let him
Just from a
cook.
okay, just from a logical this thing. Okay. Imagine I'm like a robber. Okay, I rob people basically.
Okay.
So I would ask you like, prove me logically why robbing is bad for me. Why it's bad for me.
Bad for you?
Bad for me. Like I don't care what's happening to other guy. Why is it bad for me?
Why is it bad
Like, prove
for
it to
you
me,
and
like-
you alone?
Like logically,
Well,
just prove it.
you didn't earn it, which you'll get it. You'll reap the reward, but I think the universe works in a cycle. So I
Yeah,
think any harm
I'm
you
telling
do,
like I'm telling from like a purely logical stance.
well, wait, why is that not logical? Like what goes
Okay,
up
maybe
must
I-
come
I could-
down.
No, I'm saying is like maybe I could like help you out.
No, I know what you
could
mean,
say-
but I'm also like I'm kind of countering that. Like I think smiling at someone doesn't actually do anything for you, but then it actually does
Yeah,
because it like
okay.
always comes back.
Okay, I believe like we have 5 minutes. I don't want to like go
Okay, okay,
steer
okay.
sideways.
Okay.
So I feel like I could help you and say that you could say the police could catch me. Something like that. If I rob someone, the police could catch me.
Yes.
So I would tell you is like, what if I'm like a mafia or something? Like police is under in my pocket, and you know,
Wait, why is it?
why is it
wrong
bad for me? Why is it
you're
bad for
harming,
me?
because you're stealing from someone else. You didn't earn it.
I don't care about him. I'm saying it's like, why is it bad for me? I get to like party or something.
Because God will judge you.
Yeah, so I'm just saying. Yeah, exactly. So what I was trying to say is like as humans, I believe like for example like you just said robbing is bad, and some people like for example if I'm robbing from the rich giving to the poor, Robin Hood, you'd say it's good, right?
Yeah.
There's people who would say it's good, and
Oh,
I'm
well.
just saying it's like I'm just saying like for example like 100 years back in America, if you were homosexual you could be killed, and now it's like if you don't accept LGBT, they could put you in jail. So I'm just saying that like the opinions of people, like our moral compass, it's like for example, like here in India, like we're taught like like from a cultural even this thing like girls feel they don't like they don't feel good when they like when they get a man tries to get intimate with them, but when they watch some Netflix or something, it just feels like we're just influenced, like we get influenced very easily, right? And also like from like, everybody has a different POV, and like if everybody had a chance to like this is my religion, and even like what Dave said, right? Like okay, what Dave said was like what my neighbor what I would like for my neighbor, like I care about
Yeah.
him, right?
Uh-huh.
So what if I believe in like a crazy religion where I think like if I sacrifice that guy to some weird god, he's gonna be in heaven, and that's what I believe, and I believe that's genuinely good for him. I might just do it.
Well,
Next.
no. Hassan, come back. Rip Hassan. Well, Hassan, the timer just went off.
Yes, I'm coming.
Oh,
I'm
you're still
coming.
here. Okay, okay.
yeah.
That was funny.
It's like in India, it's like late night right now. So like my dad's like, "What are you doing?"
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Well, bro, do you want to make?
Yeah. So I was saying is like I believe like if God created us here, like in the Quran it says God created us for some purpose. We just didn't create you meaninglessly, simply. So I believe like there's also like a verse which says is like the truth is made clear from the falsehood. So there's no compulsion in religion. The truth has been made clear from the falsehood.
Yeah.
And like he said, like there's been thousands of religions and all. I do genuine. Even the Quran says it. Like I think in chapter 2 it says it's like there's only been one religion. There's always been one religion. People differ, right?
Yeah, I agree with
So
that.
the one
I'm
religion,
in with that.
that one religion has always been Islam. And like I think you've seen like like the also like I just want to point out like the biggest proof of prophethood to me is the Quran itself.
Yeah, I agree.
And also like miracles, like like Moses was given a miracle, he split the sea, right? Abraham was like Jesus was given a miracle, and all these miracles, like for example, if you were in if you were in the time of Moses, okay, you saw the sea split, and now your son, like you have a son, okay, your son, you tell your son, I saw Moses do this. Your son didn't see it. He'll be like, yeah, I didn't see it, but okay. And then your son, next generation, it just becomes a like a mythology or something, like just a you
Yeah.
know like a story, right? So what I believe is that the miracle, the what was given to Prophet Muhammad is the Quran. It's not a miracle that you see, but a miracle that you hear and you just read. And the Quran itself is a miracle.
Yeah, it makes sense. Hey, bro,
I feel like if you-
we're going speed rounds. I'm gonna switch it up. I appreciate you coming on, Hassan.
Yeah, I feel like
I want to come to India.
yeah. Also, I just want to tell like one last thing is like I feel like you really need to like streamline your thoughts. I feel like when you try, I know you're trying to bring this good thing where you want to unite everybody, but I feel like you in America, you're just like you're getting started, and you're stuck at the start point. You're not even like like I'm just saying is like if you try, you're like I'm gonna do Buddhism as well. I'm gonna do Christianity as well. I'm gonna go to this as well. You don't have a standing. It looks to people as if you don't have any substance, and eventually people will stop watching you if you just like you're like I'll do this as
Hey.
well, I'll do this as well. Like
I mean, that's their choice. That's their choice. But I
No,
get
I'm
what you're
saying
saying. I
like-
do need to streamline and like figure out what I believe. But that's
I'm
what this is about.
I'm saying like take your time, and I'm like also I want to tell you what please contact like like Sheikh Usman for he has this YouTube
Sheikh
channel like
Usman.
One Message
Sheikh
Foundation.
Usman. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like he could answer like a lot of your questions, and you would be really satisfied.
Hey,
Streamline.
Hassan, thanks for coming on, bro.
Yeah.
Cheers, brother.
Yeah.
God bless you. God bless
Thank
your
you.
father as well in the back. Tell him I love him, okay? See you, Hassan. What a guy, what a guy. Thanks, Hassan, for coming on. Hey, Centennial. I'm doing 5-minute speed rounds. So if you want to come on for the 5-minute speed round, brother, come on. All right, everyone below, if your camera is not on, I'm gonna kick you. Hey, Saj. You ready, Saj? Hey, Saj is ready. Hey, welcome, Saj. We got 5 minutes. Let me start this timer. Saj! Is that how you
What's
say your name,
going
bro?
on, man? Actually, that's just I just shortened it. My full name is actually it's Sajid.
Sajid.
But yeah.
Good to meet you, bro. I'm Grayson.
Good to meet you, man. What's
Thanks for
going
coming
on,
on
man?
here, bro.
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous. Not gonna lie.
Don't be, bro. I'm just some little punk. Like actually.
Yeah. No, I mean, no,
Seriously,
not
We're just talking through the screen and just people are watching. It's just like we're FaceTime.
right. So I mean, I was thinking about it. I just wanted to drop a big statement because there's this one scholar of the past. He made a statement that I heard one time and it really hit hard. He said that it's something on the lines of it's like someone who claims prophethood, right? They're either the best of people or they're the worst of creation. Because think about it, man. If someone is claiming to be a prophet of God, either they're telling the truth, right? And they're really from God, or they're trying to gain something. So it could be some sort of political advantage, some sort of power, something of that nature, right? Because why lie? If someone
Wait,
is
couldn't
trying
it be
to
both? What if it was both?
both,
they-
what do you mean?
Like they are a prophet of God and they are trying to gain something.
Well, I don't believe a prophet of God, right? They're sent by God. They're just trying to purvey whatever God told them. So they wouldn't be trying to gain like money, or they wouldn't be trying to gain, power for the sake of power. You know what I'm saying? Like worldly things, right?
Okay, go on.
So the scholar made the statement, either this person is a liar, right? And if a liar who claims prophethood, anyone will get to notice it because they'll see, he's trying to gain women or he's trying to gain political power or he's trying to take people's money, in the case of, some things that like the church is like they're reaping in money and he's driving a Ferrari,
Yeah.
So in that scenario, it's like, okay, they're either the best of people or they're the worst of people. That's really, and he was saying you can't really mistake it. Someone who's claiming to be from God, like you can, let's say you want to just bring a good message to people. If you're claiming you want to bring a good message to people, but then you're lying as your base, you know, things should be based off of their base intention. You're lying, you know. Like if I wanted to bring something good to you, let's say I wasn't a prophet, right? But I was trying to teach you a good lesson. I wouldn't start off saying I'm a prophet with a lie. You know, it's not exactly making much sense in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, okay. So now we have to investigate because, you know, everyone can claim. Personal thing is like it's not a personal thing. Without God and without I wouldn't exactly say religion, but without revelation, right? I don't believe you can really have morality. Because, you know, to the atheist person, I was debating with my atheist friend for months, is insane. But to an atheist person,
Your friend, what
sorry?
a loser.
What a loser, really. To an atheist person, I mean, we're just particles. Like, we're just atoms hitting each other, you know? So if you chop off the head of a snowman and the head of a man, there's no difference. It's just like particles moving around, you know? They're just being rearranged.
Yeah.
You can't ever assign like something being evil and something being good. It's not possible in that way. So because of that, I think.
But could I ask,
Yeah.
like, what if you were on an island and you had never left the island and you had been born there and nobody on the island had ever received revelations from God? You're saying there would be no, it'd just be like animals?
No, I'm saying that like without God and without revelation, you can't establish something is evil and something is good, right? You can only say like, okay, if you hurt people, right? You can say that it's hurting people, but you can't say hurting people is bad, you know? You can't prove that is what I'm saying. So without revelation, what it comes to is like, I think, you know, killing people is bad, but someone else may not think that. And who's to say he's more right than me or I'm more right than him? Who decides that? Because it's just my word against your word. So it's really just your own opinion. So I don't believe, and I don't think majority of people believe, like there are things that are certainly evil. There's no dispute about it. But if you remove God from the equation and you remove religion from the equation, you no longer have that certainty, that objective nature, that you can say, you know, this is 100% wrong. You can't say that without those things. So I just wanted to give you, whether you believe these narrations are true or not, right? If you hear them and you say, if they were true, I think he's true. You don't have to say that this is actually true. You say, if these, I'll give you a few of them. If these happen to be true, like these elements of his character, for example, right? If these happen to be true, then I believe he's true. Because I think like there's certain things I just don't believe anyone can have this type of character. So if you want to go through them, we can go through them, or if you don't want to, we don't have to.
Well, our 5-minute timer has just ran out.
All right, man.
You want to say one of them?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Dude, you're a G. You're a young seeker of knowledge, sir. So am I.
Hey, man. I've been studying for a long time.
Hey,
A few years. It's hard.
That's fire.
Yeah. It's a lot of things. Okay. What's a really good example? Okay, I think this is something I love that I hear a lot of the time. It says that, right?
Hey, John wants to hear you. They're saying keep him.
So one of the companions said, I myself witnessed on the day of Badr, you studied that fight, how we used to stay close to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, for cover. And he was the closest of us to the enemy, and he was the fiercest warrior on that day. So tell me this. It's perfectly okay for the leader of an army, for the leader of a country to be in the back, to be far away. But you're telling me this man was in the front. Find me one leader in history in the front of the army, and they used him as a shield. Like, do you know the bravery of that guy? That's insane. It's perfect.
Wait,
it would be perfect.
how did he not die though?
But that's what I'm saying. If you have certainty, like you know you're from God, you know God is with you, right? You know that God is going to send His aid. You're not scared. So you're really telling me that, like, I would have no problem if this said that he was in the back of the army. I'd be fine with it. He's he's the leader of the Muslims at the time. It's perfectly okay. Let him be in the back. Let them fight. He was in the front, and he was in front of everybody. He had no fear.
Yeah.
I was just
That's
like,
dope.
I mean,
Our
that's
leaders need to do
the
that
man.
today.
They wouldn't. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Kamala would.
Nah, man. I do not support any type of, like, when I see Kamala Harris coming on my YouTube ad and she's like, "Hey, support my campaign." I'm like, "Who are you?" I mean, these people, they're supporting genocide. None of them, they're all the same. Think about this. This will flip your head, Jake Grayson. We claim to be in a democracy and that we can choose whichever leader we want. But we only get to choose between the candidates. We don't choose the candidates.
Yo.
Who put them there?
Matrix just been broken. I've thought that too, bro.
We don't get
And
to
that's when I
choose.
realized I have no control.
You have no control. They're
So I
all
just
the
gotta keep doing
same.
push-ups. The
It's
only thing we
true.
can control is push-ups. That's
They're
pretty
all
much
the
about
same,
it.
man. It's true.
It's very true. Let's go. Hey, we got Mr. Man in the backstage dropping and give me 25. Let's go. Nobody can see him except me, but I'm gonna add him on here to show.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Mr. Man, I'm coming back to you in a minute. I just added you so they can see it. And Mr. Man, I'm coming back to you in a minute.
Take your time. Take your
I'm coming back
time.
to you in a minute. What a G.
Take your time.
What a legend. Absolute W.
I'll give. I don't know if you want to hear this, but it relates to leaders. That's why I'll mention it.
Okay.
This is not the prophet. This is just the after he died, the people who succeeded him as leader.
I can hear you.
Okay. There was one who took over later. His name was Omar, and there was this scenario where he basically was the leader of the Muslims, right? So he was walking through the streets, and he basically heard children crying,
Okay.
right, in someone's house. So he knocked on the door, and he asked the mom. He's like, "Why are they crying?" And she was like, "They're hungry." And he saw that she's cooking something. So he's like, "What are you cooking?" And she's like, I just have the food on the stove. I'm just hoping that they'll think about food and fall asleep because I don't have anything to feed them, right? So it's the leader of the Muslims. He's there. She doesn't know it's him. So then he says, she complains to him. She's like, "Man, look at that leader. Look at Umar," because he was the leader. He's just sitting there while we're suffering here. And he goes, he's the leader, but he doesn't reveal it to her. He goes, how would he know, that you guys are suffering? And she says, his problems should be our problems. Sorry, our problems should be his problems. So then he goes to the treasury, and he starts getting together food. And the man who works at the treasury, he's like, "All right, you're the leader. Let me take this. I'll fill up the bag. I'll take it to her." He's like, "No, it's my problem. These are my people." So he fills the bag himself. Think about the president, basically the president, the leader, fills the bag himself. He takes it to her, and he doesn't just drop the food on the porch. He takes the food, he starts cooking for her. And then, not only cooking, then he serves them food. And then she says, you shouldn't, Umar should not be leader. You should have been the leader. And then he says, if you go meet him one day, maybe you'll see me there. So that's the whole story. And it's like, these are the people who learned from the Prophet. And you can see it reflective in how they acted. If we had a leader like that today, who really cared, and even the leader just walking in the streets that can hear the problems,
Yeah.
it doesn't exist today.
Yeah. Hey, this is what we need more of today.
Right.
Maybe you should become a leader.
I hope,
Seems
man.
like, it seems like you already are. You're talking to thousands of people right now, 400 people live right now, and then thousands of people, God willing, are going to see this. So what do you got to say to the people besides the great message you've already dropped?
Whew.
You're on a
there's a
microphone in
thing.
front of 5,000 plus people right now.
There is no ability to change except except what God gives you. There's no ability or any power except what He gives you. Like whenever you think, you're gonna go do something, I'm gonna go help this person. Who gave you the legs to walk and help that person? Who gave you the hands or the idea to go help that person? You have nothing. Some people, they'll see that same person who's struggling and they'll walk by. Who gave them the idea, the ability, the hands, the idea to do it?
Yeah, yeah. No, you're right, bro. We didn't even birth ourselves.
Right. We
Our
did nothing.
Yeah. We're just doing what's already been done. We're just doing like step 100. We're doing like the last step. We're just like living. It's already,
Yeah.
The miracle's already been done. Hey, Saj, I appreciate you coming on here, bro. Can I ask how old you are?
I'm
22.
16.
16, bro. You know a lot. Hey, when you're my age, 22, when you're old and 22 years old, you know more than me, and that's pretty hard to do because I'm a pretty wise guy, you know? Some people say I'm the
Amen.
smartest guy in the world. What do you think about that,
They
Saj?
say knowledge is that which benefits. So it's really about whatever you do.
True.
If I know a bunch of things but they don't change my life, I have no knowledge.
We only can do what God give us. That's what I'm taking away from Saj, as well as those stories. Never heard those. And Muhammad fighting on the front line. We should all be doing that. If we really stand for something, then go stand for it. Hey, Saj, thanks for coming on, bro.
All right, I'll see you, man.
God bless you. God bless
God bless you too.
See you, bro. Hey, W Saj in the chat right now. Right now! Hey, Mr. Man. Hey, Yara, would you like to come up next? All right, let's go. Mr. Man, you're on deck. We got Yara, Mr. Man. After I give me some push-up, let's go! Ah! Let me put down my do-rag real quick. Let's go, baby. Come on. I see Mr. Man doing something. This is the only thing we can control, bro. And we're back. Got the blood flowing. Woo! Let's go, son. It's now or never. It's now or never. What are those? Okay, guys, let's bring up Yara. Hello.
Hello.
My name's Grayson. Hi, Yara.
Hi, Grayson.
Thanks for coming on. How are you?
Thank you for having this live.
Yes.
It's really interesting.
Yes. Can I ask where you're from?
I'm from Egypt.
From Egypt.
Yeah.
Do people wear this in Egypt?
What you're wearing?
Like red? What do you call it?
Depends on where from Egypt. If like from the Sinai Peninsula, then yeah, it has like a different pattern, but it's a bit similar.
Hey, do you think Islam makes the most sense?
Yeah. Yeah,
Why?
I think so. Well, even as a born Muslim, like I think I drifted away from Islam when you just like get so like into this world. But then a year ago, I started something similar to what you're doing right now. And I was like I even have the Bible here and the
wow.
Old Testament.
That's beautiful.
And I decided I want to read it all. Like I hadn't even have read the Quran itself. in my life. I don't know where. Here it is. And now, like, I read it last Ramadan, and I had like I would put a sticky note wherever
Is
I
that
was.
the Bible?
like- no, that's the Quran.
Oh, that's Quran.
Wait, let me show you the Egyptian
that's-
Bible.
That's a lot of notes right there.
Yeah,
As a true student.
I was
Student brigade.
actually surprised. Like, I was so impressed. Like, I was, yeah, that
With
makes
what?
sense.
The Bible?
With the Quran. And
Oh.
then with the Bible too, it was really interesting because I was reading things in the Old Testament and I was like, God literally says in the Quran that he revealed exactly the same in the Old Testament. I was like, I love this. I love this. I was so inspired, honestly.
Yeah, reading both the books, really, it's a shame that most people don't read both of them, but
Yeah.
I think when you read both, you can see a lot of similarities. And when I read the Bible
Yeah.
first and then the Quran, I saw that. You see the whole message and how some parts change.
Yeah.
Like, then it starts to be like clear. At least it was clear to me. Like the Quran just seems to be the true. Like if you dig deep past some of the stuff on top of the Bible, it's like Islam is in the Bible.
And it's not like because we believe that the Bible or the gospel, the original gospel that was sent to Jesus, and the Torah that was sent to Moses, and the Zabur that was sent to David, and Suhuf Ibrahim that was sent to Abraham, all these were part of Islam. So it's not like the Bible takes you to a different religion. I mean, we believe now it's changed and there are things that have been added and removed. But originally, this was also the message of God, and this is why it's written in the Quran.
Yeah.
So disassociating them from each other is not really the right thing to do, in my opinion.
Hey, well. So, how long have you been a Muslim? Your whole life?
All my life.
But you said
I'm 24 right now, so my entire life. And I grew up with a really strong education, Islamic education. My school was a Muslim school in Saudi Arabia. It was really nice. But then when I came to Egypt, I drifted away so much. My school was like very Western, I would say, which kind of, it just made me drift away. And then a year ago, I don't know, I was just very inspired and I started reading things accidentally. And I finished reading the Quran and I was like, what? How come I've never read this? How
common is
like-
that for the Muslims around friends? Have most of your Muslim friends never read it?
I'm not really in the best circles, so yeah, I would say, I mean, I know a lot of people who've read it, definitely all of it, because the majority of Muslims have read all of it, but I just think I was surrounded by a lot of people who religion is not their priority. But now that I'm starting to read and I'm starting to talk about it more, I think a lot of my friends were also inspired by that, and that's nice.
That's great. Well, what specifically would you?
But I just want to tell you something because this is what.
Go ahead. Go.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I just want to say that the questions you have are valid, and they all have answers, and they're the typical questions that are. I would say it's part of the propaganda against Muslims, why did Muhammad marry a young girl, or why did Islam spread by sword, just like the other empires, or apostasy. All these questions have answers. You just need to ask the right people for them. You need to ask someone who knows the answer. I know their answers, but I feel like you can ask a scholar of Islam or a sheikh, and there are many people online who stream as well, and you can ask them. And by the way, just for
why do I have to ask someone why is it not clear already?
It's clear. It's just many people don't know. If you asked me this a year ago, I wouldn't have known because I wouldn't have researched it. And also, these questions are not asked here. They're mostly in Western settings. For example, the question of Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, radiallahu anha, one of the best people to walk this earth. Literally, she was engaged before the Prophet. And it was a typical thing. My grandma got married at 14 years old. So it
Really?
makes sense that 1,000. Yeah, this is
wow.
this is very typical.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I only know what I'm surrounded by. so it's not typical for me.
Yeah,
That's why. That's
it's
why
because
I'm like,
people.
wow. I mean, my
Yeah,
grandma
people
got
like
married.
1,000
My
years.
grandma got married at like before my grandparents got married before me right now. So I can see it's the trend is at least right now is getting older. Like my parents are
Exactly.
after them, and I don't know when I'll get married. But
People matured earlier and hit puberty earlier, and people like she was literally engaged before, and when the prophet came with the revelation, people were mocking him, calling him a liar, calling him, you read the Quran, so you see how God was talking about this. They called him a liar, they called him he's hungry for power, they called him crazy, but they never told him you're marrying a 9-year-old, or actually we're not sure what her age was, but they never talked about this or attacked him for it because it was completely normal in their society. In fact, Islam prohibits marrying someone who did not, like, if it's against the culture to marry as someone of a specific age, like now you can't marry someone who's that young, and their parents have to approve, and it has to be socially approved, and she was engaged before that, so it shows it was very normal. And you have to read about the prophet, because I'm sure you're gonna love him so much. Like he's very similar to Jesus and Moses, peace be upon them. They're like amazing characters.
when you say I'll love him, like what do you mean? Love the idea of him, like what he teaches?
Yeah,
You mean, like, love him.
yeah, he's a really nice person.
But you speak of him like you've met him. Like you're speaking in the
Because
present
we know
tense.
everything about him. He's the most documented person in the world. Do you know that?
I just don't understand why do you use present tense? Like you love him right now when he is a man that lived a long time ago and is passed away.
That's interesting. I think it's because we know him now.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. It just sounds like this is what people say in Christianity, like you get to know Jesus, like get to know him, like because he's still here, like that's the belief. It's like when you say like you'll love him, like, as if his spirit is like gonna enter me.
I think like we don't believe in it in that way. We just believe that his teachings are still with us, and that he for us is the example, similar to how Jesus was like embodying the gospel. For us, he's the example of how to apply the Quran in your life. So the way he did it, and his sincerity with people, and his kindness, even when someone did something wrong or sinned or all these things, his forgiveness is really nice and really inspires us and makes us feel accepted.
Yeah.
So
wait, can I ask you about more? Can I ask you a question?
yeah, sure.
So it doesn't. Did you ever think it was weird that Muhammad married a young girl? Did you ever at one point think that was weird, and now you
No.
think that's normal? Or
At
did you
first,
always,
yeah.
like how
At
did
first,
you go from thinking that was weird to being like, okay, that's normal?
no, I didn't think it was weird at first, but then when I like saw a lot of, like, maybe when I grew up, like after like I was 20, 21, and I would see people from abroad say the questions of like Islam is a violent religion, or the Prophet married a 9-year-old, and I would start feeling, yeah, well, is 9 years old feels like so young, and then I started to feel like it's wrong, but originally I didn't feel like it's wrong. And then when I listened to a lot of people talking about it, first of all, we don't have actual proof that she was 9 years old because the way they tracked age was different. And second of all, it was totally normal at that time that when a girl hits puberty, she gets married.
Yeah, I mean that is
So
God's
it's,
way of going from one stage to child to woman.
yeah, and they matured differently. So life was tougher. Like even men got married at 11 and
So
10
why?
years
So
old.
wait, why do you think that that's? And like in Egypt, is there an age of like? Is there
Yeah.
an age of marriage? Like you can't get married. Can you get married at 9 in Egypt?
Now, no, you can't get married at 9 now. You can get married, I think, I don't actually know the actual age. I think it depends on where in Egypt, because in specific
Oh.
areas, in deserts, or like because there are parts of Egypt that are deserts, or like in Upper Egypt, for example, I think it's different. Sometimes when a girl or a guy hit puberty, they get married.
Oh, sometimes still in Egypt.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's not like that in America.
But there is a minimum age that I think it's like maybe 16, or I'm not sure actually.
Yeah. So, what's like the common age of marriage in Egypt? Like, what's the average? Like, I would say here in America, it's probably like 25, maybe.
Yeah, in Cairo right now, I think it's like from 22 to 25. But
Okay.
people get married after that, sometimes before that. It depends.
It's nice to. It's so cool that we can talk from the other side of the world. What time is it right there in Egypt?
It's 11:30 p.m.
11:30 p.m. Hey,
Yeah.
is there any other last notes? Anything you want to say to the 400 people watching and the thousands that will, God willing, watch this in the future?
I want to say, as much as it's nice to talk online and be in, like, the public eye and inspire people, also be very careful, like, where you're getting your information from. All of us, like, really all of us, because sometimes, because our thoughts are really, really influenced by other people's thoughts and sometimes other people's agendas. So I would say be very careful what you hear and what you consume. And if you're going to like hear a lot from this side, also hear a lot from this side, and try to seek like high levels of, like, I don't know, like scholarly opinions, because your questions are really nice and very easy to answer. So I just want I want to tell you that there are answers and, like, especially about the question of apostasy, because it's like what you're thinking is completely wrong. Of course it's scary to be like, you're going to be killed if you leave Islam. This is not how it is.
That's not true.
No.
Even under an Islamic
It has
government, Mr. Man is laughing in the background.
It has specific rules. So that the idea is that if you're in an Islamic country where everyone is abiding by Islam and the rules of Islam are part of the law, and then you say, not only do I not want to be a Muslim, I also want to spread, because in Islam you have to pay zakat to the poor people. You have to, for example, there are specific things you can't do because they harm society. So if you're like, no, I don't believe in Islam, I'm not going to do these things, and I want to spread these things, and I want to corrupt people or harm them, or like steal, for example, and not have the consequences, whatever, if you want to do this, no, you can't do this. But if you don't want to believe in Islam, this is something else. In fact, the Prophet lived with a lot of people that are called the munafiqeen, who would say, I'm Muslim, but then they aren't Muslims, or they would go back to the religion, but they are not harming people. And he would say, I'm not one to judge them. God will judge them because it's inside them. But if you're actively impacting and hurting people, you're breaking the law, this is something else.
Physically, you mean physically hurting?
In different ways, like physically hurting.
And where
maybe
is this
stealing.
taught? Like, where are you getting this from? From just like other people said this?
Mainly from like the hadith, like the Prophet's life and how he lived, and also explanation of the Quran.
Okay. I mean, yeah, after I read the Quran for the first time, I was like, whoa, this is beautiful. Like, this makes sense. And then people start like bringing up issues to me, and I'm like, oh, this wasn't even like that wasn't even of concern until you said it. Like, the Quran doesn't say kill someone who leaves or something. It just gets confusing. Like, do you only follow the Quran, or follow the Quran and this book? And like for a beginner like me who hasn't learned about Islam my whole life, I'm like, wait, so we're adding another book? And then like, oh, like you can, like that. You laugh, but that's exactly what happened to me. Like, I read the Quran and was like, oh my gosh. Then I went to a mosque, and like the first time I ever went to a masjid, I walked in and I was with my friend. He showed me, and he was like, yeah. And after we prayed, he like showed me there was a bookshelf. I was like, oh, cool. And I was like, you know, I don't read any Arabic, so I just see a bunch of jibber jabber across all the books. I'm like, well, what are all these books? Like, you know, I'm used to going to a church and it's the Bible. The Bible is the only book that's there. It's not like there's other books written there. And so then when I went to the masjid and I saw all the books, I was like, oh, what's this one? He's like, oh, this one's like a hadith book. It's like sayings of the Prophet. And I was like, wait, so there's more? I was like, whoa. like I didn't know this, and then I learned that it's normal to accept the hadith, and if you only accept the Quran, then you're in a minority. And then I kind of was like, whoa, wait, oh, so I don't understand this really. I thought I read the Quran and understood it, but
it's kind of just like the Quran is the base point. So it was the miracle that was sent to the Prophet to prove a lot of things and stop a lot of things and change a lot of things. The hadith is just a further elaboration of the Quran, and it's sort of what the Prophet said and how he applied the Quran, how he lived. So a lot of people, like, I don't know all of the hadiths the Prophet said because it's an entire lifetime where he said things, and there's a science behind how we are sure that this is something that is verified, he actually said it or not. So this is an entire science. People like dedicate their lives to studying it. So you don't have to like go into the deep intricacies of this. It's interesting still. Like there's a very nice hadith of the Prophet that says, a true Muslim, a true believer is the one who loves for the other person what he loves for himself. And this is very nice.
That's what Jesus said too in the Bible.
Yeah, when you were saying this, I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, no, I've read the
Seriously.
hadith you just said. Like the other one that's impacted me a lot is like the world is below your mother's feet. It's like that one's so beautiful and so true. None of us would be here had our mom, like everyone came from their mother, every single person, and then every single mother came from their mother, and it's like the world really is below your mother's feet, like that, like wow. And the one you said, there's another one, I don't know if it's that same one, but there's another one where it's like a Muslim does this is what a Muslim does, he does these 3 things, and it's like wow, it's so simple. Like you can get so complex into religion, and then you can just like go the opposite way and make it like so simple, like don't harm people.
Yeah,
like that's what someone who loves God is. They're not harming people. Yara, thank you for coming on here. You're one of the first people, maybe the first person I've ever spoken to from Egypt. I really want to go to Egypt.
Really?
Actually, I know I did have a friend. I did have a friend in Spain from Egypt. Yeah, but yeah, you're one of the first people I've ever spoken to from Egypt. So,
lucky
God
me.
willing, I'll go one day. No, lucky me.
Yeah, if you will come, I'll take you around Egypt.
Yeah. All I think of when I think Egypt is just pyramids, but I know there's a lot more than that.
Yeah,
like
there's a lot.
Every country's like known for like one thing. Like,
Yeah.
When I traveled everywhere, I was like, yeah, I'm from America, and people would be like, guns. I'd be like, what?
Yeah. What?
You think people just like shoot each other every day here? Like, bro, you're just watching the news. Okay, Yara, I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you so much. Good
W Yara
luck.
in the chat. Do you send W's in the chat? W in the chat right now. W Yara. God bless you, Yara, and your family. May God guide us
Thank
both.
you so much. You too.
So long.
Bye.
Bye-bye. W. So nice. That was interesting. Anyone else in the chat from Egypt? Anyone else in the chat from Egypt? Where's everybody from? Oh my gosh, chat going crazy right now. Who else is from Egypt in the chat? If so, what city? Egypt, Egypt, Egypt. Hey, my name is Grayson Brock. I'm 22 years old. I'm sweating a little bit because I've been dropping some push-ups, having some great conversations today. I'm streaming live from Texas, the best country in the USA. Everybody during this stream, I've heard about 10 gunshots outside. It's pretty dangerous here. Anyways, chat, if you'd like to directly support the channel, you can send me a private message and buy me a coffee below. I appreciate you guys being here. I hope your life is being improved by these streams. If not, then get off and do some more push-ups, okay? Hey, Mr. Man, you ready? Let's go. Not a woman, but a man. Mr. Man. Ladies and gentlemen.
Bismillah.
I feel like I've already met you from just watching you in the backstage. You're hilarious.
Yeah. No, I've definitely feel the energy. I've had a lot of friends like you, subhanallah.
Let's go. Let's go.
I want to start off, if you'll allow me, by saying a little something, if that's okay.
Go for it.
Say Bismillah wa salatu salam ala Rasulullah. We always start with the name of Allah in anything we do.
Wait, can you explain that? I always hear Muslims say that, and I hear like I don't even
Bismillah.
hear.
Bismillah means in the name of Allah.
In the name of God, in the name of
Yeah.
Allah.
بسم الله نبتدي. يعني in the name of Allah we start. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. To everyone in the chat. That
Peace be
means,
upon everyone listening.
yeah, peace be upon. Assalamu alaikum, which means peace be upon you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And the mercy and blessings of Allah be upon you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In Islam, if you say, you can either say Assalamu alaikum or Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. It's even in the Quran. You must have read it in your 18-hour read. I don't know if you remember. But
No, I don't.
It says if someone makes salam to you, respond with that which is equal or better.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So if someone
But
says
anyway.
peace be with you, peace be better. Okay.
Yeah. So and then I want to say dua. I say ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. This is also in the Quran. Musa alayhi salam, Moses, peace and blessings be upon him. He says this when he's he's being ordered to go to the Pharaoh and confront him and challenge him essentially. And he says this supplication, which says, "Yani, oh Allah, like clear my chest and make my situation easy and untie the knot in my speech," I guess, but it's literally meaning throat. So he's saying that, and then he says يَفْقَهُ قَوْلِي, so you may understand what I'm trying to say. Because a lot of times we want to say something, like the people who came in the chat, mashallah, and I want to say, thank you to Sajid, thank you to Yara and Hassan and Dave even, and everyone who's joining. Because this is what we need more of, bro. Like, we need people having conversations and just getting the truth out there. Let everything come to the stage. Whoever wants to say a point, they can come and say it. And if they're really about it, they can stand on what they mean and believe. If you can't, stay in the chat. Stay in the chat and click away.
Dude, you're funny. You're funny.
But yeah, and alhamdulillah, with all that being said, and I want to say Allah, everyone in the chat, all the Muslims say as-salatu was-salam ala Rasulullah, make salah on the Prophet. A lot of people have a misunderstanding when they hear, especially like new Muslims or people exploring. They say, why are you Muslims, you always make supplications on the Prophet? Do you worship God or do you worship the Prophet? You guys are just like Christians. Some people, they think like this, but the reality is that the Prophet ﷺ, he's a man, he's a human. We believe he is the best of creation, no doubt. But he is a man, and so we ask Allah, and this is why we're not putting him on the same level. We're asking the Most High to bless him and give him blessings.
Because he's just a man, you're asking God to bless him.
Yeah, we're asking that because we love him, and at the end of the day, none of us would have Islam and the Quran had it not been for him. You have to understand, Grayson, when Islam started, it was just an oral tradition. There was no one writing books of hadith or even Quran. There were people transcribing Quran early on, very early on, and we have some of those manuscripts. But essentially, everyone, communicated and spread the Quran based on speech and memorization, Sorry, but I wear these because the light is very strong, and I really wanted to have this conversation, but I'm gonna go to sleep after, hopefully, inshallah. But if it gets too close to Fajr, I'll stay up. It's okay.
Wait, where are you from?
I'm from the UAE, United Arab Emirates.
Whoa.
I'm from Abu Dhabi. Yeah, I mean, it can be a little problematic for some people, but I always like to say the people should be separated from the state, and they shouldn't be held accountable for things that their country does. Like, you're an American, right? I will never say, "Oh, you did this in my country, you did this in my Muslim brothers."
Sir, I did nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
I just woke up here.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's at the base of Islam is love. It's kindness. It's you want for your brother what you want for yourself. Like Yara said, that's a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. He says it is belief. إنه الإيمان and something along the lines of iman, i.e. belief, true belief, is to love for your brother what you love for yourself. And yani brothers, in the Arabic language, when you're using something gender neutral, it always comes back to the masculine. That's just the way it is. Like even if you're talking to a group of girls and guys, you could use like Ya Shabab, مثلا. Someone could say Ya Shabab, which is a term that means oh young men, really, literally, but it encompasses all the men and the women, you know. Or if like someone you're talking about someone you don't know their gender, you can use the masculine term, you know. And this is another thing I wanted to say. I'm not by any means a scholar. I don't even consider myself a student of knowledge.
Wait, question. Why does everyone
Yeah.
say that? It's very common.
Because this is the thing. Because
like in Christianity, this doesn't really exist. Like, but people will say, I'm not a pastor. But like in Islam, like everybody's like, I listen to Muslims on podcasts. And like, well, I'm not a scholar. So like they preface everything with like, I'm like, everyone is telling me this. Who can tell me the answer then?
Well, this is the thing, Grayson. It's like this, right? If tomorrow, God forbid, and I hope you live a long, healthy life, if you had, if you had anything like bad happen to you, or you had like a heart issue, you wouldn't go out on YouTube and find the first person talking about like heart treatment or heart surgery and like start opening yourself up, or call up your friend and you're like, yo, start doing this on me, right? You would go to a doctor and that person would treat you. Same way in Islam, and this is the beauty of Islam, right? Like even this is a book of hadith, and I heard you say it can be a little daunting, and we can talk about that later. But the point I want to bring up is this is a science. All of this is and in Islam it's obligatory to do this, but only for a set group of people. It's called fard kifaya, which is like an obligation but it's only an obligation for a set group of people. So only a select group of people have to do it, and if a select group of people do it, then it's fine, you know?
Okay.
So, like for example, praying on the dead. Like if someone dies, a few people go and they pray on the dead, and it's fine, you know? And it's a special prayer. It's not like the prayer we pray to God. Even though it is a prayer to God, we're making supplication stuff. Anyway, bro, I don't want to make this so boring and stuff. I know you're a creator and you want to, have retention and stuff like. So it's cool.
Dude, I'm
guys,
happy.
stop grilling him because he's laughing. Like, it's fine, Adi. I know it's troll. I'm coming on like this. So it's whatever. I wanted to know, like, how are you doing? You know, like, how are things on your end? How's this experience been? I really just came across you today, by the way. You showed up on my homepage on that 18-hour.
Today you saw that.
Yeah, today. You have all those writings on your bio. What's this guy doing? Halfway through the reading, you're going like this. I'm like, what's this?
Yes, this.
SubhanAllah, and, like, this is the thing. Like, a lot of people might have seen that and been like, "Oh, this guy's being disrespectful." But like, that's really just their love for the book and the religion. And I know, like, I assume you wouldn't do that now, you know. But in the moment, I was looking at it, I was like, "Wow, this guy," and it was just innocent, you know. Like,
it was people. Nobody understands, like, except their perspective. I mean, if anyone was me, and if I were you or you or you or you, I would think differently. But if someone was in my shoes, like, I had never touched a Quran until that day. So me even going to buy the book felt so, and nobody directly told me this, right? So it's not like I can point the finger, like someone in my life taught me that this is bad. Like, nobody actually said that to me. It's just you just.
Well,
to it.
So would you say that like you just know how to be a good person on your own, or like?
Oh, I mean, I grew up with parents that from the day I was born, like, taught me that there's a God who's watching over you who you can pray to. So,
but they also taught you, like, do this and don't do that, right? Like. Yeah.
I mean, I grew up in a Christian environment, and that was like the basis of, every before eating dinner with my family, you know, we say
Yeah,
a prayer.
yeah.
We say a prayer to God. We give thanks.
Man, that's beautiful, man. I
Yeah,
swear
I praise God that I was born in a family that loves God
Alhamdulillah.
and worships God.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah, that's
So
beautiful, man.
that's where I got the basis of
Yeah.
like reading the Bible, and then I took it upon myself to go read the Bible because when I was in high school, which when I was like
That's
16,
really good.
17 years old, I was like, wait, why is no one? The Bible's very long, 10 times longer than the
Yeah.
Quran, more or less. So it is a long
Yeah.
book, but like nobody reads it. Like when I say nobody, I'm exaggerating, but pretty much nobody reads
yeah.
it. Like I'm like, everybody says, if you were to interview people on the street, like, oh, what's the most important thing in your life? Like, oh, God. You're like, oh, yeah. This. Like, how have you read the book?
Well, it's
Like,
easy,
oh,
isn't it?
no.
It's easy.
Yeah.
Like, it's easy to. No offense. Like, I really don't mean. By the way, I want to say now, like, a Christian, a Jewish person, they will always be closer to me. They will always be closer to me than a person who is actively opposing religion and God of any
100%.
decree. And that's not to say I would attack that person or I would fight that person. I'm just saying when I hear, oh, praise be to God, even if you're a Christian, bro, there's something in my heart that lights up. Like, I'm like, wow, that person, like, they've got their fitra, they've got their like instinct, they're like
yeah, and you feel
birth
comfortable too
instinct.
because they believe that they'll be judged, so you don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
even if you just are selfish, if they're like, oh, I believe in God, you're like, okay, good, this person's not gonna kill me probably because they think they'll be like for no reason or do something haram to me. Like they believe they'll be judged, so I kind of feel a little bit more safe versus someone saying, oh yeah, I don't believe in anything. Like we make up morals. You're kind of like, oh, so what are your morals? Like.
Yeah. It's strange because, to me, it feels like all these people who have no beliefs, they got to benefit off of religion all these years, and religion came and established the law, and it gave morality to society and all these things, and then they want to act like now, oh, you can just be a good person. Oh, they're like, come on, bro. You did not build this overnight, Like, you did not come to the conclusion that, like, oh, by the way, in Europe, in the Middle Ages, Allahu Akbar. Wallah, I'm loving the chat right now, man. It's Allah Mubarak. Even the people bigging up UAE, I really appreciate that. But I wanted to say, in the Middle Ages, in Europe, in the Middle Ages, they didn't even consider the woman to have a soul. Let that sink in. Let alone vote, let alone own property, let alone inherit anything. They didn't even consider women to have souls. In the Middle Ages,
Wait, but like according to what? Like each person thought
there's
that?
there's little like council meetings on discussions. If I don't really want to get into this too much, but really in Europe you can trace this back, and you can find council meetings where they were discussing whether or not women had souls. Like whether women were like people or they had like thinking minds. And this is the thing. Islam, when it came down, it established the right for women. It stopped people from the horrible tradition of burying their daughters. It assured inheritance for those women. Like, this was a beautiful thing. And over time, by the way, these philosophies, these beliefs, these practices, they went through to Europe because the Muslims took from Europe in terms of philosophies and stuff, in terms of like theory of knowledge and all these things, and they developed on them. Even like if you look into Andalusia and all this stuff. Anyway, bro, it's a whole thing. My point is it wasn't built overnight. People have morality today, and it came from religion. It came from a religion because let's go from scratch, right? Sajid, I think, was trying to explore this point, but bless him, I think his nerves got to him a little. And I'm also nervous. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, I'm nervous because, again, like I said, I'm not a scholar. I haven't always been on my best deen. Like Sajid, Allah Mubarak, he's like, how old was he? He's 16, right? I can't say I was as good as he was. I can't say I was going out trying to advise people and stuff. Can you?
No, I mean, I think we've all gone through
the
roller coaster.
Yeah, exactly. But like, subhanAllah, when I see him, I'm so impressed.
God willed it. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, man. Um, if we go back to this point of like no morality, nothing, like how can you prove that something is good or bad? You might say, oh, okay, well, if you hurt someone else, that's bad. Okay, so if I hurt myself, it's okay. You know?
Yeah.
Okay, if I and then these people who say, oh, if you hurt other people, what you're doing is bad. Okay, let's assume, right? A sensitive topic. Can I speak freely?
Yes. Always.
You know, a PDF downloader. Let's call him. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Yes, I think so.
A person who has a sexual deviant interest in children.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah. So this person, let's assume he goes online and he finds fictional drawings of minors. Is that immoral?
To me,
It's immoral, right?
Yeah.
Like if he's going online and he's looking at kids, even if they're not real, even if they're like AI generated, it's immoral because he's promoting that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. Like that person who says, "Oh, you're free to do it as long as you don't harm anyone," that fails that test because who's he harming when he does that? And regardless,
Self, really.
yeah, and it's immoral.
His own soul.
But he might say, "Well, I enjoy this." He might say that. He might say, "Oh, I enjoy it." What can you say? You can't really say anything.
Yeah.
Like, because, and this is a very widespread idea in the West nowadays. They say you're free to do as long as you don't hurt anybody. Or you can do whatever you want as long as you don't hurt anybody. And that's why you get a lot of like.
But isn't it what that says in the hadith? Well, I think it says like if you don't harm another Muslim. But isn't there a hadith that says like basically a Muslim is one? I think me and Yara just mentioned it. A Muslim is one who doesn't harm another Muslim.
Allahu Alam. I think like the point I'm trying to make is not that you should harm anyone. I think it's good. It's a good practice to not harm people. But the issue I have is with the definition of harm. Like someone might say, it doesn't harm anyone for me to teach homosexuality in elementary schools. What? It does harm people. Imagine someone goes and look at now. People in America, they want to teach this stuff in schools. People in England, they want to teach this stuff in schools. And they say that, who's that harming? It's just knowledge. Who's that harming?
Yeah.
That's what they'll say. But then when little Johnny goes up and he goes out with, I don't know, Tom, Dick, and Harry, and they get it on, and one of them contracts STD, then what? Who's going to say there's no harm in teaching in schools? They'll say, oh. Anyway, I really don't want to make this like super boring and like, because I know you're a content creator, bro.
Well, I'm also just a person just sitting here.
Yeah. What I wanted to ask you was, what's holding you back right now? Like, what's stopping you?
Fear.
Yeah.
Okay, one.
Uh-huh.
Fear, but like, what do I mean by that? Like, fear of saying I'm Muslim, and now thinking like as soon as I walk out of my house, like because I make videos online, people might know I'm Muslim, and like, am I doing everything that is going on with that? Sometimes no. So I'm like, oh, I don't want to do I kind of started getting scared. Like, dude, do I really want to? Am I going to be doing a disservice to this if I'm not actually following it all the time? But then you go down the rabbit hole of like, well, nobody's actually. That's the whole point of the religion, is to become better. Yeah. Like, that's the entire point of it. It's not, you don't like become a Muslim after you've perfected yourself. Like the whole.
Bro, like you're more of a Muslim than a lot of us here in this chat, and I count myself in that. Like, for you to say like, I'm worried I won't do this deen justice, I won't do this religion justice, is a beautiful thing, and that in itself is worship. And understand, bro, like no one after the Prophet ﷺ, and outside of all of the prophets, no one can ever worship Allah and give the religion of God what it deserves the way they did, the way the prophets did. None of us. And we will always fall short. We will always fall short. And that's why when you went through your read, how much emphasis is there put on repentance? You know? Like they.
I mean, yeah, the most gracious, the most merciful.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like from the very beginning.
Exactly. And so much on patience. Like, and a person has to be patient, and they have to keep repenting. They have to keep coming back. And this is the thing. Like, Grayson, if you do anything, no one's gonna be like, "Oh, you have to do this." I mean, some people might come up and they might be like, "Oh,
it's
why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?" You know, like
it's more like okay. So I'm surrounded by only Christians when I
Yeah.
mean, unless I go out of my way to meet Muslims, I am never going to be sitting next to a Muslim, like by accident. Like I'm in a Christian country, with all my friends, everybody's Christian, and I'm not thinking, okay, if I become, start saying to these, everybody knows, oh yeah, Grayson's Muslim. Like, am I representing it? And
bro, I want to stop you right there because you're in America. You're in Texas, bro. You're in Texas. No, I'm saying there's a lot of Muslims in Texas.
Yeah, no, there is.
Who drink, who smoke, who sleep around, and none of us, no one who's a true Muslim who is a believer of God will go out and say that person is not a Muslim. I will say that right now. If they pray 5 times a day, or they try, or they're making an effort, they're constantly repent. Even if they're not, you have to assume that they are. You have to assume that they are. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt and care and love for your brother that is a Muslim. So if you're worried about your Christian friends and how they're gonna perceive you,
I mean, I think
That's another thing.
I'm just scared for like my whole like what am I getting myself into? Like I'm about to basically say like everyone I know,
yeah,
I'm over here, and I'm kind of like like whoa, like imagine if you like vice versa. If you're surrounded by Muslims and you were like oh my gosh, you had a moment where you now believe Jesus is God, and you're gonna become a Christian. Like how. And not only that, but you're making videos about it online. So your neighbor next to you might be like, "Oh yeah, Mr. Man he's making Christian videos. He's right over there."
Yeah.
Like that's
no,
me
I totally
right now.
get that. Yeah.
And I'm like,
well, Grayson, look, like, is this?
But it's not really about my feeling. It shouldn't be about my feelings.
No.
It's true.
No. Look, your feelings are valid. You have to think about these things, and this is what is gonna elevate your rank anyway. If God willing, you accept Islam and you move forward, this is what's gonna elevate your rank. This is what's gonna make you stronger. The Grayson that feared and the Grayson that overcame that fear are not the same Grayson, and that is all going to be rewarded bidnillah. If you want to do that, if you don't, it's your own journey, like on the Day of Judgment, we both believe in the Day of Judgment, right?
Yeah.
Christian, Muslim. On the Day of Judgment, they won't ask your Christian friends. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not ask your Christian friends. He won't say, "Oh, Grayson, come bring your friends," and and he won't ask you. He won't ask you about your friends. He won't say, and it's you, it's me, it's all of us alone. And YouTube it's a beautiful thing. I think there's good and bad and everything. I'm not here to knock YouTube or anything. I'm an easy going guy. Even the Quran
so
says,
funny, bro.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and I'm paraphrasing, but he says, and that's why we've made you a middle nation, to be close to everyone. And that's why when you're saying you see Islam and Christianity and vice versa, it makes sense because we believe in the same prophets. We believe in the same.
They're so similar.
Wallah, the chat is beautiful. You have such a beautiful chat, bro. You must have done something right. Allahu Barak.
No, I actually feel the same way. I'm like, these are some of the. I've never interacted with such until making these YouTube videos. I've never.
Even the trolls. Even the trolls are nice. I like the trolls in your chat.
Hey, wait, Mr. Man, let me remove you and add you back 1 second. It's glitching.
Yeah, take your time. My bad.
I don't know. Let me see. It was better connection a bit ago. I mean, I can still hear you great. It's just a little bit.
Maybe it's because I have like other tabs open.
Well, it just started happening like a few minutes ago. But.
Okay.
Hey, we need to drop and give and get 25 push-ups right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go. Oh wait, it's
Let's do it. I got a pull-up bar as well if you wanna.
oh for real. I know. You gotta punch him.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. let's go. Yalla.
Let's go. I'm not gonna be able to hear you.
Okay.
Let's go. Come on. 25, baby. 10. I'm gonna do more than him. I'm just gonna do a few more just so I can beat him.
Oh, bro, why does it look like I'm doing girl push-ups?
W's.
Bro, it looks like I'm doing girl push-ups. I gotta do them again, bro. Nah. On the next one, I'll put some pants on and I'll roll up my thobe. Guys, I'm doing real push-ups. Nobody say I'm doing girl push-ups. All respect to girl push-ups. If you gotta do girl push-ups so you could do man push-ups, that's cool.
Hey, Mr. Man, you got any final message for the people?
Wallah, I just want to say, be kind to each other. And to all the Muslims, ya akhi, exercise good manners. Be good to everybody. Mr. Man did 25, but he had his knees on the floor. No, bro. I need to do it again.
Mr. Man is a W. Where'd he go?
Bro. There's a guy. Wait, Grayson. And then bring on this Quran OnlyFans guy. Huh. Okay, wait.
Okay.
Let me take this off.
Yo, W Mr. Man in the chat right now. Alright, you're muted. Hey, Mr. Man, we're losing connection here, guys. Look at your movement, Adam. Bro, this guy's hilarious. Mr. Man, W. Mashallah, man. He's the mashallah man. Bro, it's filming from Mars. Oh, Kurt. Let's look at chat. Alright, we've lost connection officially with Mr. Man. Mr. Man. Oh, let me just say goodbye to him. Mr. Man, I just want to say goodbye. You're on mute. You're muted. Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Mr. Man, thank you for coming on, bro. You're a W.
Let me land, bro. Let me land, please.
Guys,
everyone say Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Don't forget to make salah on the Prophet, and don't forget to pray for our brothers and sisters in Palestine and all the Muslims around the world. And don't forget to make salah on the Prophet. And if you ever need help with anything, always go to Allah first. Bruce Lee push-up. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Jason.
Mr. Man, thanks for coming on, bro.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Salam.
See you,
I
bro.
hope we'll talk soon in the future.
Yes, sir, bro. Inshallah.
Okay.
God bless, bro. What a G. W Mr. Man right now. Hey, Kurt. Kurt, you don't want to come on right now? I need to make myself a coffee. Wow, this has been great. Talking to people from all over the world. Talking to people from all over the world. All over the world, bro. Let me make myself a coffee real quick. What time we got? We got 4 o'clock. It's 4 in the afternoon for me. Hey, Dough Funnels. Dough Funnels, hop in, bro. Hop in the backstage. Hey, Yard, Mr. Man, I'm going to kick off from the backstage if you've already been on. See you. Bye, Yara. All right, guys, we got a lot of people in the backstage. I appreciate you guys waiting patiently. There's no way we're going to be able to get to everyone today. All right, I need to make myself a coffee. We'll be right back, okay? In this great day to be alive, I know the sun's still shining when I close my eyes. Our trouble in the neighborhood, every day be just as good. Coffee acquired. Okay. Islam makes the most sense. Prove me wrong. That's the position I'm going for. I know I've been speaking with Muslims that have been coming on here. However, I'm looking for someone to take a position against me so we can have a, you know, Islam makes sense to me right now. And I'm just here looking to hear another point of view that would go against that. Islam meaning what the word means, only submitting to the will of God. Hey, Doe Funnels, would you like to come up? Let's go. Doe Funnels has been involved in the stream for a minute, and I'm looking forward to speaking with him. Let's go. Doe Funnels.
How you doing, brother? Can you hear me?
I can hear you great.
Oh, it's so good to see you, brother. So
Let's
good
go.
to see you.
Let's go.
Oh.
It's nice to virtually meet you.
Yeah,
Mr.
man.
Doe.
Yeah, man. Virtual handshake. Okay. You know what? The last time we chatted, I know that I didn't realize you was recording it, but you put a snippet on it. It gave you the second highest view in your channel. Do you know that?
Let me go back and see it. I bet I can.
It's the one that I told you about. The Quran gives a challenge to humankind.
Oh yeah.
It's got the second highest views. I didn't realize you did that. So it's all good.
Dude, I remember.
Last
that.
time I did 225,000 views.
I remember
phenomenal.
exactly when we had that conversation. You said it gives a challenge.
Yes. Okay. So look, I've been monitoring what you're saying, man, and it's pretty awesome. I'm quite impressed with your journey so far, and I have to say I'm very impressed with also your honesty, which is great. But before we chat, let me I want to chat to the brothers and sisters just leave a message to them, right? Because there's some things they're doing wrong and some things they're doing right. Let me just give me a minute. Let me talk to them for a minute. So, brothers and sisters, look, I love you, and I really, it's great that you're talking to him about Islam. But let me give you a couple of things. This dawah, which is invitation to Islam, there's two ways. You could do it the right way, or you can do it the wrong way. The wrong way is, let me start with the wrong way. Stop talking about death and hellfire to Grayson. It doesn't work. It doesn't work to any non-Muslim. You will not get people to convert if you're going to talk about death and hellfire. It is the most stupidest, dumbest way to invite people to Islam. Don't talk about death and hellfire. Number two, don't give conversion stories. No one's interested in your conversion stories, right? Look, non-Muslims are not interested in conversion stories, so stop giving that. And number three, don't give him any miracle stories. Christians have millions of miracle stories to give. So is that going to make you convert to Christianity? No. So we don't need to give him miracle stories. So stop talking about death and fire, stop talking about conversion stories, and stop giving him miracle conversations. No, they don't work. Anyway, that's enough of my ranting to the brothers. Let me get back to you, Grayson. Let me show you the right way. The right way of giving dawah is basically to do one thing, is to change his perspective, right? He's maybe looking at something in one way. All you have to do is widen that scope and make him look at it in a different way. And once you do that, then it will happen. That's how it works. He's got a pathway already there. What we have to do is just clear the path. That's all we got to do, brothers and sisters. We don't need to do anything else. Okay, that's enough for me there. All right, so how you doing, Grayson? You all right?
I'm doing good.
Right, so I know you've been very nice to the people, but they've got to stop doing that. And that's not the way to invite you to Islam. Anyway, so let me talk to you about some things here.
I know it's a chat. People say whatever they want behind the screen. I don't really give them too much.
I know. A lot of keyboard warriors, and I know that you've been worried about a lot of Muslims criticizing you. Unfortunately, Muslims are a broad spectrum. We have intelligent ones, and we have not so intelligent ones, and we also have some keyboard warriors as well. Unfortunately, so it's just the way things are. But majority of us, we don't mind or you asking questions about Islam. You ask away, brother. It doesn't really matter. All right. So I don't worry about them. Now I know there's been a couple of videos that you did about apostasy, right? And I know that's been in your concern, and I know also some concerns is about why you don't want to possibly embrace Islam. And we will talk about that in a minute. But first of all, I'm going to tell you about, well, I'm going to talk across apostasy in a specific way, where I'm going to give you some points where you will never think about it again. Isn't that interesting? Where you will never ever think about doing that again. Right? Let me leave the seed there.
Ever worrying about it?
Ever worrying about apostasy. That if you ever enter Islam, you'll never think about ever getting out of it. Never ever. And I'm going to give you the 6 points.
There is a small lag on your... I don't know if there's anything you can do to fix the lag, or there's just a small...
Oh, okay. There's no lag on my side. I'm perfectly fine on here. I don't know what I need to do. Do you want me to leave and come back?
No, I can remove you and come back, although I don't know if that'll do much. Let's see. Chat, am I blurring? Am I blurring at all? It's a little bit better right now.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. All right, good.
So you're telling me you're going to tell me something that's going to help me understand the apostasy law. I mean, it's not really of that much. I got to be honest. It's not. That's just like one concern, but that's like a minor concern.
All right. Well, let me change it a little bit. I'm gonna help you I'm going to help you think about Islam in a different way. All right. So let's go from this perspective here. Now, first of all, I need you to do you have a pen and paper?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're drinking water. So I want you to be in your top thought patterns right now. Okay, good. Now, a couple of things also. Just bring up also, I'd like you to bring up ChatGPT.
Oh, I live on ChatGPT. It's my best.
Oh, lovely. Good one, brother. That's good. All right. Yeah. I'm glad you do that. Now, certain things I want to talk about. First of all, let's just go on the foundations and then we'll build on something, okay? So, if obviously we both believe in a creator, all right? And he has an infinite number of attributes, right? One of the attributes, I'm just going to make them, and I'm just going to get you to say you agree or disagree, right? One of the attributes of our creator is that he makes no mistakes. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Our creator, God.
God created God. In Arabic, it's called Allah. In English, it's called God, right? Our God, it does not make any mistakes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes? Good. Right? He's perfect in every way. Would you agree or not disagree?
Well, when you say he, you mean just like the spirit of God, the essence of whatever.
Our creator, creator is perfect. Like in terms of he has no insecurities. He doesn't make any mistakes. He's perfect.
I know. Well, I'm stopping from answering because like when you say he, I'm thinking of like a person. And I know
a person. Yeah. Well, I mean, we think of him as a person. What do you think of him as?
In energy.
Okay.
I don't
fine.
know. I don't think any word. I think like using words is just like.
Okay, no worries. Okay, I'm just gonna say this. Okay, would you also agree if he doesn't make any mistakes? That also means that his message that he's given us also has no mistakes. Would you agree with that as well?
That if he directly gave us a message, I believe if he directly gave us a message, then the message would have no mistakes. If it was directly given.
No contradictions, no mistakes. Would that be correct?
God.
Yes?
Yes.
Fantastic, right? Now he has given, if he's given message to us, it will be given to certain select people. It would be prophets. Would you agree or disagree with that? They have been like Adam, Noah, David, Solomon, all these prophets. And also we believe as Jesus to be prophet and Muhammad. So if he has given his messages to us, it would be through the prophets. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Like it would have to come through them versus
Yeah,
what
it would have to
method?
go through them. Yes, the messages. He wouldn't give it to anyone, just anyone at random. It would be given to the messengers. They would be the special people. Would you agree?
Yes. Oh, I guess yes, and I would also agree that that you could figure out the truth like alone with nobody telling you anything. Like just by if you were alone on an island, I think it'd be possible for you to figure out.
You know what?
God is
I'm going to
real.
come back to that because you made this point before, and that's an interesting point. And okay, let me come back to that in a minute. So what I'm trying to say to you here is that the attribute of God, of Allah, He makes no mistakes. He's perfect in every way, and His messages have no contradictions, and they're sent to messengers. That's what I'm trying to say. Would you generally agree or disagree with that?
That it cut out a bit. That he has
Sorry.
messengers.
He makes no mistakes. His message is perfect, and his messages would be sent to his messengers, prophets.
Sure.
Right? Okay. All right. So let's talk about that. So we believe that the Quran is his message to the creation. Okay. So in that sense, it would have to have no mistakes or contradictions. Would you agree?
Wait, would I agree that it's sent by God?
No. I'm not saying if it's been agreed with. I'm saying if it is sent by God, then it would have to have no mistakes and no contradictions. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yes.
Yes, right? Okay, that's what I'm saying. And it would be sent to a messenger, which is Prophet Muhammad. Now, let's go to Prophet Muhammad, right? Now, we believe that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was someone who was, I'm going to just talk about two things. He's a messenger. Number one, he was illiterate. He could not read or write, right? And that's not something that you would actually know as a fact, but that's what the history has told us, that he's something he could not read or write. He was illiterate. He wouldn't even, if you showed him his name and wrote his name and showed it to him, he wouldn't know what that was. He couldn't read or write. That's one thing I wanted to say. Understand?
Yes.
Okay. Second thing I wanted to say is that the Quran, ever since its release, it has not changed. Okay? All right. Now we have evidence of that, of Quran in London. We have one which is about 1,000 years old. It has been scientifically tested to be about 1,000 years old. There's some papers for the Quran in Birmingham, which are so old they believe that the guy who wrote it knew the Prophet, right? So we know for a fact, historians will not dispute this, that the Quran has not been changed. Understand?
Okay.
Okay. Now I want to ask you, it probably was a strange thing for me to say that the Prophet Muhammad was illiterate. Why do you think I told you that? What was the significance of that?
To prove that he didn't make it up.
To prove that he had no teachers. To prove that he wasn't guided by anyone specific. You know, like people go to universities and they're encouraged or like people by their scholars or by other people. So this is to show you it came from him through revelation, the information. It didn't come from anybody else. Does that make sense? Okay, good. Fantastic. That's the groundwork. I'm sorry I had to go through that, but that was the groundwork. Now I'm going to go through the exciting stuff. You ready?
Okay.
Okay, good. Now I want you to go to Quran, Surah 21, verse 30. And I want you to see if you
21
can...
verse 30.
That's correct. Surah 21, verse 30.
What was that?
Beautiful.
Beautiful. 21 Surah 21 verse 30 in the MAS Abdel Halim English translation. Okay. 21 verse 30. Are the disbelievers not aware that the heavens and the earth used to be joined together and that we ripped them apart, that we made every living thing from water? will they not believe?
Great. What does that tell you? All right, now this is interesting. Now understand, the Quran was written 1400 years ago, right? 600 years after Christ, right? That, when it talks about heavens and the earth, heavens is galaxies, right? That sentence is talking about the Big Bang. Do you understand?
And water. Yeah, and I
And
didn't
water,
think about that.
and water is every living thing. Now, I want you to go to ChatGPT and ask the question, when was the Big Bang discovered? And read it out.
Was Big Bang discovered? I'm asking ChatGPT 4.0. The concept of the Big Bang as the origin of the universe was first proposed in the 1920s.
Read on.
It was Belgian astronomer Georges Latimer, Lemaitre, 1927, who theorized that the universe was expanding from an initial atom, like the one atom or cosmic egg. The theory was solidified in 1960s, 1965, so 1900s, according to ChatGPT.
This is the scientific paper that was released. So first scientific paper released about the Big Bang in the 1900s. I want you to ask a question to yourself, right? How does a man who lived 1400 years ago in the middle of a desert know about the Big Bang, other than it being revealed by the Creator?
Yeah, that's sick. That's like one of the coolest verses, especially that we made. Wait, can I ask, what does it mean by we? We? Who's we?
We it's an anointed term. When Allah talks about Himself, He says we. See, it's to give someone it's because we don't. Allah doesn't say I. Allah says we. He gives Himself a very high appointed term. We. That's how it is. That's a royal family also. We will do this for you. You know, understand what I'm saying? Yes, that's it. Now, ask yourself that question. How in the world did this man from middle of nowhere know about the Big Bang? And over 1,000 years later, it was discovered by non-Muslim.
Well,
other than it being a revelation.
Are the disbelievers not aware that the heavens and the earth used to be joined together and that we ripped them apart?
Yes.
Is that for sure talking about the Big Bang? I mean, how do
that
you
is
know?
talking about the Big Bang.
I mean, it does make sense, like.
Right? Okay. Now, it's talking about a second thing also. It also is talking about, if it's talking about Big Bang, when something is exploding, is something contracting or growing? When there's an explosion. Huh?
Oh, like, yeah.
Yes, expansion.
Ripped
So it's
apart?
talking about expansion as well. Right? Whereas in ChatGPT, it also talks about expansion. Do you understand?
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't say that makes the whole book true, though.
No. We're not finished yet, brother. We're not finished yet. This is point number one, brother. But I want you to understand. I want you to understand. How does a man, middle of the desert, know about the Big Bang?
I don't know. That's impressive.
Right?
Okay. That's beautiful.
Okay, let me go. Point number two. So that also is talking about expanding. That the universe is expanding, right? Where find out go look in ChatGPT. When did we find out the galaxies are expanding?
But it doesn't say expand. It says. I mean, I can see how you could infer that, but it doesn't necessarily say the universe is expanding. It says the heavens and the earth used to be joined together, and that we ripped them apart.
Okay, so or we could talk about expansion. Expansion is also in. Let's have a look.
Oh, the Quran is so
Oh yeah. Okay, 51:47. That's talking about expansion.
Can you read it?
Surah 51, verse 47. Oh. And the heavens and earth, and it says, and the heaven we constructed with strength, and indeed we are its expander.
Wait, 51:47?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, my version says, I'm on this.
Yeah. Done. No problem. What does
We
it
built
say?
this, the verse, Surah 51, verse 47. We built the sky with our power and made it vast. Verse 48. We spread out the earth. How well we smoothed it out.
Right. Okay. Well, in mine one it says that we are its expander, meaning that it's expansion. It's referred to as a universe's expansion. All right. So that's the second point. I want to point another one, and this one is my favorite. You're gonna love this one, right? I want you to go to Surah 57, verse 25. Are you enjoying yourself, by the way?
I want to see where you're going.
Okay, keep going. It's okay. Surah 57, verse 25.
Okay, Surah 57, verse 25. We sent our messengers with clear signs, the scripture and the balance, so that people could uphold justice. We also sent iron with its almighty strength and many uses for mankind, so that God could find out those who would help him and his messengers, though
Okay, good.
Truly God
Okay,
is powerful,
now,
almighty.
what is that saying? That's saying that the message comes from the Almighty. It's been sent down. All right? The first part. The second part says iron is also sent down. What that's saying is that iron is not from earth. Iron came from the heavens. And the stars collapsed and they produced incredible amount of supersonic heat. Then iron was sent down to earth. And then this is after the Big Bang. I'm just giving you a bit of science here. After the Big Bang, the earth was very spongy and very new. And the iron came down into the earth, and it was embedded in deep down into the earth. That is the scientific reason why how iron is. Now, this is what Quran says. Quran says iron is not from earth, right? I want you to go to ChatGPT. I'll find out. Type in the ChatGPT, where does the iron come from?
Okay,
Type it in.
I didn't follow what you said before, but I'll look it up on ChatGPT.
Okay, where does iron come from?
Iron comes from the core of massive stars. It is formed during the later stages of a star's life cycle through a process known as a nuclear fusion.
Correct.
So it comes from
Correct.
stars.
That's
so
correct.
The iron we find
So-
on Earth, including the iron in our bodies, originated from the cores of stars that exploded billions of years ago.
This is what the Quran is saying. The Quran is saying the iron was sent down. It is not from earth. Do you understand? And when was it discovered? Right? Have a look. When was it discovered? When was it discovered in ChatGPT?
– 1900s.
Exactly. After 1,400 years later, we find out proof iron is not from earth. How does a man, middle of nowhere, in a desert, know that iron is not from earth? And it's been proven by non-Muslims. Do you understand what you have in your hand?
But those
How
are
could it be
I mean,
anything
those
else
are
but
dope.
revelation?
Those are- I know I'm with you on those verses. I just don't know what that says about the rest of the book. Definitely adds.
Oh, well,
to
look.
validity, but-
Look. What I'm trying to tell you
I think
here
this book
is
is beautiful. I'm not disagreeing with you. That's the
what
thing.
I'm trying to tell you.
Although I'm glad you pointed those out because I had not noticed like that iron. I'm
How could
fascinated.
explain? Have a think about it. How can a man know in the middle of nowhere? Remember, I said to you, he can't read and write. He can't read and write. The book hasn't changed in 1400 years. How did a man know? The book hasn't changed in 1400 years. Has not changed. How did this man know in the middle of a desert that iron does not come from earth? How is it that we find out 1,400 years later, iron does not come from earth? Right? How does it know? Right, type this down. I want you to type this down. I want you to type it down. When was the telescope invented? Because we would only know by telescope, right?
17th century, Mr. Doe.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what does that tell you? The telescope wasn't even invented when the Quran was releasing that information. How could it be? How could he know this other than it being a revelation? I'm trying to prove that to you. Is that interesting or what?
Yeah, it is. The iron thing is interesting. I didn't even know that iron was inside of humans, and I didn't know that it. I mean, according to ChatGPT, it doesn't even. It has to come from outside of Earth.
It's just produced by stars, by superheat heat when they collapse. Right? Now, I'll let you process that. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking, where are you going with this?
I'm trying to get you to.
Which this was interesting. This is interesting.
This interesting? Okay.
Yeah.
I can move on. Like, we could go. We could keep going with this.
Let's get into the fun part. I mean,
this is the fun part. How can anybody know?
I think.
How can I know, middle of nowhere, that this in science information, right? Okay, let's go to another one. Now this is another one. Now, type in, when was the microscope invented? I'm sorry, I'm getting you to do all the work, but this is good. When was the microscope invented?
16th century.
About 1590 was the first one. Okay, I want you to go to the Quran on Surah 16 to 68 and 69.
Surah, what is it?
16 and verse 68. Something completely different now.
Verse 68. And your Lord inspired the bee, saying, build yourselves houses in the mountains and trees and what people construct.
Right. Now, you wouldn't know that, but it's in Arabic, it's talking about the bees, and it's talking about generally we know what bees go out. Is it male or female?
Oh, I don't know. Well, they didn't explain that in the bee movie.
Right. Science tells us that the bees that go out usually are female, right?
Female?
And here, it doesn't explain in English very well, but it would say in a female like a connotation to say that it's actually female bees that go out, right? But we wouldn't have known that until microscopes were invented. So again, how does he know that it's female bees that go out, right? Until when microscope wasn't even around, until about 1,000 years later.
I don't know. I mean,
is that interesting? That should blow your mind. That's crazy.
The iron one's got me, and the Big Bang one.
All right, but this one, the Quran. If you had a different Quran, it would tell you that is a female verse. Is in a female verse. It would tell you that it's female bees that go. All right. Okay, my last one, and then I'm done. Right? Okay. So I want you to go to Quran, Surah 27 and 18, verse 18.
Okay, one more time.
Surah 27, verse 18. This is another one of my favorites.
27:18. And when they came to the valley of the ants, one ant said, ants, go into your homes, in case Solomon and his hosts unwillingly crush you.
Okay. Stop right there. Now, he's talking about ants communicating to each other, right? Ants have a language. I want you to go to ChatGPT, type in, when did we discover that ants have a language?
Wait, let me read it again. 27:18. And when they came to the valley of the ants, one ant said, ants, go into your homes in case Solomon and his hosts unwillingly crush you.
Yeah, it's a story about Solomon going to war with some people, and it's talking about how he was able to listen and hear ants talking to each other. Right now, this is talking about ants having a specific language. Now, I want you to go to ChatGPT and find out, when did we discover that ants have a language?
But what if they were being metaphorical? I mean,
well, look, type it in ChatGPT. It's not metaphorical. It's not. That's not a metaphorical quote. He's talking about what ants were talking to each other.
True, but I mean, we're taking it literally. But I mean,
it is literal. It is talking about when Solomon was going to go to war. One ant said to the other, and it even gives you the speech what it said.
That is true.
Now go to ChatGPT and find out when did we discover that ants have a language? This is all scientific, by the way, what you're looking at.
Oh yeah. Humans begin to understand that ants have a form of communication often referred to as ant language in 19th, 20th century. So recently, according to ChatGPT.
Yeah, and there's a specific way. We were able to find out from special tools. And if you go in more detail, it'll give you more detail how we were able to find out that ants have a language. And it's not just, it's actually a specific common language, right? Much more than very basic stuff. How was a man in desert, middle of nowhere know that ants are able to speak, right? Understand? I've given you microscopic level about the Big Bang and about iron, and I've given you a macro level and a micro level as well. Do you understand? It covers.
Yeah, but what if people can find verses like this in the Bible, for example?
Look, we're not going to dispute about the Bible.
Either way, this is amazing. But like,
look, I can tell you. Look, what I can tell you this is that the Quran has not been changed in 1400 years. Fortunately, Bible has been changed many times, right? If it's been changed and it's been tampered with, then it no longer becomes the Creator's message. It's been tampered with, right? So in the beginning, we Muslims believe 100% it was the original message. But unfortunately, people had been adding stuff into the Bible. That's a fact, right? And that's why you'll see contradictions there, right? But the Quran has not been changed. We talked it right from the beginning. The Quran has not been changed in 1400 years, right? And the Prophet could not read or write. Now, how did the Prophet know that the ants have a language when he's middle of a desert nowhere? I understand also. People say, oh, he probably looked at ants and monitored that. But this man was a family man. He was a strategic man. He was a judge. He was a commander-in-chief. He was, he was constantly in danger from persecution. He wouldn't be able to do this kind of stuff, right? You'd have to. We'd only able to find out about this over 1,000 years ago by sophisticated tools. Does that make sense? So how does a man, middle of nowhere, know about this?
I don't know.
Other than it being a revelation. Now, I'm not going to say anything, but could it be a revelation?
If it's true, yeah, anything that's extraordinary.
It's a possibility, right? It's a possibility that it could be. I mean, unless you can come out with anything.
Or you mean the whole book?
The whole book. I gave you just some examples of.
Why does that mean? Which those are amazing. I didn't even know any of these things. I didn't know ants had a language. I didn't know iron came from stars and.
The Big Bang.
I didn't know that it said that the heavens were ripped apart. I've read the whole Quran. I didn't even know it said that. But well, why does that mean like the rest of the Quran is true? I guess you haven't said that, but
what I'm trying, I've just gave you some examples of some of the stuff, right? But I mean, Quran really, at the end of the day, is a book of guidance for us Muslims, right? But I wanted to give you also how to be able to do some analysis on it. I just cherry picked some stuff there, was for you to be able to look into and the correct way to do some analysis on the Quran in a scientific way, right? Yeah. You can't do all of it because some of it talks about how to pray and stuff like that. but this one I wanted to give you some insights in regard to that piece of information. Other brothers will come in, will tell also, and how other miracle, or other amazing quotes on this on the Quran. But I wanted to give you that insight. But how could it be, other than it not being a revelation? Right now, that's what I wanted to say. So it's got these prove to you that this is something of what you have in your hand. The book is a true book, because I mean, where would these quotes come from? Right? I don't mean to put you on the spot, brother, but I just wanted to make you think a little bit.
I mean, I don't know, but I could bring on someone in the backstage who probably disagrees. I'd love to hear.
No problem. But you know what? Ask them. Ask them. I want you to challenge them and say, hey,
No,
how does this?
Like bring someone else up at the same time. Hear what someone
No
else
problem,
has to
brother.
say.
No problem. But we can ask him. We can ask him. Where does that come from? And let's see if he can answer that question. How is it that it talks about the Big Bang and no one discovered it until 1,000 years later? You understand?
Hey, Lord Centennial, would you like to come up?
He's got to give me. He's got. You know what? But at the end of the day, I don't mind anyone coming here to challenge, because it's not really challenging me; it's challenging the Quran. And anybody coming here, they better give a good answer, brother, because they'll be embarrassing themselves.
I mean, I think it'd just be like a good talk.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't
Let's
mind.
add him up.
It's
Let's
all
add him
good.
up. Let's add him up.
It's all love.
Hey, bro, how are you doing?
Hey.
Hey, man.
Dough Funnels
What's your name?
here, and we got
So I'm Adam, but here I'm Lord Send Me.
Adam.
Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah.
Adam.
Adam. Nice to meet
Thanks
you,
for
Adam.
coming up.
I was watching your technique in the back. You need to keep your right hand up a little bit.
On the kicks?
Yeah, you're not keeping your right hand up when you do it. And just
Okay.
turn a little bit more.
Okay.
on your
Okay.
hand,
Okay.
yeah? I watched this in Thailand. Where were you training?
Hey, I was on Kopangang Island.
Okay, cool, man.
Yeah.
I used to live Phuket and train around. So.
Oh, really? Let's go.
Yeah. So
You've been listening to my conversation so far with Dough Funnels, I believe so.
yeah, of course I have, mate. A lot of philosophy.
Let's
It's
go.
interesting. Let me use some philosophy on you just to break things down. Do you wear glasses? Your eyes are perfect?
I wear contacts.
Okay, cool. But you're wearing your contacts. Your eyes are perfect. If someone said to you, I have a red t-shirt on, and I said I have a blue t-shirt on, what color is it?
If you're wearing a blue t-shirt,
Someone says I'm wearing a red t-shirt, and someone says I'm wearing a blue t-shirt. How do you know what color it is?
by what I see.
Yeah, cool. So we've got two books. The two books. One is saying this is the true book, and and the Muslims are saying that this book's been changed, but Allah's word can't be changed. So all you have to do, Lot, Abraham, Nuh, Musa, Lot, Abraham, Noah, Moses, just Arabic name for them. They have different stories. They're the same person apparently. Now you surmise history from how do we look at history? We look at the evidence. You believe in the gladiators, don't you?
I was taught about them in school.
Cool.
Wait, I wanted to hear your response before we can keep this going. But what did you think about what Dough Funnel said about the miracles? Like, I don't know, it makes a good point. Like, how would he know that?
Funny.
Why?
Because it made no sense. You've got Suleiman talking to ants and then writing a book. You've got a book in the Quran. There's a book of the ants.
A book. Say it again. The book of
the book of the ants. I think it's Surah 16. It's the book of the ants. It's Suleiman talking to ants.
Yes. So,
Yeah. I mean, the interesting way to find this is when we have Solomon. When something happens in the world, it's not just recorded in here. This is 66 books recorded at the time. Yeah. So when something happens, other people around that see it, they also confirm it outside of the Bible. So you don't need the Bible to confirm the Bible. You can use outside sources. So I want you to not use philosophy, just logic. When he's saying all these, irons in the air threw me to cut. Okay, cool story, bro. All these other things, I was having a whale of a time.
Wait, which one? But which one didn't make sense though?
The iron coming from meteorites. Do you honestly believe that happened? Did you not
It's
form
science.
the earth? You said it,
I
did
mean,
you say
I
earth formed solid?
I don't know anything about that besides what I just
Read
looked up on
science. I mean,
ChatGPT.
you want to read?
According to
Right,
ChatGPT, that's true.
read
I
ChatGPT.
don't trust science all the time. It says there's 52 genders. I don't trust science. I
No,
trust-
science doesn't say that.
Well, science says a lot of different things.
Science
it's
says
constantly
there's
changing.
that's not real science.
It's not real science, is it? So if iron came down deep in the ground through meteorites, you'd see big explosions and the earth would be changed around it because that's the evidence it'd leave.
He's a scientist, right?
I love science, mate. My channel's called The Truth Is Not Subjective. We just do evidence-based stuff. So I don't care for opinions. I love science.
Wait, so
Quantum
where
physics.
What he talked about is what science is. It's what the scientific.
Doug, what I want to do is try and steer the conversation back to logic that takes out anyone's opinion.
So you're saying that iron did not come?
I don't care about this, Grayson. What
He
I
doesn't care.
about-
What? First of all, so you don't like science?
I love science. Science is
Then
repeatable.
you only like science. What makes sense to you?
No. Why don't we just listen to this? Can we have two prophets and the evidence be, and the stories are different and the evidence be the same?
Stories are different. Evidence the same.
Okay, so have you read the Bible, by the way, Doug?
Not all of it, no.
Okay, so
But
if we were
at the end of the day, have you read the Quran?
yeah, of course I have. Yeah, 100%.
But what I want to say is this: look, why don't you have a look at the points that I came across? Why don't you break them down, brother?
I think this argument supersedes that, and what we're trying to do is find the truth. So if we can do a direct comparison of any prophet you want, then the
What about
evidence.
the points I talked about? The points I talked about. How about start with that?
What about the Big Bang one? The Big Bang one, it says in the Quran that the heavens got ripped apart.
Okay.
It sounds.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and through Him all things were made. Jesus Christ is the light of the world. Now, light in science, you love science, don't you?
Yes,
Science
sir.
has been slowed down. It has been made to go faster, and it was stopped in 2022 through Russian physicists. All material matter is made through light.
So you're
That's
saying
a fact.
that you're saying that verse is a miracle in the Bible.
Yeah, through Him all things were made. I am the light of the world. In quantum physics, then all physical matter is made from stationary light. We can go there if you want. I love science, by the way.
Yeah, no, me too.
Why don't you talk about
me
what
or
I
Doe,
talked about?
I don't know if we necessarily. I'm not taking the position that there's no miracles inside the Bible.
Oh,
Yeah, no more.
Yeah, I don't think
What I
Doe
can
either.
say is that it's been changed and amended. That's what I say.
Where does it say that in the Quran? Didn't Muhammad say, "Oh Allah, I believe in you, and the one who sent you, and placed the Torah and the Injil and all the other books that were revealed and told to judge out of it? If I judge out of my book, Jesus is God, and it makes your book false. So I'm taught to judge out of my book, which Muhammad had 600 years later. And Allah's word can't be changed. So am I supposed to listen to hearsay of Muslims or Allah's word?
Well, in the Quran, it says that Christians have led astray. That gives us evidence to know.
The rabbis have changed it with their tongue, and that would be going to the Talmud, because the Talmud is the traditions. They changed it with their tongue.
The Quran says it very clearly. People have been led astray. Christians have been led astray. Right?
Okay.
Look, we're going away from the topic here. I talked about the Big Bang. I talked about the iron. You're not addressing it. Why are you not addressing the information?
That is
Say
true,
the same
you didn't
thing.
really address it.
If I've told
Don't
you,
address it, brother.
you're telling me it's red, why don't we just look? Why don't we randomly open the Bible?
What's this color T-shirt and what's this Bible? I've just given you 3 points. Address them, brother. Why are you talking about light? Talk about what I talked about.
It's science. So listen, quick question.
Here we
Why
go.
are you-
Now you don't like science, and then all of a sudden you do like science, brother. Let's talk about facts here.
It's okay. Calm down. Calm down.
Well, I mean, we did.
Stop telling me to calm down, brother. That's very disrespectful. What you can tell me, just tell me
I'll offer you
the
now.
situation. I'll tell you.
Should we open the Bible on a random page and test it? And then we can test the Quran and see if we can find evidence.
All right, so he's not proving. So I told you, Grayson.
We can get into
get him to prove my point. He's not proving my point.
Okay, what topic would you like to go? As long as we can go into this one, because I want to teach him how to fish, not give him a fish. You're giving him fish. You're not telling him how to test the Quran, because you can't.
Look. I'm not this is not a lesson on him telling him how to test the Quran. This is a lesson. I'm pointing out some points here, right? But look again, brother. I've given him some points. Please,
Name
please.
one of them. That's
refute
just
them.
one of them. Which one do you like?
Oh, here we go. So you wasn't listening to me beforehand? I've just given you. I've told him about the Big Bang. I've told him about where iron comes from, and I've told him about ants having a language. Please explain to refute them.
Do all animals have language?
Look, it's been. Well, what I can say is that ants have a specific type of language, right? And that's been scientifically proven. Other animals probably don't. I don't know. It depends on their level of intelligence, right?
So
Sorry?
do sailors have a language?
Look, I want you to explain, prove my point on the Big Bang. Let's talk about that Big Bang.
Okay,
Dispute it.
not a problem. So, Jesus Christ was before all things. It wasn't even called Jesus Christ, was it? It was the Son of God, begotten, not begat. And through him all things were made. He's referred to as the light of the world. Then if you go into the quantum,
Okay.
do you know about science, proper science? You've got a lot of
What about the verse that like ripped apart? Like it seems like.
What
it's
about the
referencing Big
verse,
Bang.
brother?
Okay,
Yes.
the verse, it was ripped apart. What was ripped apart? The heavens and the earth?
I believe it said.
But
the
you wanna
heavens were ripped
obviously you
apart.
wasn't listening.
Sorry if I haven't got perfect recall of your book.
It's fine.
Well, I mean, look, you just said you were listening before. There's no need, apology accepted. Well, you want to
Okay.
read it again? I mean, look, we're asked, you've been asked to refute and come and refute.
Yalla. Do you want to read the verse?
Now
again?
he's trying to disrespect me now, saying yellow,
I
yellow.
disrespect
That's-
him.
No, we're good. Hey,
Come on.
okay.
Life
So
took one helmet,
the heavens were ripped apart. I
Okay.
believe that's word for word what it said.
The heavens, plural, yeah, were ripped apart.
So you could infer that that's now that we know that the big.
Have
Bang
those?
likely
Okay, let me read it because
How-
obviously, let me read the context. Let me read it again.
Okay,
Have those not be?
Okay, read the verse. Read the verse.
Have those not who disbelieve not consider that the heavens and the earth were jointly entity, and we separate them from and made them from water and every living thing? Then they do not believe, right? So they were split.
I get that. So
And
they're all-
water. And water is from every living thing, right?
Mhm.
Now I want you to disprove that thing.
Fantastic. So according to science and the Big Bang Theory, I love evolution because it's nonsense. You have to have evolution of chemicals. And if you go to what the Big Bang says, the chemicals were there at the beginning, they didn't include water.
Look, we separate. Well, first of all, it talks about heaven and the earth were jointly together, and then they were separated.
So they already-
And that's talking about the God, the Big Bang. So
they-
that's what it talked about over 1,400 years ago. I want you to disprove that.
Okay. They came from a finite point. You must have to understand the Big Bang Theory. Yeah, that it's a theory. Excuse my fingers. That happens sometimes. So you're saying that they already existed, water, the heavens, or they're attached together, and then they were ripped apart. So are they touching, or are they spread out? Because spread out would sound better. And do you believe in an explosion, chaos, thermodynamics? From chaos can't come order; it can only become more chaos. So that in itself proves
Well,
that the Big
this
Bang
is
Theory.
explaining our existence. This is explaining our existence. Everything was together. The heavens and the earth were joined together, and they were split asunder. Right? That is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay.
Right?
Does that
Okay.
make sense?
I don't think we've got anywhere with this. What about the next point about iron?
Go for it. Let's go for it. Do you think my sense makes more logic? God made it.
I just don't.
Explosion.
Sorry?
God made it, and it wasn't an explosion.
No, there's a way, and there's how God made it.
It's in the quantum field, subatomic particles. This is advanced science, not if you learn in C school books.
Brilliant. Great. Look, I've just given you some basic information on how
I'm not giving
how
basic.
we were created, right?
Yeah.
The Quran doesn't talk about thermodynamics, but it's just talking about the Big Bang.
The Bible
Obviously,
doesn't.
so
It says there's many things I
does
want
the
to
Bible
tell
talk about quantum physics?
No, the Bible doesn't. It says there's many things I want to tell you, but you cannot bear them now. Because talking to another 2,000 years ago,
Fair
way
enough.
before.
So you expect the Quran to know about the thermodynamics, and then the Bible? Oh, of course not.
No, an explosion can't create order, can it? This is basic stuff, bro.
Okay. What, sorry. Sorry.
An explosion, chaos, we call it chaos, can't come into order.
Can't come into order?
Thermodynamics.
What are you talking about?
Okay, if you have an explosion, it can only go into more chaos. It can't come into order. So if you're appealing to the Big Bang Theory through basic scientific principles, chaos can only beget more chaos.
That's not that. What evidence you have of that? Chaos.
called
I mean, all I'm
science.
trying to say is that this is not. Look, the creation of us was not chaos. Was not through chaos. Look, our creation was our Creator had the intent of creating us, and it's telling us how He did it. Right?
Why do you
The heavens and the earth was together, and it was split asunder. Right? It's giving you that information here. It's not talking about chaos. It's not talking about
Doug.
anything like that. Right?
Doug.
So at the
Doug.
end of the day,
No,
what are you
it's-
talking about chaos?
You're talking about, you're appealing to the Big Bang Theory, which is an explosion.
I'm trying to tell you this is what the Quran talks about, that it was joined together and then it was separated, and this coincides with the scientific understanding today of the Big Bang. That is what it's all about. All right.
Okay,
Now
look,
that's
can
what
I
I
just
said.
mention one thing? You may think that my tone's bad, but the reason I've studied Islam and all your hadith is because I actually love Muslims. And when I came to Christ at 30, I did side-by-side comparisons or just evidence-based. And I became
Amazing.
Christian in about 3 weeks. Just
No problem.
evidence-based. Yeah. So what I would encourage anyone to do is just to compare. Everyone always has this thing. They go, people insult Muhammad. Then they will talk about Jesus and the Trinity, and he didn't die on the cross, and your word's been changed. Cool. Forget all of those things. Just go to things that we both explain, where we won't take offense, and just go, mine says this, yours says that. We have 50,000 archaeological sites in 30,000 locations. Can I visit those places and can I look at it? And if I can look at it and taste it and smell it and see it, if it can only match up with one. And what the reason I became, we're realizing that the Bible was true. Forget becoming Christian. That's accepting Christ.
We're going out of context here, brother. Why are we talking about this? We're talking about
logical train of thought because it doesn't go. It goes against you.
it goes
So
against me. What you're saying?
Well, it doesn't actually. It doesn't actually because we haven't gone to an example, but we could randomly test the Bible. That's how I do it on my stage. I just go, hey. Let's go test it. And we find all sorts because the evidence doesn't have an opinion or a voice. We're not evidence. The evidence speaks for
Okay.
itself.
Let's talk about the second point, iron. The Quran talks about the iron doesn't come from earth.
I don't want to go
And
back.
we found out. Sorry?
We could move on from the
Nonsense?
Yeah, the miracles of the Quran. I'm pretty sure that a lot of Muslims disagree that the scientific miracles have been debunked, and we're proud of that. So you don't have consensus even in your ummah. So
Look,
let's go
okay,
to
so
what
at
exactly?
the end of the day,
we could.
you're able to not give me any information about the Quran's statement on iron. You're not bothering to.
No. I said that if it came from a shooting star into the ground, it would have left huge explosions and a sign that it's entered into the ground. Clearly.
Well, look. Scientists have confirmed this. Scientists have confirmed this has come from stars,
I can get
right?
scientists
And it went in.
politician.
Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Okay, and I fully agree with that one. But the evidence shows that it doesn't, and you can pay scientists like.
Where's the evidence? Okay, show me your evidence.
What
of your
exactly?
point.
What exactly are we debating here?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're talking about iron.
I don't
We're
know.
talking about iron, and you're refuting my iron thing.
Something productive.
Give me evidence, brother. Give me evidence.
Debate something
Give me evidence.
productive.
Lut. You know the story of Lut, where Angel Gabriel flipped the city on top of itself.
Where does the iron come from if it doesn't come from the stars, brother?
Let's move
Where does
on.
the
Let's
iron
move
come
on.
from?
Let's move on.
Okay, thank you. Can I just?
We should debate something productive here because
Yeah.
you guys are both very knowledgeable and
then also talk to. So you haven't been able to give me any information there.
My channel's been following you for ages, and we've been praying for you a lot.
Oh, thank you, brother.
So, and you've got Christian family that pray for you, I take it?
Yeah.
I'm an evangelist. God sends me to certain people. I've been following you for about 3 months.
Oh, let's go. That's awesome. Well,
Yeah,
I'm glad we're getting the chance to talk today.
Yeah,
I mean, basically, Islam makes more sense.
It makes more sense when people tell you about it. Don't listen to people. Don't listen to me.
I mean, I read
Just-
the book. I mean, that it makes sense to only worship God and to
I
pray
only
on your
worship
face like
God.
Jesus.
Yeah, I only worship God, but I go to quantum.
What about
physics.
Jesus?
Jesus is
Do you
God. I
worship
go to
Jesus?
quantum physics. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
wait a minute. They're two different things. Who do you worship, Jesus or God, brother?
Amazing thing. I went to blew up Mansur and Lamin at Speaker's Corner the other day with this one. Do you know about the double slit experiment in quantum physics? One atom being in two places at once.
What's this? Look, God is one single being. God is one single being. Jesus is one single being. But there's two different people here. So how can there be two? He's one. Maths doesn't. It doesn't work with maths. 1 + 1 is not 1, brother.
Thank you for lining me up so well, Doug. There's 6 properties of quantum physics. It says, "I am in the Father, of this Father in me." It's quantum entanglement.
Okay, so let me explain this way. I have a maths degree, right? Maths 1 + 1 does not equal to 1, brother. It equals to 2. Tell me, how is Jesus God and God himself God? How is the Holy Spirit one? Those 3, not 3 but 1. Explain that to me. Look, understand. Look, we can explain this. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence, brother. Okay, fantastic. I'm so happy that you're happy. But let me just finish my sentence. How can 1 + 1 + 1 can equal to 1? How could it be that? Why is it not 3 but 1? Do you understand? If God exists, He will not give you a confusing statement like that. God wouldn't do that. It doesn't make sense. Now, explain. I have a maths degree, and I could tell you, maths 1 + 1 + 1 does not equal 1. It equals 3. How is it? Explain.
You have a maths degree. I
Yeah.
studied maths in the.
And
Bible.
look, maths, basic maths.
Yeah, cool. I'll explain to you. Thank you for lining me up.
Grayson, would you agree with me? What's 1 + 1 + 1? What is 1 + 1 + 1? Grayson?
It's 3, isn't it? But God isn't. I'll explain. Yeah, we can all do maths, mate. Well done.
It is 3.
I would just like to say, if someone were to join the stream right now, they would think you guys are like Christianity and Islam. If you guys are representing the
Tell me.
religions, are on, like,
Okay, to
completely
explain,
other
you
sides.
have not explained how the Trinity works.
I have. Oh, no, you haven't let me talk. The middle of my sentence isn't the beginning of yours. Shall I start?
Okay, go for it.
To the end. Thank you so much. So you have 6 properties of quantum physics. Yeah, we build things on quantum physics. It's not a theory. Just because people's ignorance is not an excuse now. So you know what the double.
And the Bible talks about quantum physics. Where is it? Where's the Bible talking about quantum physics?
There's many things I want to tell you, but you cannot bear them now. They wouldn't
Oh,
understand.
right. Okay, of course, I remember that statement.
No.
Okay, go
Well,
on.
it's a statement in the Bible.
Well, go ahead. Explain.
The
Go
middle
ahead,
of
go
my,
ahead.
Yeah, the middle of
Go
my
for it.
sentence. Remember that one? Okay, just check it.
Carry on.
Okay,
You
so
guys are
a
funny.
particle can be in 2 places at once. Is this true or false? An atom.
An atom.
God is not
can
an
be
atom. God is a
2
being.
places at once.
All right.
It shows-
Jesus
it
is not an
shows-
atom. Jesus is a being. They're not. They're
This
not
is an amazing
atoms.
question. Why can God be not in 3 persons, 1 essence? Why?
It just seems for
They
me.
are
It seems
one-
to contradict the first
It's a
commandment
contradiction.
that was given to Moses to only worship God. It seems like it's an addition.
It says, "Let
Yes.
us make man
It
in
is.
our image." Grayson, are you body? You've got a body. You've got flesh, haven't you?
Yes.
You've got a soul and a spirit.
Soul and spirit, same thing. They're
No,
not
they're
different
not.
things.
You've been taught to think that they're not. My word
You've
is
been
sharper
taught to think that they're different.
That's not a problem. I've studied your book as well. I debate shakes. It's not a problem. And
Fair
most
enough.
of the guys at the channel, I've walked them already. So don't worry.
So wait, soul. You saying I have
Soul
a
and
body?
spirit.
Yeah. In my head, soul and spirit are the. I can't differentiate.
That's why there's
those.
2 different
Yes,
words.
exactly. That doesn't make sense again.
That's why there's 2 different words. My word is sharper than a double-edged sword, sharp enough to separate spirit from soul. So God
What's
separates
the difference between the soul and the spirit?
The soul is what God takes. It's where things rest. The spirit is how we interact.
Okay, where does it say that in the Bible?
We can go through that later.
Oh, here we go again. Now he doesn't know. So again,
Bro, listen,
look,
don't pull that
again,
card on me. That's ridiculous.
I'm not pulling any card. I want evidence, brother. Evidence.
Cool. I'm an evidence-based channel. I'm going through quantum physics with you.
Here we go. So look again. So is he making any sense here? We still don't know about the Trinity yet. Explain.
Ad hominem, because you've never heard this argument before, and you say you love maths. Yeah, and mathematically.
Carry on. Explain. Carry on. Explain.
And Catholic Church. I'm not. I'm just plain old Christian, by the way. Yeah. I'm not in a cult. I'm just Jesus, baby. Just Jesus. Yeah.
Okay. Trinity, please. Evidence, please.
Okay. Can we be quantumly entangled?
I don't know
what that means.
So what does that mean?
Two atoms, and you lock them together. And when you move them, you can move them billions of miles away. When one atom moves, the other atom moves. They're locked. It's called quantum locking. Then you have spooky action at a distance. Do you know what that is? No. Einstein.
Okay. This is
wait.
confusing.
You're using this to prove that Jesus was God.
Okay.
Yeah. How's that proof?
Okay, so if the atom can be in two places at once, can God be in two places at once? Can God separate spirit, soul, and body? Like we're all Akkad, we're together. It says, "Hear, O Israel, our Lord."
And that's two gods, brother. If they're in two places at once, then there's multiple gods here.
Okay, there's multiple persons, not multiple gods. I am still my body. Yes, I am still my soul. I'm still my spirit. You're limiting the creator of the world who spoke everything into creation.
You know, I hear this again and again. Because you can't make any sense in what you're saying. Then you start saying, "Oh, you don't have the intelligence to understand it," and so that's why you don't understand. Again, that's insulting. That's insulting.
What's insulting to me is that you poo-poo and use the royal we. Let us. It's capitalized in your text. Let we. All the way through, you use Trinitarian language through, and then
when I talk about we, I'm talking about us Muslims, mashallah. So what I'm going to tell you this, all right? So I want you to explain to us how Trinity works.
I am doing
in a non-scientific way. Come on, in a non-scientific way. I'm not scientific. Grayson, are you scientific? Are you science? Are you scientific? Grayson? No. So God, explain in a non-scientific way, brother, please. Because God didn't explain. God could explain this to us in a non-scientific way.
It's called the Bible. There's many verses. My channel name is a Trinitarian verse. Who shall I send and who will go?
Amazing. Explain the Trinity, brother. Explain the Trinity.
Three persons, three distinct persons.
Wait, let him go. Your name is Adam. I apologize. Adam, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, Adam, wait, go ahead.
Okay. Three separate persons, all fully God, one essence.
Okay.
All with one will.
Go on, carry on.
That's it. Three separate persons, all fully God, one essence, one will.
One essence, one will.
Is that too difficult for
one
God?
Essence. Okay, look. There's three people here, right? There's three people here. There's me, there's Brother Grayson, and you, right? There's three people.
Yes.
They're not one person.
We're
three person. Exactly. But this, Jesus was not. Jesus was human, flesh and blood human, flesh and blood human. Jesus was flesh and blood human. Explain to me.
Flesh and blood.
This is it. Makes no sense. You make no sense.
You like mathematics, don't you? Basic mathematics. So sin came in through Adam. So man has fallen. And sin is in the blood, and through the umbilical cord, we're all linked. So to balance the equation, because man has fallen, Jesus had to take on flesh and live the perfect life. It's a restoring of the balance. It's maths. It's basic maths. Man has fallen. A perfect man. God comes down and lives a perfect existence as man and pays for our sacrifice. It's just perfect maths.
Why would he do that? Why would he do that? Why in the world would he do that? Why would he limit himself? God is all-knowing. He can do whatever he wants, mashallah. Why would he do that? Do you understand? Again, no. Okay. Look. I have my opinion, right? I have my opinion. Grayson, I want you to ask. Give me an honest answer, Grayson. Has anything he said made sense about the Trinity? Give me an honest answer.
It's explanations that I've heard explained to me in the past about God being three in one. I don't understand it.
Has it made any sense what he said to you today?
So Grayson, listen to this one, mate. It says, who can understand the mind of the Father? So his mind is above our ways. Now, you can know the Holy Spirit. I get words of knowledge. I walk with God for the past 6 years. I know him personally. Now, I can read about Jesus. Never met him, can read about him. I can read about how he thinks, all this. He says the book is written of him. Yeah. So I can't understand the mind of the Father. I don't understand. It says in Job, do you understand which way the wind blows? Were you there when I laid the foundations of the earth? It goes on about all these things, and Job's going, no. So you my ways are above your ways. You don't understand.
Yeah, I understand that.
Again, he's insulting the intelligence. We don't understand because God, that's why we don't understand the Trinity. That's it. That's another trick.
The wind blows.
That's a trick.
You know why the wind blows.
Wait, but if we don't understand God, how can you confidently say you know God?
Through Jesus.
Thank you.
Born again. I watched the evidence of the crucifixion scientifically. I went into that hallway and accepted Jesus Christ. I actually looked at it scientifically and went, did this guy actually die on the cross? I knew the Bible was real by the thing that he keeps running away.
Okay, so give us a scientific evidence. So
I think these conversations have been going on for hundreds of years, and they're going to continue to go on for hundreds.
So you have not proved that.
What happens?
You haven't proved anything.
All you have to do, Grayson, is you have to go and open this Bible randomly and find a name, person, place, and if it would leave evidence, and go find it on the internet. It's all there. I'm telling you how to fish, bro. You've never done that with the Quran because you can't.
How will I get to the point where I believe and pray to Jesus again? Which seems like a direct contradiction with the first commandment to only worship God.
You would understand who Jesus is. He fulfilled 355 prophecies to prove who he was. He fulfilled 355 prophecies written in 66 books. Let me tell you how this was compiled. This is 66 books written over 1,500 years, documented inside and outside of the Bible with archaeological evidence. So you can believe this book. Then I don't want to do a contraposition, but another guy came 600 years later, told you everything about the other ones. The book is a fifth the size, yet it's got more information in. It was revealed over 23 years through an angel in revelation to a questionable guy. Which one would you prove? Which one would you test? Which one would you think is more reliable? This is the most popular book in the world. It's constantly attacked. Constantly said it's been changed. People add books to it. There's loads of fake Christian cults. There must be something in this. And you know this is a blue t-shirt. With your eyes that work, you can just go open it up and test it. I'm not telling you what to think, bro. I'm telling you where to look. Can you tell me where to
You haven't given us any evidence about the Trinity. You have. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. You have not given any evidence on the Trinity. You haven't given any evidence about refuting about the Quran. And so what has been?
Do you know what quantum boring is? Do you know what quantum boring is?
See, look, there's a scientific terms here. Look, we're talking about Islam, we're talking about Christianity, we're talking about God.
You've got loads of books behind you. Have you read them? Oh, it's fake.
This is the wallpaper, bro. This is the wallpaper.
I'm English. With
Look,
we gave you it. Don't worry about it.
Explain. Look, you know what? Stop pivoting. Let's go back.
Do you guys think that Muslims and Christians can be friends?
Yeah, of course, man.
No. Look, I have no problem. I have Christian friends. I've got no qualms against you guys, including this brother right in front of me. We'd probably be friends. No problem. Have a drink together. No problem. Have coffee together. No problem. It's all good. Well, it's not a problem. This is a nice, friendly conversation. What I'm trying to explain is, please explain Trinity. You have not explained it.
I have, but because you don't understand what I'm talking about.
Here we go again, because I don't understand. Then he insults my intelligence again.
No, but no one knows about this, bro. I study fields that people don't know about. You said you do mathematics. I'm breaking down on my last live stream. I'm breaking down with the PowerPoint presentation the mathematics in the Bible. This book is mathematically perfect. Under every alphabet, you have letter, number, and picture for a reason. There's Gematria in the Hebrew, the Greek, and the King James.
Explain the Trinity. How is it 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 1?
I just did. And you're limiting God. Who are you to tell God what he can do?
When Grayson,
could I reverse that and say that believing that God was just like you and me and us three isn't that? Couldn't you also argue that that's limiting God, that he would be a man and have to?
Jesus wasn't just like us, was he? Because he did loads of miracles.
But so did other people, according to the Bible.
So did Moses did some miracles.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So does that make you God?
Christians do miracles. We actually have a prophecy heaven over me. And I
Adam
get
didn't
worse.
have get this. Adam didn't even have a parents, mother or father. Does that make you even bigger person than Jesus?
How big
Huh?
was him according to you?
Look, I want to explain. You claim Jesus is God because he had no father, but Adam didn't have mother or father, so he must be bigger by logic, right? So again, you haven't explained, you haven't proven anything, and then you keep saying that I don't have the ability to understand.
Scientifically, you understand that humans were
Okay,
bigger
so
before-
look, we're going around in circles here.
We're not. I'm actually answering your questions. You just keep on.
Go on,
you're
answer again.
debating-
Repeat what you said. Sorry.
Okay, I'm actually answering why people got smaller. If you want care to listen, and it also makes up for why people think of Neanderthals and things like that, and think that they're our long lost species. But it's a long topic. Do you want to open it up? Because we can. I love science, bro.
Explain the Trinity. Very easy question.
Just did, bro. You're limiting God. It's
Well, I don't know if we're getting anywhere with this.
I understand. You know what? Okay, Grayson, tell me, Grayson, did you hear his talk? Just repeat. Tell me what did he say? Because he's not telling me. Tell me, what did he say, Grayson?
He said that that God is 3 in 1.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Exactly. He's just as confused as I am. Right? Do you understand?
No, I mean,
don't interrupt.
I would, if I understood it, I would be a Christian, but I don't understand it.
Not a
Thank
problem.
you. We don't understand it.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem. But you only need
So
to understand.
untangle it for us, brother.
He's going. Let him talk.
Untangle
Let him talk.
Yeah.
Let Adam talk.
I know. I'm used to people interrupting. That's what I do for a living. So what question do you have, Grayson? If you want to ask me any question on why I believe the Bible, it's your channel. You ask me any question.
Well, I wouldn't ask you.
Answer the question.
I would ask you why, if assuming, I mean, we've never met besides online right now. Assuming you care for my well-being, why would you be worried, if you are worried, about me becoming a Muslim?
Cool. Because
what would I be doing? Like, what things would I be doing that are against following Christ?
I don't think you've studied the Hadiths properly. And the more you get into
Like,
it,
what would I do? What would I do if I had?
If you actually believed it and followed it, because most Muslims, I'm from Leeds. I've got so many Muslim friends. It's crazy. The reason I studied and continue studying as long as I've studied my Bible is because I can save people. I know that this book is true and I know that this book is false. I've studied them equally the same amount of time. Yeah. So my love is in my actions. Forget this arrogant stage thingy. My love for Muslims is shown through my life. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So the further you go into your hadiths, and then you're only reading the ones that have been translated into English, then you have different levels of hadiths. Sahih Bukhari.
So what would I be doing? Like, I see Christianity and Islam as pretty much the exact same thing. Besides, Muslims don't pray to Jesus and Christians pray to Jesus
it's completely,
and believe he was God.
Even
but how
the
is it completely
characteristics of
different?
Allah are completely different.
But like the first page of the Quran,
so-
you can summarize it, and it says that there's only one God, and the first commandment given to Moses is like there's only one God.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah.
They seem like nearly the exact.
Yeah, that's very basic. So they don't have the 10 Commandments in there. Does any of Muhammad's way of life go against 10 Commandments? Love God with all your heart, love your neighbor as yourself.
Say your question again. Does that go against the Quran?
Read the 10 Commandments and then juxtapose it with Muhammad's life, and it'll break your heart. And when Christians do bad things, or Jews do bad things in the Bible, because they do, God says it's bad. So they do horrible things, but God says it's bad and he punishes them. When they do bad
what
things
10
in
commandments? What 10 commandments were broken? I don't have the 10 commandments memorized besides the first one: worship God and only God. Do not
study the Bible equally as much as you study the Quran, because that is actually a holy book according to Allah. That's actually, and if
I have. I've studied the. I'm no expert in either book, but I've studied the Bible for more of my life than the Quran.
Yeah, but don't study it by reading it. First, establish it's true, and then you'll want to read it. I never had religion rammed down my throat. I was into the New Age, and I knew that God was real after I had experience. So I've come to Christ at 30. I'm 37. So I know God's real. I've had a supernatural experience, and then after being born again 6 months later, have you spoke to Christians when they tell you about this Holy Spirit? I know it's subjective, but it's real, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
God actually wants to know you.
I believe a Christian knows God. I don't think that you're just like. I don't think that you're completely lost in.
No, I
think it's just this big spectrum. It's all like this just scale.
As an evangelist, I study all faiths. I even attack. People would label me Protestant. I attack false Protestantism, Catholics, Orthodox. I attack everything that doesn't line up with this Bible. And when I can be corrected, I'm corrected. I was corrected today. I'm a fallible man.
But okay, so I don't
Ask
think,
a Muslim if they've ever had a conversation.
I don't think you've necessarily answered my question. Like, what would I be doing as a Muslim that would go against? So when I say following Christ, I mean following in the footsteps of what we believe Jesus did. Like, what would I be doing as a practicing Muslim if I practiced it correctly?
Okay.
What would I be doing that is going astray of following how Jesus lived?
Doug, how well are you friends with a Christian? Do you have any Christian friends?
Yes, I have.
Okay, you're not allowed to have friends that are Christian. You can hold hate in the heart, but be outwardly friendly with them in the first form of jihad, which is in the second form of jihad.
And that's based on what?
Is that true, Doug?
Based on a hadith?
Yeah. Is that true, Doug? Doug, is that true? Can you be friends with Christians?
But can we? I want to ask. Wait, why?
Because people don't read the hadith or the Quran properly, mate. You just read the hadith. You need the hadith to interpret the Quran. You barely have Muhammad mentioned in your Quran, but you're following him. They don't want you to know it. That's why they don't translate the hadiths.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Why would we try to hide the hadiths?
I haven't studied the hadith.
Don't talk about us, brother. When you don't. I'm not talking about Christians here. Don't talk about us like that.
Adam,
right?
So
We try to hide things.
if I have to take a stance right now, I'll take a stance that I only believe in the Quran. I'm just gonna take it.
That's fine.
So what you're saying? Would you still agree with that statement you just said that I couldn't be friends, or I could do whatever I want?
Well,
if I followed the Quran, I wouldn't.
I think it's Muslim or hadith. I think it's. Let me just go find it because I don't want me to misquote it. Let's get it properly.
I just don't see how, like, me reading the Quran.
He's talking about the Quran, and you're going to hadith.
There was nowhere me after reading the Quran which thought I'd need to not be friends with any Christians.
Okay. 551 Quran. 551 Quran. That's Quran.com's been changed. You know that they changed Sunnah.com and Quran.com? Are you familiar with that?
Familiar with what?
We study a lot on my channel, like a lot.
Quran 551.
Yeah, and if you're going online, they'll change it, which is very interesting. And I have a native Arabic speaker in the Hafs Quran, which was formed in 1924. You can't find this book before 1923. It was in Cairo. It was formed in Cairo in 1924.
Wait, so, okay, my question was, what would I be doing as a Muslim if I became a Muslim and I lived out the Muslim life correctly? What would I be doing that's against following Christ?
You haven't read the Hadith, so you don't know how to live it properly. You're just reading the Quran, of twisted down. This is according to Allah. This is a satanic book because it's not in Arabic, and the Arabic version is smaller.
But I'm taking the stance.
That's not what. Where is that? Where's your evidence on that?
Well,
look, where's your evidence that we say English is in English? Yeah, where's the evidence on that? You make a lot of statements here, brother. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. I'm not talking about your channel. I'm not interested in going back up your statements, brother.
I just want to know, nice and calmly, like, what would I be doing, Adam, that's against following? If Christ is walking this way,
okay,
and I'm a Muslim, am I going? Are you saying that me becoming a Muslim is just going the opposite way of following him?
Yeah.
How?
It's even works based. So you're insulting Jesus Christ's perfect sacrifice who's paid for your sins by thinking that stones, going round stones, throwing stones at other stones, or running between two mountains, it kind of, and praying down towards a stone, which kind of looks, if you study lots of different faiths, paganism is stone worship, crystals for the hippies, repetitive prayers, bowing down in a direction towards a stone instead of Allah's in heaven. If you study paganism, there's a lot. It has a lot of similarities.
Okay, so
we talked about Allah is one. We talked about Allah is one. And that's
hero
it.
is Allah is a cat.
Nothing to do with paganism. We don't bow down to any statues, brother.
I don't bow down to statues.
You bow down to statues. You have a sculpture of Jesus there, right?
No,
sculpture of Jesus, right? Sculpture of Jesus. Isn't that paganism? Sculpture of Jesus right there, right?
Can you see
in your church? In your church, you have sculpture of Jesus. We don't have a sculpture of God.
No, you're attacking what I'm telling you I don't do. And in my church, there's no pictures of Jesus. On my tattoo, do you see Jesus on the cross? I do not make graven images. I actually follow my Bible.
Okay, so see the thing, every Christian is different. Why is it so? Why is it that so many others
read the Bible? Because they don't read the Bible. So I follow the Bible. I identified it's true, and I've been born again, and the Holy Spirit leads me to all truth. Because I have the teacher, the comforter, not Muhammad, as the old Dawa script used to say. Because if you change that word, Muhammad can live eternally inside of you. It just gets hilarious. That's an old Dawa
Where did
script.
that come from? Where did you come from that? See, look, you make so many statements. I want you to
I want
back
to
it
talk
up.
about the basics, because that's where I'm at.
basics.
The basics of Islam versus the basics of Christianity. How do they contradict each
Yeah,
other?
stop branching out and everywhere. Basics.
10 commandments. Let's have a quick look then, shall we?
Okay.
Okay. You shall have
That's
no
not
other
answering
gods.
his question, by the way.
Well, it's not a problem, mate. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make idols. You shall not take the Lord your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. That was fulfilled by Jesus. He is the Sabbath. Honor your father and your mother. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbors. You shall not covet. That means to want other people's properties. So
What does
is
that
there
mean?
any
Covet? What does that
to
mean?
want other people's property? To
Okay.
say, oh, I like that guy's car, I want that. It's just like to want other people's things.
Okay.
So wanting someone's wife, for instance, and destroying adoption because
So
of it.
becoming a Muslim, how would that not?
Yes.
Which one would you
of
like to
these-
go to? Which one would you like to go to?
Well,
What
all of
to-
it.
So
Look,
if I became a Muslim and I was a Christian, I feel like I would start doing number 1 and number 2 correctly. I wouldn't worship other gods, and I wouldn't. But if you don't disagree, that's okay. Like which
Yeah, I don't
number 3?
disagree.
Take the name of your Lord your God in vain. Okay, you're not supposed to do that in Islam.
But it's not the words. This is a misinterpretation of the words. It's like not acting Christian.
Say it again.
You should, if you say you're Christian, act it, because that's how people see you. Does that make sense? No one's perfect.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're saying I'm Christian, and then you're doing all these other things. It's like, are you actually Christian? Yeah. So it's to know, yeah, in vain. That's what
Okay,
it
so well, as a Muslim, if I followed Islam correctly, which one do you believe I would be now breaking?
You shall have
Out
no
of
other
the
gods
ten-
before me.
No, should know other what?
No other gods before me. You're bowing down
How?
to a Kaaba stone.
How? We believe in
No,
one
no,
God.
no. You're.
Yeah. Yeah, but we believe
okay,
we say
Doug.
it's one God. I know you want to say that we believe it's 3 gods, but we say it's one God. And
Yeah,
our
okay,
book
so
is
you're
a
saying
composite
me bowing down if I pray in the direction
of the Kaaba.
that
The
that's-
direction was changed. The direction of the Qibla was changed.
I mean, to be honest,
they used to point to.
I don't personally. I'm not worried about that right now. I'm more so.
No,
being
no,
like,
no,
oh
it's
wow,
based-
I'm finally prostrating myself again.
Yeah, don't worry
it feels
about
good.
that. Yeah.
Okay, so wait, so if I wasn't necessarily being like, I have to pray this way, would you think I would be breaking the first commandment by just praying on my face to God?
Well, you pray different ways. Jesus bowed down his head,
Yeah.
but he also prayed to the Father and that Sheikh to say that Allah has children. Allah neither begets or is begotten. Yeah. So it's shirk. Even that sentence they use, he says, "Oh, Jesus is like a Muslim." Well, did Muhammad keep all of the Jewish dietary laws and things like that? No, it's nonsense. So he braids down his head to the floor. I do it sometimes. I lay down. I worship.
Yeah, we do it.
Yeah.
Muhammad taught us to do that, so that's what we do. Again, you answer the question: How are we going against? How are we going against the 10 Commandments were given by Moses?
Okay, so I believe that bowing down to the Kaaba is that you're bowing down to an idol.
But
You
not.
see
How's
what
that
I
an
mean?
idol?
But praying
That's
in the
not what
name
I
of
How's that an
believe.
idol?
Opinion. You've asked for
Okay,
my
that's an opinion. There's no fact there. There's no
Go to the
just an
next one.
opinion.
Okay.
Okay, you should not take the Lord your God in vain. So I would say your mannerisms, I have been watching your channel, you come across as quite a nice person. And I don't really think,
Cheers.
well, yeah, God changes us, but I don't think you're starting from a very, very good base. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't, if you say you're Christian, I'd be like, okay, I can believe him, the way he talks, this, that, the other.
Okay,
You say
so
Christian-
how are Muslims doing that going against them?
Muslims are lovely because they don't really know what's in the book. They don't really follow the teachings of it. If they did, they would be different. I've got loads of Muslim friends, so they look like Christians because the Bible says, "I've written the 10 Commandments in your heart, so you know wrong from right." But then when you read what you're saying, it's like this guy's the best of persons, which going against all the 10 Commandments. So I think Muslims are lovely and way better than atheists and people who don't really have faith because they don't know the faith. They're following what they have God in their heart. And they look more like Christians than people who are labeled Christians. Oh yeah, my mum went to church. I'm Christian. Like
You still haven't answered the question: How are Muslims going against what you just said?
I just did. I believe that when you bow down to a stone,
You just said Muslims are lovely. How is that going against what the Testament?
Oh no, that's going against your scriptures because if they fulfilled what is taught in the Hadiths and actually acted out and actually followed what the Quran and the Hadiths teach, it'd be crazy.
Where does that
well, do you know
where
your
in the
Hadith?
Hadith does that contradict that?
Which ones do you want?
We just talked about one, didn't we?
Okay, which one?
About the vanity of Muslims are vanity. I mean, you just said one.
No,
You just said-
vain. Vain doesn't mean vanity.
Okay, Vain, go talk about that. So explain that to me. How is how being a
Do
Muslim
not
goes against that?
in vain. If you're proclaiming that you're Christian, yeah, it's not swearing and saying, "Oh God damn it," yeah. It's saying it's like not actually acting Christian. You're not being a nice person. You're not loving your neighbor as yourself. You're not looking after the orphans.
This is not answering Grace's question. How is he going against?
Grace really is.
If he's going to become Muslim, how is he going against that?
Why would you become Muslim when there's no evidence for it?
But being Muslim
So
just
he's
means
not
we
answering the
follow God.
Okay, but which God? There's many gods.
Just the creator.
The
Our
basic
creator. We're talking about our creator here.
the basic Dawah scriptures, they tell you Jesus is a Muslim. Then they tell you we believe in one God. And the Trinity is hard for people to understand. You can read about Jesus, you can experience the Holy Spirit, but who can understand the matter? But I get it, it's hard. I fully do. I go into the science behind it. Not many people.
You've not made any sense today on that. None.
That's
on the Trinity.
That's your opinion. Why don't you come over?
Look, it's not my opinion. You can't have 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. Doesn't work.
Okay.
Doesn't work.
In 2 places at once.
Look,
Can it be in 2 places?
God is not an atom. Jesus is not an atom. He's an accumulation of atoms.
Why can't God be in 2 places at once? Can God enter his creation?
Sorry?
Can Allah enter his creation?
Can Allah what? Sorry?
Enter his creation.
Enter his creation.
Yeah.
Why would he want to do that? Right?
Well,
Why would he want to enter his creation?
The night to hear the prayers. I thought it was omnipresent.
Why would he want to do that? Again, explain to me the Trinity. How is someone? How is that?
I've done this question a million times. I get so bored.
And you have not explained it not once yet.
That's great, cool. You can't open this. I've offered to open this Bible on a random page and told him to go look.
What's a random page going to explain about the Trinity? How is 1 + 1 + 1
Our
= 1?
script is. You're literally dealing with little.
Okay, so we're going in circles here. Again, you're not explaining it. You haven't explained it.
That's what the Dawah script does.
You haven't
okay,
explained it.
Let's go back. So Adam, I said
Yes.
if I practice Islam correctly, how would I go against the 10 Commandments? And you said number 1,
Thank
I
you.
would be
Go against,
now
please.
bowing down
Well,
to
the
a
Ten Commandments.
stone.
Rule number 3: remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. So, do you rest in God's final works? Do you think you have to earn anything? So I rest. Jesus Christ is my Sabbath. I rest in Him. Don't have to do works. I can spend time with God, turn things off, just dedicate some time to God to rest. Do you rest in God, or do you spend time walking? Just say, I'm going to dedicate this time to you. I'm going to tune off. There's no specific day. You can do it once a month. You can do it 3 times a day. You can do it whenever you want.
Brother, also, look, what evidence do you have that this is actually what
Wait,
God has
let's
said?
just let him keep going.
Just go through the
Okay,
Ten
keep going,
Commandments.
Adam. Keep going.
Do you rest? Do you ever think, oh, God's done it all, I can rest?
Definitely not enough.
Okay, cool. So
But
that's
I think that's a good thing. I think I should
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that.
yeah. So we believe God's done it all, and when we serve God, we serve out of love, not earning something. We're not going to be judged by what we do. God's paid the price, so we rest in what He's done. That's why we worship Him. It comes to a place of love, not of fear.
Okay.
So I rest.
Well, why would becoming? But you're saying
Rest more, basically. If you want to really trust in God, rest in God.
But if I became a Muslim, how would that go against that? Or
You
you're not
don't
saying
have that in your faith.
I mean, does it? As
We
far
we
as,
we do rest. We
how-
sleep.
how does that-
Yeah, we sleep. Allah tells us to sleep when we're tired, right? So what are you talking about?
That's ridiculous statement there, mate.
Rest is
told me
sleeping,
to sleep.
right?
So you're
So
on-
look. Sorry. But besides, and also look again. How is that going against him being a Muslim?
Should we carry on?
Sure.
Karen.
Honor your father and your mother. I think Muslims do that. Yeah, not a problem with that.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, you shall not murder. When is the age of when not the age of conception? When does a baby come to life, according to Islam?
I do not know. According
40
to Islam, I don't
days.
know.
You can have abortion before 40 days.
Where does that say that?
You keep studying your faith, bro.
Well,
Keep
no.
studying.
Explain to me.
But
Where does it
if I-
say in the
if I
Quran
take
that
the
we're allowed to have
position-
abortion?
Ignorance is a huge
Give me
problem.
the evidence, brother. Give me the evidence.
Okay.
Give me the evidence
Life starts at 40.
that we're allowed to kill before 40 days.
This is just basic.
No, okay, evidence. Evidence, please.
That's AI. Okay. When the soul enters the fetus, Islamic city. Consent. And you should know this.
Does it say that we
I know it off
kill
the top of my head,
babies?
though. I know it off the top of my head. It's just such a long writing thing. If we go back out and actually find something quicker. Okay. Thus, when the age of the fetus reaches about 120 days, 4 months, it longer remains a pre-human living object. Rather becomes a living human being. At this point, all organs different. Okay, so let's find the actual text because that's nonsense. That I want to see what Allah actually says. This is such a windy project. There we go. Or the ones who are fairly. Okay, the ruah, which is the spirit in Arabic, enters after 120 days after conception. So, and it's 40 days. I know it is 40 days. Let me just go to something. This is such a long written thingy. 120 days. Yeah, 100. I
You're
was
giving numbers. Where does it say that we're allowed to give abortion?
Well, look, do you want me to just share screen and we can go look for it?
It's not.
I don't. I
It's
believe
not
it.
about sharing the screen. Tell me where it says that we're allowed. We do abortion before that.
Just let me get my
it
magic
says that.
wand. Get my
There we
magic
go.
wand.
Now we talk about magic wands.
Yeah, but
Okay, let's go to the next one. Next,
I'm English,
because he's
bro.
not giving us evidence.
No, stop moving on. I'm English. It's called sarcasm. Might be over your head. Let's carry on looking, shall we?
You know what?
No,
We're not here about sarcasm. We're here about
I am.
Helping Brother Grayson out.
That you don't know this.
Oh, I don't know about the. Look, I've asked you where's the evidence. Again, you have not given evidence. Let's move on to the next one.
Why are we moving on?
Okay, well, give me the evidence. Where does it say that we are allowed to do abortion?
So, Adam, you're
where
saying
does it say
that you shall not murder being a commandment, and
yes.
Yeah, there's loads of examples, but because I'm
there's loads of examples. Oh yeah, great.
Channel.
Okay, good.
Strike
Next
at the neck
one.
of unbelievers. If you're in jihad, you should kill anyone who's not Christian or Jew. We can go there. I just wanted to keep it PC.
You're talking about your commandments here. Your commandments here. Put it this way: we don't even know what evidence they are. These commandments are actually truly from God as well.
You're drowning,
right?
bro. You're drowning.
I'm not drowning. You've not given me any evidence. Give me one decent evidence where we say we're allowed to abort babies.
Strike at the neck of the non-believers.
Look, this is to do with about warfare, right? And that's something completely different, right? So now we're talking about warfare here. We're not talking about normal daily living, right? So okay, here we go. This is it. Explain about.
Explain to me why you have never just gone and outwardly shown here's the evidence of the prophets in the archaeology. Explain to me that big elephant in the room. Why can you not do it? And I'm saying to Grayson, hey, just open the Bible and have a look, mate.
That's what I say to him as well. I'm not telling him to murder anybody.
Tell Grayson to go open the Bible and look across, go like that. Say, Grayson, I challenge you to go open the Bible at a random page, and if there's a name, person, place, or some evidence that in there, to go look for it, or to go to Adam's channel and he'll show you it because it's under every single video in the description.
I don't know what he's talking about. Do you understand what he's talking about, Greg?
Do you understand English? Do you understand English, mate?
Grayson, do you want to explain to me what he's talking about?
Shall I break it down? You tell me what I said.
I don't know. I just hear a bunch of
exactly. We don't know what you're talking about.
No, from both of you.
Cool. There's an elephant. You know the elephant.
Hey, well, it's been fun.
Look, I've got to go, brothers. Thank you so much. It's been interesting.
Cool.
Del Funnels and Adam, I appreciate you guys coming on. I hope this is the last time we talk.
I'll show you some stuff, bro.
Okay, bro.
Let God be true and every man a liar. And if you can prove Islam, I'll take the Shahada live on my YouTube channel. That's a challenge for anyone. Ashadu. Grayson, if you go underneath any of my videos, it's all evidence. Literally, ask any question. I've been trying to disprove this for 7 years. I can't. And I know God. And the reason I study their faith is because I love Muslims. And my Bible tells me to mock false gods, not people.
But Islam follows God.
It tells you it follows God. They both can't be correct, mate. You just need to study your Bible a bit more critically, and you would know. All you have to do tonight is just go like this. Jonathan defeats the Philistines. Okay, that battle will be documented outside and inside. There'll be carved on stones. You can see all the areas. You can see the map. You can go from one location and it'll tell you the direction you can find the next one. That's why how they do archaeology. That's how you do history. And if they're saying something else, the evidence doesn't match up. It's done. You've never thought of that field to just find the truth. I know you're looking for the truth. Remember when you went through your Buddhist thing and did all that other stuff? I've always been looking for God. God found me. Just keep looking.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, just keep looking. I tell you what,
I feel so much. This doesn't mean it's just true, but I feel the same way with what
you feel.
The same thing you're describing is exactly what I'm feeling as I research and
I get
Islam, which is the same peace that Christianity gave to me. It's just like the few reservations I had feel answered. Like
not a problem. So what I'd say to you is, Islam and Christianity, they both can't be right. They can't, yeah, but they could both be wrong. But only one of them could be right. You can find out the answer tonight by simply looking at the evidence. It's so easy, and then no one can tell you. No, I'm not.
What evidence could I look at to believe that Jesus was God? Because that would be the only thing that would make me.
Well, I would go to the 355 prophecies and the way he actually lived his life. So God is loving, merciful. You have this idea of this far off God that you can't know. Yet God is all loving. He humbled himself, made a little lower than the angels to restore you back to him. So God came down to save you. It's not you making your way up to God. The God of the Bible is so beautiful.
I agree.
Yeah, he's done what you
I
couldn't
don't disagree.
do. He doesn't need you to throw stones or do this, that, the other. You're a blob of flesh, Grayson, and live 70 years. He doesn't need anything from you. We can call him Father. We can call him Father, and he cleans up.
Like, I'll still call him Father. Like,
you're not allowed to do that in Islam.
I'll do it right now. God is my Father.
Come on, Grayson. We've been praying you for months, you know, mate. Months. I know, but that's shit. That's shit. Yeah.
I mean, I'm worried about the most simplest parts of both religions right now. One religion says a human is God. Another one says only
God has to restore the equation. He said he loved math, so God has to restore the equation. Sin came in through one man, and because he's sinful, he can never go to a place of eternity that's perfect. So God came down and lived the human existence, fulfilling the law. He paid for our sins because he is the most merciful. It says Allah guides who he wants and misleads who he wants. And then there's a hadith that says, look, there's 73 sects of Islam in the last time. Only one of them's right. Has he guided you to the right sect of Islam? This is why the hadiths are just, you've not got there, and that's why they don't show you them. And they're sahih, they can't go against them.
Well, what do you mean don't show me them? Like,
Okay.
if you go to a masjid, there's a hadith books in there. Now, I don't know if they're all the hadiths. It's not.
Have you?
It's probably
Yeah,
the
you
only.
can find them online, but you can ask questions or you can look yourself. But what I wouldn't say is don't look at anything until you can establish empirical, testable evidence. I've been to places and seen stuff. It's there, bro. And then outside sources, they're telling you this story, yeah. And then if you take away their story, at the time, the people will have documented it as well. The Bible's documented outside of the Bible. This would be, for a non-believer, biased material. Archaeology isn't biased, and supporting evidence isn't biased. For people that hated them, even their enemies document the same stories. When it was documented. It doesn't happen in the Quran. It can't.
What can't happen?
So we describe the same prophets. I think we have 27. They say there's 23. They've missed out a few because they weren't important apparently. But yeah, I like to be flip. I like to have a laugh. People take themselves so seriously. It's just blokes talking about an imaginary guy. He's not imaginary, but their favorite superhero. Yeah, let's just lower it down to having a giggle. Yeah, and it's like, look, if you're saying this is true and I'm saying that's true, we have a thing called the internet, and you've got an airplane. If you want to get on an airplane, go to these places and look at them. They've got Noah's Ark on a different mountain. They say it's on Mount Jibal or something like that, begins with a J. We say it's on the mountains of Ararat, and we found it in the 70s. You can go to Noah's Ark. It's there. You can go to Sodom and Gomorrah, where God destroyed 2 cities with brimstone and fire, turned them to ash, salted the area. No plant life grows inside of the cities. You can walk, and there's balls of sulfur to this day. Their Allah will tell you that Lut, Angel Gabriel flipped the city on top of itself. It's the same story, but we found it. It's the biggest smoking gun in the world. It's there. You're walking around cities with doors turned into ash. You can get your little fork out and pull out balls of sulfur and light them. 99% pure. Doesn't exist on this earth. Everything's salted. That's where you get the Dead Sea.
But
There's-
how? But how would this convince me about Jesus? About a human
It would
being?
convince you that the Bible, that the book that you're following is not based on evidence. And then you would realize I should be looking in this book. I didn't become Christian when I realized this was true. I became Christian when I realized I couldn't save myself. Because I know the thoughts I have in my mind. I know I'm not perfect. And to go to a perfect place, I need a perfect person. God. He's the equation, bro. He loves you. That's why they always tack Jesus, the Trinity. They don't know about this stuff. They don't know about the evidence of the prophets because they haven't been taught it. They're not thinking. You're a thinking man. Just go outside of the mainstream and go, right, I'm going to open this in the middle and just go there. Cool. Just not, does it speak to me? Do I feel good? The Bible says who can trust the heart is the most deceitful. So you can't trust your own thoughts. You're constantly changing, aren't you? But I've not been able to disprove this. in years. I do mathematics in the King James Bible. I do quantum physics on the Trinity. I do fields that you've never heard of, that other Christians don't know about, but it's still evidence-based. Don't care about your opinion. Stick to the things you can test and forget the rest. Because if they haven't got it, both of them can't be right. And you're explaining the same thing. It's done, mate.
I mean, all I can say is it makes sense to only pray to God. It doesn't
Yeah, we get that.
to pray to anything else other than God, which is why Islam makes
100%,
sense.
mate. Yeah, he will not share his glory with anyone else. I get it.
But in Christianity, you're taught to praise Jesus.
Okay, but Jesus is God. We worship him in spirit and in truth, not the flesh. Jesus was pre-incarnate. Jesus is all the way through the books. Jesus is all the way through it. The angel of the Lord, he slew 185,000. It's Jesus. The evidence for that battle was discovered a few days ago.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know how I could believe that.
But you're not worshipping the man. You're worshipping what was inside of him that did the miracles. The man, they needed to live the perfect life.
What about like the spirit that's within, like my mother? Like I believe God's. You could say it.
Yeah, and I know
God's spirit is within her. It's beautiful. Like can I worship that spirit? Like
no.
The spirit, not a person. Like I have a friend who's a devout Christian, and I just like every time I'm around him, I'm like, dude, like I just love being around you. Like
you can know God, and you said you'll know them by their fruits. The craziest thing.
Wait, you're saying you're not worshiping a human, but
I'm worshiping in spirit and in truth. Jesus was always.
Wait, what does that mean, though?
I'm not worshiping. That's why there's no picture of Jesus on the cross there. There's no pictures of him in my house. Like, you're mad. I'm not worshiping the man. He needed to do that to restore the problem, the mathematics. Sin is in man. Man is sinful. He can't reunite himself with him. And I created him. I love him. That's how loving he is. He paid the price. That is the most merciful God. It's not just a title. He's the equation to everything. He's why the dates change in your calendar, bro.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. He's why he's in every other religion, but they always change who he is. There's why there's Christian cults that go against it and they say all sorts in the cults. What church did your family go to? I knew you had a praying family.
Yeah. Non-denominational.
Good. Because there's no such thing as denomination. As soon as someone says that they're denominational, I just go, pat them on the head. Okay, keep reading your Bible. It's just, we are the living blocks of the church. Church is just a few bricks. Yeah, it's God, bro. God, you worship God. I prayed to God in Saudi Arabia at the airport inside a mosque because it said it was a prayer room and prayer rooms were mixed. And I was like, I went there, I thought it was quiet. And then I went there, it's just a Muslim one. I went, I'm Christian. And they went, come in. And I just didn't face Mecca and prayed the living God. I don't care where I worship, bro. I worship in spirit and in truth.
I mean, yeah, I'll do the same thing. I won't pray to Jesus anymore, but I'll go to a church. Like, I don't think it's evil.
So, do you think that God wants you to say the same prayer? Or does he want you to talk to him?
I still talk to God.
Yeah, just keep talking to God. And if you truly, God says, if you seek God with all your heart, you'll find him. And God's given you brain and an eyes. This is the most, look, this is a blue t-shirt.
But I feel like I've done that. And I've, like, now Islam, like, this makes sense. Like, finally.
I get that. But I remember when you did your Quran reading, whatever thing, and then you got so many Muslim viewers that you're in an echo chamber and you never thought, hang on, let me just test this book that I spent 24 hours reading. Or was it 18 hours, wasn't it? You spent 18 hours reading it, and you never thought, hang on, can I differentiate a fictional book from a factual book?
But the main principle of the book is just that there's only one God.
Fake. It's fake.
But how? It tells you to worship God.
Does your mother tell you there's one God?
Well, that Jesus is, I would say it's more than one, because it's God, Jesus.
Honestly, logically, can God not be in three persons, one God? Like, you're talking about God, you're not talking about you, but you are made in his image. You are a kad. It's a Hebrew word. It means a composite.
I just think it's blasphemy to think another human could be God. Like, I feel like that's worshiping humans.
We don't think the human was God. He had two essences. He had the human essence and the God essence. It was God inside of him.
It doesn't make sense.
Look, God came into Mary to have that's why I had no father. He was always existing. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He's the Word. The Word become flesh. Emmanuel, God with us. God came in to his creation. God's always been able to come into.
So do you believe that God is coming in through you? Or
I believe God, the Holy Spirit resides in me. I know that. I get words
so
of
isn't
knowledge.
that the same as what you're saying? Like God went into Jesus and
No, that's different.
how?
It says, I'm in the Father as the Father is in me, and we are one body of the Spirit. You were all united through the Holy Spirit.
But isn't that kind of what you said earlier in this conversation? Like, you know God.
Yeah, and I couldn't deny that if a gun was put to my head. Couldn't deny it.
You know God and you're with God.
Yeah.
Isn't that, like, to me that's what Jesus was saying, is that, like, I have become one with God, and then over time people were like, he's God. And he was never saying that.
No. Honestly. And the big herring in the room is all of the faiths acknowledge this Jesus character, but they just change who he is. So the world is either for him or against him. It's just simply, you either believe that God's paid for it or you can pay for it. That's it. That's why the Jews put their faith in the blood. And then we put our faith in Jesus' blood. They were all looking forwards to the Messiah coming. And then, and then he came. And then we look backwards at it. It was all about his blood, the shedding of his blood. That's why the Jews always sacrificed animals, because it was representing what was to come.
Yeah.
The whole story is one book, mate.
I mean, I think it's very poetic.
It's not.
It seems like the most blatant form of blasphemy to think that a human was literally God in the flesh.
Okay, but we're worshipping him in the spirit. It's the spirit of God.
So, like, the spirit that was within, like, people like Moses?
The spirit came upon them. So the spirit came upon Moses, but then the spirit was indwelt with them after the day of Pentecost. So Christians can, after the Holy Spirit came down, Christians can have God inside of them. But before then, the spirit came upon them. It's only been able to indwell in the believer till Jesus died on the cross. The Bible's 6,000 years old, yeah? And it's all pointing towards the Messiah coming. Loads and loads of prophecies, yeah? And then this guy turns up.
But I have always been told that. And then when I read the Bible, you actually get an interesting perspective. When I read it over the course of 3 days in my YouTube channel. I read it in one sitting, but for that video, I slept. So it wasn't one sitting. But when I read it, boom, 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 I was like, I've always been told this. Like, it always points to Jesus coming. It always points to Jesus coming.
Yeah.
And it doesn't always point. There's a verse here, there's a verse there.
No, it's types and shadows. It's types and shadows. So
why would it be so hidden? Why would it not just be like, God is going to come? I mean, again, I'm not asking you. You didn't write the Bible, but, like, it seems like it's a stretch to think that he was God. Is what I'm saying.
No,
why wouldn't it just say?
There's a 5-year-old.
Actually asking, but, like, God is going to come in the flesh, and if you don't believe that he came in the flesh, you are now not going to be saved. It just seems like a game, It's
not a game because it's free. You're trying to earn something. In all of the religions, you're trying to earn something by doing various things. Yeah. So they turn God into a shop. Yeah. You do this for me, I'll do that for you. You know, do. But God is like, hey, I'm your dad. I've done everything for you. Do you want it? You've got to have free will. And you go, yes. And because your dad isn't a shop, you love your dad, he's done everything for you. You say, Daddy, can I wash the dishes? You offer to do things. And that's love. You actually love God because he's done everything for you.
Okay, well, what if I took a completely different argument, which is part of my interest in Islam, and simply said, forget everything I've said today. A little bit hypothetical, but this is actually mostly true. I want to become Muslim because it encourages me to be a better person, more so than being a Christian.
I don't think that you've been around. I think you're basing it on people. People will always let you down. You have people who are church hurt, people who are this, people that. Christians have fallen. Paul says, "Oh, wretched man that I am." I'm telling you, I know I couldn't get to heaven because of thoughts in my head.
But I mean the teaching of the religion. Like in Islam, you're not supposed to do.
You've not read it.
Read
Like
what, the Quran?
the Hadith.
I mean,
You-
no, I haven't.
Don't make up a decision. Would you say you are Muslim, or you're looking for God?
I'm still searching.
Cool. And saying a few words doesn't make you Muslim.
Yeah,
What
I
Christian?
mean, Muslim in the sense of like the literal meaning of the word, literally just
Yeah,
means
I
one.
get
who so in that sense, yeah, but like
Yeah, I
not
just
not in the
those
sense of
gods.
I'm a part of this religion
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Even
So if
though-
if you said to me the definition, I'd technically be Muslim. Oh, you believe there's one God? Yeah.
But that would mean you only pray to one God.
Well, there's only one God. It's essence, three persons, one God. We can talk. I can show you evidence stuff and not tell you what to think.
I mean, I
hate
don't believe you're not praying to God. Like,
Oh, God, bro, listen. When you pray to God, God talks back to you, bro.
yeah. I'm
Serious.
not.
Forget this. You ask him. We had all the famous Dawa guys on the other day. Went through 4 people, and they go like this. Let's change the conversation. No, Allah talks through his book. I'm like, bro, can you give me an example? And then 2 of my co-hosts have seen Jesus. My old partner saw Jesus in a dream. It's like the 3 people I ride with on channel, they're both seen Jesus.
I mean, I don't think that's not.
It's real.
My
bro.
grandpa. I don't want to get in the details of the story, but he was on the verge of death, and he had been shot, and he
Yeah.
was on the verge of death, and he said a prayer to Jesus.
Yeah.
At least he told me this. You know, I can't confirm
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
happened, but I believe my grandpa. He prayed to Jesus, and he said he felt Jesus touch him, and
Yeah.
that he prayed like, "Do not let me die here. I want to die with my family." And then, this was before he even had my father, so I wouldn't. Obviously, he lived,
Yeah.
and he prayed to Jesus, and he said he felt someone touch him. So I'm like, you know,
It's real, bro. God will find you. I was into the new age. I was in cryptocurrency, and then I got turned off when I woke up at the front door, being lifted off the floor with a pink orb in front of me. And it was trying to kill me. And I went, help, help, I'm sorry. And when I said sorry, it dropped out of me. Don't know why I said sorry to this day. Knew that there was a God. Threw out all that crystally hippie nonsense and went trying to find God. Because I wasn't looking, I didn't find God in the church. I hadn't know any Christians. I went, all the books, cool. Spoke to imams, spoke to Catholics, spoke to Christians, spoke to everyone, and went, cool, I've had this experience. Okay, other people have had these experiences. I've not, but I know of other people. I just looked at the evidence and I found this to be true in about 3 hours, and I realized that was fake in an hour. It's not hard. You just look. That's what I'm saying. Just look. It's not hard. And I encourage that to Muslims listening. Just look. It's not. You don't need to defend it. But I don't need to defend my Bible. I can attack it. I say I don't know. Did Jesus walk on water? Don't know, mate. I wasn't there. Didn't have cameras. Don't go look for that. You're not going to find it. I believe it by faith now, but go to the juicy stuff. Noah's Ark. It's up a big mountain. Moses splitting the sea. All the chariots underneath. It's all there, mate. It's literally there. They're not just stories. Stories leave evidence. You listen to history that goes back that far, and you go to museums with all that stuff. Cool. This is the Islamic Museum. Empty. It's not there.
I don't get why, like, you seem so worried about me embracing Islam. I know I haven't met yet. And,
Honestly,
like,
we've been
I
following-
don't see how following Islam goes against Christianity, besides not believing Jesus is God.
You're having a Western version of being taught of what Islam is as opposed to reading what it is.
But Islam, the current religion, seems to be exactly what Moses taught, exactly what the Old Testament says.
Adam was the first Muslim. Moses was the first Muslim.
No, not like historical, like how to act. Like you pray, you're like
Have you read? Because Muhammad's not really in the Quran. You have to have the Hadith to understand Muhammad and how to practice it. If you read the Hadith, even the ones that are translated into English, it will make your skin. It's just read them. I don't want to be offensive to people. I just want to say read them. That's your text. Don't get offensive when I repeat.
like
Sahih
what's
as well.
an example of a crazy one?
I don't want to say it on the live stream. I will if you push me.
Say it. I mean, freedom of speech. Just share the idea.
Muhammad went into the grave of his dead auntie and had sex with her to lessen the punishment of the grave.
That's in a hadith.
Yeah, just there's
So
millions.
someone reported that happened.
That's Sahih. That's the strongest one. Don't go to Da'if hadiths or Hassan hadiths. Just go
Okay,
read.
but
Just
even
read.
like, okay,
Just
but
read.
let's say that that's true. How would that mean
I don't
that?
believe it's true. I don't believe it is true.
Okay,
I don't believe
oh,
that hadith
but
chain of narration should be trusted. I don't believe that Muhammad actually existed. You can't find the evidence of Muhammad outside of the Quran.
if that's true, it's like, what does that have anything to do with me praying to God, becoming a Muslim?
Just
Like,
read
Muslim
the Bible.
in the sense of only following God.
Do you think that Buddhists are going to heaven, according to Islam?
I don't know. I don't. I lived with Buddhist monks for a week. I thought
Do you
it was
believe
the
all
most
Muslims?
beautiful
I
thing.
know. And you do the weak thing, shave your eyebrows off. I remember it with the strings on your head. I don't do it. I was Christian, but I watch my. I don't get involved in any of that stuff. But I watch them have the strings attached to their head, and it's wacky, mate.
Wait, strings attached to your head? What are you talking about?
They do all sorts. Because I used to live in a.
Oh, the
a
ones I
gym.
was with didn't do anything weird. They
So-
were just
so-
super nice, and they just taught me to.
They're lovely, man. I lived there. I lived there 2 years, man. But honestly, if you want to realize that they can fake people because of the way that I treat truth, Buddha was born in multiple different countries. There's loads of different Buddhas, different areas varying. He never existed. You can just find, like, okay, where was he born? Was he born in Nepal? Was he born in Thailand? Was he born in China? Which Buddha was? Oh, they don't know because you can't prove it. But you couldn't prove it back in the day. Now you can. There's no excuse. I'm just saying, look, go test it.
Test the historical of the Bible.
Bro, that's it. Just literally, I said, look, we can do it. Open
But
it.
I still
Random
don't get how
dates.
that would make me think that Jesus is God, that a human could be God, like that a human came from, like,
God.
lived, did the same. Like, I just feel like worshiping a human as God is
You're
like
wo-
almost worshiping myself. Like, I'm a man, and I believe God was a man just like me, and
No,
had
no,
two
no, no,
hands,
no.
and had
It's
to use the restroom. Like,
Two
how,
essences. Two essences, isn't it? And God humbled himself and came into creation because he loves you.
I mean, no, sounds. And
And you
if that's true,
your
yeah, like if that's
your
true,
dad's dreams.
I'm not arrogant. I don't really know. Like, I don't understand how that could be true. And I pray that God would make me aware and not continue to share that I don't think that's true to thousands of people. But I don't understand how.
Why can God not become a man? He won't, God and man. God man is called in the Bible. The God man. Why can
God-man.
God? Yeah. Why can he not become take on human flesh? God, they created everything. Why can he not do that? That seems pretty easy if he made the
Well,
world.
I guess like theoretic. Well, I just don't. Okay, so God is this like eternal, powerful concept, like just all powerful.
Yeah.
And a man,
All loving.
like
all
just
merciful.
all like if you made a character on a video game, he would be
Perfect
all,
stats.
Yeah.
All green.
So
10 10s.
that seems to be in direct contradiction with what a human is. A human is someone who is in need of like everything. They need water. They have to use the restroom. They have to do boom, 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 boom. They have like it just seems to be a direct contradiction of something that can't die. When a human, the only thing that's guaranteed in a human's life is taxes and death.
Yeah, but God didn't die. The flesh died. You can't. Spirit's eternal.
But isn't that the same sense of like when I die,
Yeah.
I don't believe that I actually die. I believe that there's something else in me.
Yeah.
So isn't that
yeah.
exactly like Jesus?
The same thing is, the same experiences because spirit's eternal.
So, what makes me different than Jesus?
What makes you different than Jesus? Could you create?
I mean.
Can you
Actually, I
imagine
do
if-
mean that. Like,
Yeah. But what I'm saying, can you imagine if we made the universe, how backwards it would be? I don't want to be God. I'm just saying philosophically, I don't want to be God because I know who I am and how many mistakes I made, how fallible I am, and I know who I am.
yes,
So I would want something perfect above me to make me, philosophically.
God. Yeah.
God, God, and God is all perfect, all merciful, all loving. He can't lie. You know what takir is in Islam?
Takir? No.
Takir is to lie to people, so they're allowed to lie. I'm not allowed to lie. It says, "Thou shalt not lie," but they're allowed to lie to you to spread Islam. So this is why the top
Where does
people.
it say that in the Quran?
What's takir? Oh, you've read it over 18 hours. You should.
I mean, I have it right in front of me. I don't think it says to lie.
Taqiyya verse in the Quran. Okay,
You're so fun to talk to.
of the third
Adam.
surah. Bro, we've been watching you for ages, and I was like, we need to, like, God leads me to certain people. It's like I gave my life. That's why I have this thing on my arm. Like, I am an evangelist. That's what I do. I ask God, I'm a salesman. I ask God, hey, God, the most valuable thing I have is my salvation. Teach me how to do it. That's why I study Islam, because it's the most, they're going to save the most souls. Yeah, Taqiyya verses. Yeah.
Okay.
Concealing or disguising one's belief, convictions, ideas, feelings, opinions. This is AI overview. Why do you force denies religion, and nevertheless the true believer who feels a peace of faith in his heart, he will not suffer great punishment? Taqiyya, where's Taqiyya mentioned? I would love to invite you onto our channel where we can just go through verses and verses, because I don't want to start dropping nasty ones to an audit to make you think that I'm nasty.
Well,
Because
I mean,
you
you said that
belief you
it
don't
is
know it.
according to the Quran that you can lie to spread the religion, but where does it say?
Yes, yes.
And
Okay. Okay. Do you want to share the screen? I can do that if you want.
I am not sure how I would do that.
I know.
I know there's a way. Oh, you can share your own screen.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I'm a master at this. A master. I'm winding you up. If you put add to stage, if you look below, it just says add to stage.
Say it again.
Look below where my head is, below the text box.
Yeah, oh, got it. Got it.
Yeah. So I'll zoom in because no one can see that. Let's be honest.
Isn't it?
Yeah. I recently cornered Menji in a Palak room, blah, 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 blah. There's no compulsion in religion. Verily, the right path has become distinct from the wrong path. Whoever disbelieves is takut and believes in Allah. Then he gasped in the most trustworthy handhold that will never break. And Allah is all hearer, all knower. And when I took the microphone, stated that Menji was using taqiyya by concealing pertinent information regarding Muslims' view of the verse. Menji.
Real quick, what is this bottom part? Because I know the top part is the Quran verse.
So when you're talking to Muslims that are educated, they will omit certain things and change certain things. So they won't tell you about certain hadiths. They'll tell you. I remember I said the dawah is basically.
But where does it say in the Quran that you're supposed to?
Go to the verses. This is a Sam Shamoon. This is Sam Shamoon's site. It's answeringislam.org. So let's go to verses.
That say that you should lie, or not should, that it's okay to lie to spread Islam?
Yes.
But why would you need to?
You answered it yourself.
Well, yeah, no, I don't think you would need to. I don't recall the Quran saying that you can lie to spread the religion.
Okay, should we just go to verses? Okay. This is talking about a certain person doing it.
Someone said you're listening to someone possessed by a demon.
Say that again.
You're listening to someone possessed by a demon, Grayson.
What, me? I promise you not, bro. I promise you
Don't
not.
worry, I don't think you are.
Yeah, bro, honestly, yeah, don't get involved in the new age, mate. Trust me. Muhammad was possessed by a demon. You know that some of the verses from the Quran when he was influenced by Satan. Have they told you that one?
I just don't understand how that could be true if he said to worship God and only look for God to find help. How does that mean he's possessed by a demon? And also, wait, where's this lying thing?
And we're going to go to it. We're in it now, but I think...
I don't think you can find it.
Bro, I promise you, because this is just talking about a debate. No, Grayson, this is him talking about a debate. I've just clicked on a Google thing. There you go.
Like
Taqiyya or not showing the faith open.
Wait, but this isn't a verse. What is this?
No, this is now. We're going to go into them. Taqiyya, or not showing their faith openly by means of pretense, dissimulation or concealment, is a special type of lying which is taught and used by Shia Muslims, Sunni Muslims, and Taqiyya. Taqiyya or taqiyya is related to terms taqwa or taqi. All have the root meaning of guarding something, in the case the Islamic faith. The practice, along with the practice of kithman, or concealing the faith from non-Shias, where are many placed today, a method of self-preservation for the Shia community. Historically, the Shiites have been in the minority and have been persecuted by the Sunni Muslims. Should we go to some verses?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm ready for some verses.
So this is Surah 7, 150 to 151.
I just don't think Christianity and Islam are against each other. That's the meta point, but continue.
Well, yeah. When Muslims came back to the people, angry and grieved, he said, "Evil it is that ye have done in my place, in my absence. Did ye make haste and bring on the judgment of your Lord?" He put down the tablet, seized his brother by the hair of his head, and dragged him to him. Aaron said, "Son of my mother, the people did indeed reckon me as naught, and went near to slaying me. Make not the enemies rejoice over my misfortune, nor count thou me amongst the people of my sin." Moses prayed, "O my Lord, forgive me and my brother. Admit to us thy mercy, for thou art the most merciful of those who have shown mercy." This is a verse is important because since all Muslims believe that Aaron is a prophet, none would criticize him of cowardice. A more specific justification of Taqiyya by the Shias is the instance when Ammar ibn al-Yasir, one of the companions loyal to Ali, considered to be one of the first Shias, was detained and tortured by infidels. He renounced his faith in order to escape immediately, went to Muhammad and repented. Umar suggested that he be put to death for apostasy. However, Muhammad said that it was better for him to renounce his faith with his lips while still believing in his heart than to be burned by infidels.
But so where does it say that it's okay to lie?
This account is surprising considering how much emphasis the Quran places on martyrdom. Today, many Sunnis criticize Ammar for his actions. There's a significant difference of philosophy between Sunnis and Shias, which creates the dilemma. Sunnis believe that human beings will have little or no free will, while Shia a belief that humans enjoy a great deal of free will. To Sunnis, God decides how and when one is going to die and what is going to happen to all people. Predestination, that is. Both believe and unbelievers. Therefore, it makes little difference what decision one makes. Everything is in God's hands.
I'm zoning out a little bit.
Yeah, so am I. This is not really answering the question, bro. Honestly, let me cancel this. Study. Ask people what Taqiyya is. Go in the audience and say Christians, and they'll tell you.
I don't know what Taqiyya means. I just know that you said we don't even have to.
So when you debate,
I don't see where you didn't show me a verse that says that.
I didn't pull one up. I'm fully, I did pull one up because I'm look on Google. You can look into it. Write it down. Taqiyya. It's when they lie to you. Do you think that all the people that have told you about Islam have been telling the truth?
I mean, I don't give too much weight to. If you're talking about people in real life, you're talking about.
Do you ever watch God Logic?
Yeah, I was maybe going to stream with him today. That would have been awesome.
Go on God Logic, bro.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to him.
God Logic or Sam Shamoon.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to both of them.
I could get you connected.
Hey, I'm connected with God Logic, Sam. I can't remember if we've traded emails yet or not, but.
The reason is, Grayson, people love you when you have an influence where we're watching someone not be told the truth and run down and promote something that they don't know about, like you don't know fully yet. And it's very dangerous because you'll be trapped. Because if you leave Islam, do you know what the punishment for leaving Islam is?
Get murdered.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true, though.
Okay, we've had to get people out of countries because they were openly talking about Jesus.
Well, maybe that could be true in a Muslim. I mean, not for
in a
me.
predominantly Muslim country. So when they can do these things, they will do these things because that's actually true Islam. You're not seeing the true face of Islam. We had to get a passport because he stole a passport for someone in Antioch in Turkey. They were trying to get him into prostitution. And there's verses in there as well. We can break it down. We do it in videos. It's real, bro. God's love. doesn't make people do these things. That's why you have Shia courts and things like that. This is why these people, you know of these people. We care about it.
But how could I trust? Why should
Don't-
I trust? Why should I trust you?
You shouldn't. I'm telling you where to look. Why should you trust? I'm not telling you to trust me. You shouldn't trust me. You should be, you should listen to what I've said and say, okay, that guy was interesting. He said he's been praying me for ages. He said, just go test the Bible. Why should I not trust that guy? He's openly said, I'm just a bloke talking.
Well, okay, yeah, no, and
I've never
you
said.
you also said the only other thing that I can remember that you claimed is that the Quran says it's okay to lie, and then when you went to look, you couldn't find
Yeah,
it.
but I'm literally pulling it off sites on Google. I'm just being logical with you.
No,
He said it was a
but
debate.
you couldn't
It was a
find
Stanford Moon debate I pulled up, and he's showing examples of him doing taqiyya. It's like it's the wrong thing to pull up. I get it, but I'm not hiding. Yo, I'm just a bloke that saw you on. I've always seen and thought I'll try and get into full stream. I'll count like full stream. I need to get up. Like half the guys on your thing, I've been to Speaker's Corner. I just use evidence. They all laugh. They don't debate me now because when I talk to them, they think they're clever. I'm pretty sharp with my tongue. So we kind of go like that, and everyone cheers for their own side. Then I edit the video with the evidence next to the face. My videos absolutely slap, bro. Go into the top playlist, and it's just the top Dawa people at Hyde Park just going, yeah, you're wrong, and the evidence is coming up with the verses next to them, and then the physical evidence and the science literally popping up next to the heads as they're telling everyone that I'm wrong. It's hilarious because I don't need. It's just evidence. Like, great, cool. My dad's bigger than your dad. Well, here's my dad, and they can't show their dad. It's like, cool. All right, bro. Cool story. Pat on the head. It's not a game. It's done. Like, I don't play games. I just go, there you go. Deal with that. I'm not going to be word verses and poetry with you. My book sounds right. Your book sounds right. Here's the mathematical perfection of the Bible. Here's the prophecies being fulfilled. Here's the outside sources confirming the Bible. Here's the archaeology. Cool. Bible's real. Who's it talking about? Jesus. Okay. Everything's about Jesus. I need Jesus. I'm off to heaven. Cool. I just want to prove this book is perfect. And I don't need to. I attack this book all the time. Can't disprove it. Just a plain old Christian. You've got your contact lenses in, bro. You got your glasses on now. You're ready, aren't you? Thinking, do you know what? I've been streaming for 6 hours. He said he realized the Bible was true in 3 hours.
So what if the world continues as it is for the next forever? There's Muslims, there's Christians.
The Bible's telling you the prophecies that are happening now. I love all this stuff. It's pretty scary. So focusing on Jesus. Get right with Christ.
But like when you say that, I'm like, okay, let me follow what I know, what I believe Jesus lived. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's basically what a Muslim does.
Say that again?
You heard me.
Well, that's what a Muslim does.
Yeah, so if you say you need to get right with Christ, I think, okay.
Jesus was a Jew, mate. He looked completely different. Jews are like their legal system's ridiculous. There's 253 laws, and he fulfilled them perfectly. He was the Jewiest of Jews.
Wait, but then he
looked nothing like a Muslim.
But then he said, you can sum up all the laws, but treat others how you want to be treated. He prayed. He went off by himself, fasted, which
So the Bible, the law is to show that you're.
Which I think Christians do that too. I just think they break that by praying to Jesus. But
the law just means that you know when you've broken the rules, and then when they broke the rules, they went and put the faith in the blood atonement. No one could keep the law; it was ridiculous.
So when you say I need to get right with Christ, I think I need to follow the footsteps of Christ.
So you need to establish whether this is true. That's it. You only look like a Christian. Half the Muslims on here look like Christians because they don't know the Hadith and they've got the Ten Commandments in. There'll be Christians that are born again that look worse than other people, but God will change them. Actually change the heart from the inside, not the outwards appearance. So even when I'm being like sharp with that kid and derogatory with that kid. That's coming from a place. Yeah, well, it is. It's coming from a place of love. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you can say all these things about how I'm talking to people, but then why have I studied their text? Why do I risk what I do to save these people? Like, I respect Dawah people. If they truly believe it, then they think they're saving you. But they can't show the evidence. There can't be two rights, and they've got the cheek to tell us as well.
I mean, I don't think the evidence, whatever. I mean, what does that even mean? Evidence that If one of them was clear, I don't think the world would continue as it is. I think it's kind of like a gray area.
No, you haven't looked, and people haven't looked. It's so easy. So easy. Stop listening to people. Go look.
In the Bible?
No, go open the Bible and go like this. Look. The altars of incense, the holy anointing oil, offerings of the tabernacle. Okay, look, where do we go here? Second plagues, frogs. Are the plagues of the frogs documented inside Egyptian history? Forget the Bible. Are the 10 plagues miraculously just good? Because they only have 6 plagues in the Quran one, and they're in different orders. Are the 10 plagues documented outside of the Bible at Egypt? Because that everyone would have seen that. Yeah. Joseph. Joseph built the grain silos. They're there to feed everyone for 7 years. They're there. They built big construction to hold all the food to feed people for 7 years of plenty, 7 years of famine. It's there. You can go to it.
But what does that do with Jesus?
It proves the book. All the book points to Jesus. I want you to realize.
But it's like it's like a bunch of books in one book.
Joseph is a type of Jesus. When Joseph had a dream, he had the baker and the cup holder. The baker holds the bread. The cup holder holds the wine. He was sold for 20 pieces of silver to traders. Traders then had to make a profit and probably would have sold him for 30 pieces of silver. It's a type and shadow. Joseph's a type and shadow. There's so much stuff in there. I just want you to realize it. So, name me a story in the Bible. I'll tell you where Jesus is.
Name a story in the Bible and you'll tell me where Jesus is?
Yeah.
The story of Moses receiving the 10 Commandments on Mount
Sinai. Mount Sinai. That's Exodus. It's the whole book. God's parted the sea. That would be God parting the sea and making a way. Jesus made the way. Later on, they get to Mount Sinai. You can see it's in the video in the top thing. When God said he came down on the mountain and burnt the top of it, the mountain's there. Everything around it, the altar where they made the calf, is there. With all people graving in images of cows. A place to hold 2 million people. The rock that Moses split, in the rock of Horeb, he split, it's there. And all the water, it's all there, bro.
Wait, what does that have to do with Jesus?
So Jesus, it went, and the Exodus, you're talking about the Exodus story. It's in one book. So you're saying, where is he on the mountain? I'm saying he's not on the mountain. He's there. He's there when he split the sea. He made the way. At Jericho, and that's another historical place. When the walls fell down, he was represented by the red scarlet robe that saved the family, the prostitute that gave them. You might not know this story, but if you do, it's the red scarlet. It's the red color is always going to his blood. Everything's about his blood. Like the lamb, he was the Abraham and Isaac. He was the ram that was sacrificed in place of Isaac. He's the type and shadows all the way through. He loves you, bro.
God?
Yeah.
I agree.
He loves you enough to die for you, the things that has to be paid for, because a just God has to punish sin. And you can't come to heaven with a drop of sin on you. And he says, I've done it for free, but he can't force you. He's saying, do you trust me or do you trust yourself? God isn't one
I
that...
used to believe that, and now I don't even know if I want... It's like, it's not even... Like, if I wanted to believe that, I don't think I could. I think I would be like, wait, what? Like, if I wanted to believe that Jesus was God and died for my sins, I don't even think I could.
What's covering your sins? It's a good deal. If you go to court, and you've got a driving ticket, and you go into court and it says, right, we've caught you speeding. What's your answer? It says, I helped a granny across the road. And they go, Grayson, that's amazing, good lad, but that doesn't pay for this crime. Doing a good deed doesn't pay for the crime you've done. So says, it doesn't pay for it. It's £50 this fine, or you go to jail for a week. And you go, I haven't got 50 quid. Well, sorry, Grayson. I know you helped a granny across the road and you haven't got 50 quid, but this is the law. You've broken the law. You're going to go to jail for a week. Yeah. Really sorry we have to do this. But then Jesus comes in and goes, all right, no, I've got 50 quid. I paid for his sins. does the judge go, carry on letting grannies go across the road? You don't have to go to jail for a week.
I mean,
Good
that would
deeds-
be amazing.
Yeah, well, that's what God's done. He's paid for your sins. How would you respond to God if God's done everything for you?
Thank you.
That's it. That's all he wants to hear. What can you offer to God?
No, I mean, if that's true, thank you.
Yeah, well, you can't offer anything to God. God's changed you, the condition you were born in. You're human. And then because of that, how can you point at anyone else and say you're nasty? That's why Christians are all loving. We may get things wrong, but then we go back to, oh, hang on, yeah, I should have done that one. Because how can I say you're bad when I know I'm bad and God's paid for my sins? How can I point the finger at someone else and go, you're bad? I can't. Who am I to judge? I'm a sinner, saved by grace. I'm taught to love, I'm taught to pray for my enemies. I'm taught to love them. Like, you don't understand how I actually walk in life. It says, do your good deeds in private, so I'll continue that way. But
Well, the best I can understand is how you've talked to me today, and you've been very kind.
yeah, of course, man. There's no reward for me to be nice to a Christian because we're family. There's more reward for me to be nice to people outside of the faith. Does a tax collector know how to do good deeds for his friend? Yeah, of course he does. But it's harder to do for people that are outside. So as if you're given a cup of water to the least of these, as if you're giving it to me. I don't want to give without the fear of receiving. It'll change your heart, bro.
What will?
God. He says he gives you a heart of stone to a heart of flesh where you go, oh, I am this person and they're those persons and we're all broken in a broken world. Let's love and forgive as well. Like, you're only young, mate. The further you get on through your life, you'll go through the windmill. And God has just went, forgive them. I've had my heart smashed to pieces when I was younger, absolutely in pieces. And when I accepted God, I was like, I forgive everyone. I get it. I'm in, and it's gone. All that hate, all that thing's gone away.
Okay, so let's say I became, right now, I believe Jesus is God, and I accept that He died for my sins. And
yeah, that's
okay,
it.
How would my actions change?
Your actions you wouldn't change your actions. God would change your actions because God.
Okay, but what would I start doing differently now? I mean, I know you don't know what I do, but
if you have the characteristics of God, yeah. So if you're in a relationship with someone who's bad, your friends are bad, and you hang around bad friends, you start to look like them, yeah. So if you have a relationship with God, God's inside of you. When you go to do something bad, it's like, It'll change your taste. It'll change what you listen to.
Well, when I do something wrong now, that I think, oh, this is wrong. Like, I already feel that way.
Yeah,
I just don't understand what would change about my life if I became a Christian.
The convictions of the heart, it completely changes you.
I mean, sorry, a Christian versus like living a traditional.
You're living the Muslim life, but as opposed to a relationship with God changing you. There's no longer just you. Ask your mum to explain this, because if you're born again, you could never deny you've got your own consciousness all your life, and then you've got something that will manifest, and you'll feel the Spirit on you.
I mean, I feel that. Like, I feel born again. Like, I'll smile at anyone. I feel
Bro,
alive.
I get that. That's your characteristics. We're very, very similar in person.
No, but I wasn't used to. I didn't always think that way, and then I became reborn again. Like, oh, I understand. Like life. Like, I walk out of the door, I'll greet anyone. Every day's a good day. I'll just make somebody laugh.
I get that, but it's not okay. So I get words of knowledge. God tells me certain things that only God can know. When I'm evangelizing, I've only had like 10 in my life. I'm not some crazy prophet. Then my housemate gets dreams. There's gifts of the Spirit that are God inside of you. So you'll hear Christians telling you things, and they'll look you dead in the eye. I saw Jesus. I prophesied this. I healed someone when I prayed. God healed someone through me. It's not some kind of dead religion. It's real.
I don't think it's dead.
No, but what I'm saying is, ask a Muslim to tell you when Allah spoke to them, and they won't, because he hasn't. It's a nice feeling when you read the Quran. You feel good. You're around nice people. They're trying to do nice things, but there's not that supernatural thing. And Christians, well, real Christians not calling yourself Christian. A Christian is someone who's been born again. It's something. It's a physical thing or something. Like, this is a table. This is a person. A Christian is a person with the Spirit of God indwelling inside of them. That's what it is. You are a Christian. And it says that God will lead you to all truths. Like this Bible, you teach the gospel. Why do you think they always teach the gospel at church? Because the gospel's the key to being born again, and the Holy Spirit will lead you to all truths. My heresy level, the amount of things I've got wrong when I first started, is ridiculous. And I say that I'm so open on my channel. So let's go to the. Oh my God, I didn't realize yet. I'm sorry. I've fallen over. I've got loads of cuts on my legs and bruises from misinterpreting things wrong. But slowly, through God revealing things and helping me, giving me the understanding, I'm better. But there'll be things that I get wrong now that I'm not aware of. I won't be doing them. Or, you know what I'm saying? It's not. It's.
I just don't understand how my life. I feel like if I became a Christian, I would just now feel less guilty sinning, like some sins.
No. Wow. Listen. You got
some certain things. Like I think I would be like, oh, I'll be forgiven.
It
like,
makes it's completely different, bro. It's complete. I hate it when people think that. It's like it's your dad who's done everything, and you're like, I'm doing that to you, who died naked on a cross for me in public, who created me, who gave me life, who's promised me eternity, who lives.
But it's like the reason, which I think it's. I mean, it is. Forgive me for saying that, God. I think that was a little bit disrespectful. But what I mean is, like, if I now believe that my sins are all forgiven, like, I'm just, by my flesh, gonna be more likely to be like,
No way. You've got God inside of you. Every time you look at Jesus or think of God that's done everything for you, your loving dad, that's you've got the presence of God inside of you, it gets worse, bro. It's conviction of the Holy Spirit. That's ridiculous. You need to think how mad that is for someone who's done everything for you. Do you know when your mother says, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed? How it cuts.
Yeah.
There you go. Bro, this is your dad. Your perfect dad. Good. Oh, after everything I've done for you. And you don't think I saw that because I'm there and I know.
I mean, I just think that I'm more likely to do good deeds if I'm a Muslim rather than a Christian. No, you're trying to learn
something. No.
I'm saying me. Not that makes it everyone should become a Muslim and you just can't be a good person if you're a Christian. I'm just saying me. Thinking that I need to be doing good stuff encourages me to do good stuff.
Okay, okay, I get that because I know the personality type as well. I'm the same. So how much do you think I'm going to talk now about what I do for God? And I shouldn't be doing it much, but I constantly serve God out of love. My whole life is this evangelism. All the money for my ministry goes to spreading the gospel. I work full time. It's like I just love on people and help people and study and give my time. Like, who cares about this if I'm not having people being able to talk to me privately and go, hey, I've got a question. And it's like 3 a.m. I'm like, okay, I've got to get up. Jesus time. And I'm doing it for God out of love. Like, I was on a 7-hour plane flight, then another 7-hour plane flight after not sleeping for 24 hours next to 2 Muslim men. And God was like, yo, talk. Okay. And we're friends, got photos together. We talked all for 7 hours. And I was literally getting hot flushes. I was that tired. But God, you know that tiredness. You get it. And it was like, yo, and we talked and we laughed and we're friends. And we just discussed all the way through the plane journey. And this must have been going 36 hours as a 37-year-old. I'm getting hot flushes here on the plane, like, oh my gosh. My vision starts going, oh. It's like, that's the love. It's like, okay, Dad, I need to do this. Like, okay, I'll be with you. Let's go. He tells you what to do as well. He guides you. It says, a man directs his footpath. A man chooses direction. God directs his feet. You do what you want to do. God will just plan things for you. And he works all things for those who love him. You'll see amazing things when you come to God.
But how do you know I'm not with God?
Because you haven't. Are you born again? Have you got the Spirit of God living inside of you?
I believe so.
How did you get it inside? Where does it say that in the Quran?
Well, I don't believe it necessarily entered me when I read the Quran.
Okay. God would not lead you. God would not allow you to go as far as you've gone. Yeah. And let me tell you this. I went down so many wrong rabbit holes until I got to the truth. Yeah. Because I was always searching for God. And God always knew I was going to find him because he knows the beginning from the end. Yeah. So if I am correct, yeah, if God is correct, forget me, I'm an idiot. Yeah, an idiot with a silly t-shirt on. If God is correct, how much more effective of a tool are you going to be to say, hey, do you know what? I've read the Quran. I've got loads of Muslim friends, and I understand basically their thing, and I love them. They're my friends. Would you then tell them, or would you study?
Wait, I don't understand. Would I tell them that?
If God has led you through a path where you're falling over and you're going down this faith and you've tried Buddhism, you've tried Islam, you've tried all these things, and then you find the truth, and you can still test it. You know God, yeah, but for you to learn, you can test this. Yeah, so it's going to defend itself. If it's true, I'm encouraging you to attack it. Literally saying, go and have your biggest swing at this, mate. Go give it a, yeah, you know the kick, high guard as well, mate. Go kick it as hard as you can. It's gonna, yeah. Keep it up, and then turn your hands. You're not turning your hands as well. Roll your shoulder over. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good fight. Yeah. Who's your favorite fighter?
I don't know. Israel Adesanya.
Is he okay? Yeah. So it's the Muay Thai style. Have you seen any Sanchez stuff?
Oh, a little bit.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. So
Yeah,
I like
it's funny.
Muay Thai and Muay Thai as well. It's like a cerebral fighting and all the traps and stuff like that. So yeah, I love it.
He goes,
Yes. You've got to fall in love with him. Ferreira, Sharma. Let's go. So yeah. We're all human here, mate. You know what I mean? But just test these things, man. Just test these things. I'm not telling you what to think. And go and apply it to any other book. Once you've tested the Bible, and you go, if you go on my channel, there's 7 videos underneath that are pure evidence based. Underneath every video, bar the last one, because it was just number codes in the Bible. And yeah, they're just literally evidence based. And then go apply it to the Quran, and then you've gone fact, fiction, this is real. That one can't be real, but let me go and test it. Oh. And then you can go back to this and you can keep testing it. And you'll go, all right, Jesus, I'm in. And that's it. Nothing you have to do. Jesus has prepared a bath for you. You don't have to get a shower to go before a bath. You come as dirty as you are, and then God will slowly clean you. Even though you might be cleaned according to the world, you're not God's standard. You ain't getting into heaven. God's standard is perfect. Heaven is perfect. You need to be perfect.
Wait, do you know that, or do you believe that?
I write these things before. I know that I'm saved. I know that I write these things before to know that I am God. I promise you. I write these things before to know that I am God.
You know that you're saved.
Yeah, 100%. Because my salvation is not based on me; it's based on Jesus. And I've got the Holy Spirit inside of me, and I read my text and know that.
Doesn't that seem a bit arrogant?
No, because I'm boasting of Christ. If I boast of anything, I boast of Christ crucified. I'm boasting of God. I'm wretched. I know I'm wretched. I'm a lot better now, and in the world, I wasn't that bad anyway. But that's the world standard.
How do you know?
You're indwelled with the Holy Spirit, bruv. You have supernatural experiences. You feel God. You see the way He changes you. You see His promises in here. All the Father gives me, I shall not lose one. There's multiple verses. This is scientifically, but like, listen, bro. I don't even want to. We can talk. Like I'd love to have you on my show. My guys would be like, we've been praying for you for ages. You see the comment section go up, like, Grayson, what? You know what I mean? That's why I was in the background going, come up.
Yeah, you're funny.
Yeah, because all these lot, they don't entertain. This is like, you know what I mean? I'm like, bro, listen, let's have a laugh. Talk about fighting, talk about science, prove stuff, and just kick it. You know what I mean? It's not a hard thing to do, to reason with your mind and then reason with your eyes as well. Why cut off your nose to spite your face? Just use your eyes, bro. There you go. Adam said to me, I can look at the evidence under that channel. It's all evidence-based. Cool. What have I got to be scared of? Go and ask a Muslim to show you the same story. After you've seen the evidence of ours, you'll just go, okay. Oh, the ants wrote a book, and the iron came down in a meteorite, and NASA confirms it. Cool. Why? Sounds kosher. Everything came from an explosion. Oh, I was taught that in school. They also taught me evolution, that a caterpillar evolved into a cocoon, that evolved into a butterfly over billions of years. Makes sense. You don't have to leave your brain at home, bro. Most of the scientists that discovered things were theologians. That was the main thing. And they read what the Bible said and says, what's that describing? Let me work it out. Because science is describing God's creation. Science can't create, it can only describe the reality. And this is describing God's creation.
Well, it's been fun.
Let's end in prayer.
Let's go.
Yes, brother. Okay, cool. Because I believe we serve a living God, and He can change hearts and meet people where they are. Okay.
Can I pray first, and then you finish it? All right, let's go.
Yeah.
God, thank you for all the at least 500 people, thousands of people who are listening to this right now. May God protect us physically. May God protect our family, and simply may God make the truth stand away from the falsehood. And God, thank you for the computer being invented so me and Adam could have a great conversation today. And may God protect him and his family. Adam, take it away. Amen on my end.
Dear God, loving Heavenly Father, I just thank you for answering the prayers I've sent up, that we could finally talk with Grayson. I ask that you meet him where he is, that if he steps to God, you'll step to him. I encourage him to trust his brain and his eyes to look. And the Bible says, let God be true and every man a liar. I just ask him to soften his heart, and you to soften his heart and remove the scales from his eyes. And if you are true, for him to run into your arms, and everything that he's learned on this journey to take and to serve in your kingdom, for he will be mighty in your kingdom, and he can know that he has eternity through your word. Your word is provable. We ask all these things in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Last thing, Grayson, if you want to come on my channel, it's Here I Am, Lord, Send Me. The truth is not subjective. And I'd love you to come find me. And we can go live. Yeah. Here I am, Lord, send me. You'll see me in armor. Have you found it?
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah. So go to the best playlist and just watch the evidence come up next to all the world's best Dawa people. And it's just they're going da 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 da. I'm going pop, 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 and then the evidence is coming up, and the whole it's the emperor wears no clothes.
Is that a reference to Hamza? Hamza's den?
I've destroyed Hamza 3 times, mate. Hamza. When you went on Hamza's, it was so.
Did you see that?
You came on just after me. You know.
Oh, that day.
That day, you came on just after me, and I got kicked. Hamza's a joke. I'd go watch a Hamza video, and I do Sodom and Gomorrah with him. And I'm there eating grapes, just casually eating grapes.
I'm not.
Hamza, Zisham,
Okay,
Hashim,
can you
Mansur.
teach me how to be more? How do I be more assertive when I?
Don't let people talk over you, because that's what they'll try and do and control the conversation. That's why that guy was doing it. Because as soon as I said let's test the Bible, he wanted me to go to talk about the ants, because he can't, because it's not there. I'm just saying, all right, cool, let's test it. This is fake. Even though Allah's word can't be changed, Ibn Abbas said that his word can't be changed. He's the highest scholar, and Muhammad said he had the book. Like,
how do you do that? How do you not let someone talk over you? You just with force. You just say, hey.
I'm an award-winning salesman. I've knocked on doors 15 years. I know how to talk. So
how do I do it?
You kick that kickback. You kick that kickback, and you stand on scripture. And the Bible says we'll be bold as lions.
Wait, one more question. How are you hearing me right now?
Through the speakers.
It's coming out loud?
Yeah.
And how is it not echoing?
I have no idea. Like, it's just not echoing. I can hear you, bro. Loud and clear. Roger.
No, I know you can hear me, but you don't have headphones in?
No.
Okay, wait. So, I don't want to wear headphones. No?
Oh, I can hear you, bro. Oh, put your headphones in. It's echoing now.
Yeah. How is yours not echoing?
Magic. There you go. It's the Holy Spirit in my computer. Oh!
This guy.
Listen, I'm actually in your I'm actually in your Discord. I'll give you mine. I'll go private chat. I'll give you my Discord.
Let's go.
So you can ask me the hardest questions, and I won't talk to you. I'll just show you.
Wait, one moment. Put him back.
Yeah, if you go private chat, you can get my Discord. It's Here I Am, Lord, Send Me. Yeah, just scroll up because the guys are trying to get it away. Private chat. I've destroyed dots connected or whatever before. Islam connects the dots. So just roll up, it's there. They're trying to move it away.
Wait. In
Here I am, Lord, send me.
in the community, in what channel?
Just find me on Discord as well.
Well, where'd you send your Discord?
A private chat. You know, you go to chats. You're not very good at this.
Private chat. Private chat.
Yeah, private
Yeah,
chat.
I'm not very good at this.
I'll teach you, bro. I'm learning as well. I've only been on here 6 months, 7 months.
Of what? StreamYard?
Just YouTube, mate. Basically. It's
Do
the
you use
wild west.
StreamYard?
Yeah, Yeah.
It seems like every religious streamer uses StreamYard.
Yeah, it's the way to go, mate. There you go. Best
All
that
right,
way.
Adam.
Right, listen, God bless you. It's been a pleasure. It's been an answer to prayers. We serve the living God. Yeah, you've got my Discord. Yeah, it's Here I Am, Lord, send me on YouTube. And if any Muslim is listening out there, just go look at the videos underneath. It's showing you the evidence of your prophets archaeologically. It's your prophets. Lut, Abraham, Nuh, Musa. God bless you. Take
bless you,
care.
Adam.
Absolute pleasure.
See you.
Peace.
Howdy. Wow, that was a long conversation. That guy's funny. Chat, how we doing? Woo! Finally. All right, let's see what we got here. What do people think about all this? Only lies? I just don't think it's Christianity versus Islam. I don't think that's the fight that's going on in this world today. I do not think that that's the fight. It seems like everyone who comes on here thinks that that's the fight. Hey, everyone in the back chat, I'm not sure if I'm going to be adding any other guests today. Potentially. It has been a long day. Some of you guys have been waiting very patiently. I just want to say thank you. Everyone is so pissed. Why is everybody so mad? Call Kurt.
What the fuck was that?
Hey. What do you mean?
Dude, how the fuck? I'm getting worried for your intellect here. Put me up on stream right now. What the fuck was that? What? How the fuck are you entertaining that for so long? I wanted to fucking kill myself listening to that.
Haram.
That was the worst thing I have ever heard from a Christian dog. I cannot believe you were entertaining it.
What was so bad? Also, how do I add it?
You was an idiot! I can't believe you didn't see it.
How do I put you on here, bro? Where are you?
Hold on, let me here. Give me some space in the fucking. Give me some fucking space. Give me space in the StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I have to get people out.
Dude, this is. Oh gosh. Dude, hold up.
Okay, I need to take a break though. You want to? Here, let me put you on here first. Can you hear me, Kurt? Yo. There we go. Howdy, partner.
Howdy. Bro, go take a break if you need to. You've been at it for a long time.
Yeah, share your opinions with the chat.
That dude was fucking dumb. He was fucking dumb. I wanted to fucking punch him through the screen, dude. He was an idiot. The first thing he said, he came on here and he denied science. And he was like, oh, I'm a lover of science. Bitch, get the fuck out of here. What do you mean? He's a fucking idiot. That was the most idiotic person I've ever seen in my fucking
Where
life.
is this anger
Do
from?
not give him a fucking
All right,
platform
I'm done with
ever
this
again.
shit. Take the mic, Kurt.
That was dumb, bro. That was dumb.
I got too much love in my heart for this.
All right, chat. He's gonna take a break.
Where'd Kurt go? Call Kurt. Kurt,
I had to let it out, bro. I had to let it out.
you already did?
Yeah, I had to let it out, bro.
Okay.
That was ridiculous.
Why don't you come back?
All right, I'm good.
Very scared. Where is Kurt? Hello?
What's up, G? I'm sorry, dog. I had to get it out. You said you have too much love in your heart, bro. I could withstand that only so long before I gave in. I don't know how you do it, dog. It was getting on my nerves, bro. I started doing this way too often. I was like, oh my god, this is hurting my brain, and I couldn't take it any longer, dog. I had to get it
You
on.
should have hopped in there.
Bro, I tried calling you multiple times. I was like, bro,
Next
get me
time.
in.
Next time, get in there. All right.
Dude, I can't believe you were so quiet for as long as you were, bro. I would have been losing my mind.
Wait, Noah's answering.
Go for it.
You're on stream with Kurt. Wait, hold on. Wait, this is like a
What's up, Noah?
a Russian dolls of video webcam.
Is it? Hey! Hey!
Oh wait, was my phone on stream? Don't show.
Bro, during some of those conversations, Latif was in the back chat. Bro, during like half the conversations, Latif was in the back chat. And people were like, why are you laughing? I was like, bro, I can't freaking focus. Latif is in the back chat, like putting waffles on the camera and like eating it, bro. I was like, I can't, dude. It was so bad.
Bro, you were supposed to show Latif's face to the people.
What? I didn't show Latif's face. Who was that?
When you showed my phone, I eat Latif on screen.
Who's Latif? I've never seen his face, so I wouldn't know what he looks like. Hey, Takiverse in the chat. Okay, I need to take a break. Real quick. Make a Wadoo. Okay, Kurt, you wanna stay on?
I'll probably get off if you're gonna take a break. I'll take a break too.
Okay. Or can we just leave?
But no,
Alright,
you're
I'm
good,
taking
bro.
a break.
Bye, chat.
7 hours of brain rot, yeah? That's what you guys think? That's a shame. Is jokes on me or on you? Kurt, you want to pull up? Hey, Kurt, also, you want to get your bullet tonight? Guys, I'm hesitant to add anyone else to the stage because everyone that spoke, it's gone on for a long time. You really messed up today, sorry. What did I do? I'm sorry, what did I do? I don't even know what just happened. My brain hurts so bad. All these conversations just make me realize that anyone who's coming onto the stage and so passionate about God, I don't think that they're necessarily on the wrong path. I just don't think life is binary. For 1 hour, bro, you said 5 minutes. Hey, Latif, you want to come up, pop up on here? Obviously not your face, but... Oh, Kurt, you want me to add you? Latif, pull up in here. Kurt?
What's up, chat?
Make sure I can hear you. Can you say something? I can't hear you.
I just said, what's up? What do you mean?
Oh, my bad. Yeah,
that's right. That's right, boy. Hold up.
Hey, Latif, join in. Oh my gosh, Timothy's here.
Dude, did you read the chat at all while you're talking to that dude?
Yeah, I can see it.
Bro, that was...
I would just look over and see LLL.
W. Grayson.
W. Grayson. I agree.
Latif, you coming up or not? Yeah, Latif, come up. I need to learn how to be so much more assertive on here.
Dude, you really do. Do you let those guys just walk over your stream, dog? I ain't gonna lie to you. That was one of the first things I was gonna say. I thought you should have been way
do I do
more.
it? Like, it's
dude,
not,
you just talk. Like the way I just talked over you just now. You just fucking talk.
All right,
like,
shut up.
All right, bet I will. Done.
Done. Do you want to get your
That is that fucking easy, boy. Like that's all you got. But I feel like also their mics were louder than yours.
Oh really? Oh well, I can't hear that on my end.
But you got to be way more like he's got to be fucking tyrant ass. The way Hamza runs his stream, bro, you think that he would have let those people fucking walk over his stream like that? Nah. You would have been making all the points. These guys think they know so much. Hold on, bro. These guys think they know so much. They don't know shit. And it's fucking obvious when you hear them talk. The last two guys you had, here are the last people I heard you speak to. Mr. Man, G. That other girl you talked to, I forgot her name, G. And then you had Doughboy, not it. And then you had this motherfucker, not it. And the way that I realized that, okay, this is not going really well, is once you let those two motherfuckers take over your stream. That's when I was like, all right, it's over. Like, this is fucking over. You lost viewers. It was like, you were just letting two fucking random-ass people just go at it. And I was like, bro, this is not it. We're not learning anything here. And I was like, but if we got to see your ass get up there, spread some fucking wisdom like I know you have, instead of just listening to two fucking morons go at it, then we would have actually would have been more engaging. It just would have been it. It would have been it, dog. That was just not it for the past 2 hours. That was crazy, bro. That was crazy. And I wanted to get on there so bad just so I could be like, bro, what are you two motherfuckers talking about? What are we doing here? This is not at all solving what we want to get. This is not at all what we want to see. This is not a fucking debate. Their arguments were so weak they could have been picked apart by a fucking 5-year-old, and nobody was doing it. And I thought you were gonna say something, and you weren't saying shit. You were just letting them talk. And I was like, bro, this is not what a stream is about. It's like, this is not what a Grayson Brock stream should be. This is not.
Well, it happened.
It did happen, that's for sure. It's a learning lesson.
What's the lesson?
Take control. Take control of your stream. Don't let two motherfuckers just walk all over you, tell you what you need to do, tell you what you need to learn. Dude, that's you. It's you, dog. You should be telling these motherfuckers what they should be doing, because I guarantee you, you're smarter than them. Except for Mr. Man. He was a fat fucking W. Good shit. He did a good job. I thought he was entertaining as fuck. I thought he was cool.
Latif, you coming on or not? Everyone needs a Kurt in their life.
Yeah, I've gotten that a lot.
Dastin, Kurt is speaking my heart. I agree.
Dude.
Hey, Dastin, W's, brother.
Dude, Mr. Man dropped and gave you 50, bro. That was a G. He was amazing, bro. Oh, dude, that was crazy, bro. My brain couldn't handle it.
Latif, you coming up or not? Hey, Kukaku, welcome to the Don't Be Fat Gang, brother. Let's go.
Hey,
Mr. Man was the Muslim guy wearing a thing over his head.
Oh, that's who that was?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's sick.
WQ. Oh, you're in the Noah. Oh, okay. Well, you want to get your Chipotle, Kurt?
I'm down. I'll stop by yours. Dude, I still have like 2 bowls in my fridge that I have not eaten. It's rough out here for Mexican.
No, it's not. It's a great problem.
It's rough out here for a Mexican, I'm not gonna lie. All these savings, oof.
Dave was dope as well.
Dude, I fucked with Dave too. I feel like he was like our age. He was spitting. I
wonder where he was from. Could you tell from his accent? He said he's from South America.
He said South America. Honestly, I couldn't. He could have been from.
He barely talked like in Spanish.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell just by his accent. Oh man.
Latif, hop on in. I thought he said he was done.
Where's this boy at? Where's Latif?
Hey, bro, guess what? Hunter? Actually, well, I'll tell you off stream.
All right, bet. Dude, it's actually like a hangout. This is sick. This is so dope. It's like I'm hanging out with you. I feel like we need to do like video calls more often, dude. They're fucking dope.
Yeah, video calls are sick. It's like virtual hanging out.
Is that my background noise or yours?
The music?
Sounds like a fan is going.
Oh, it's definitely mine. Is it loud?
I could just hear it. And it's come from my phone, so I just don't know what the stream sounds like.
Well,
dude, you've been going for how many hours?
Latif, are you sure? Wait a minute, Latif's about to do a face reveal.
Oh shit, Latif!
Latif, are you sure?
Ooh.
Wait, Latif, cover first. Latif, cover. Wear hijab, bro.
Oh!
Wait. Noah, wait, is that him?
Dude, Latif looks beautiful.
Latif, we can't hear you, bro. What's up, Noah?
I can't hear Noah.
Why can't we hear you? What's happening? Oh, it's Noah. It's Noah on here.
Oh, and Latifa. Shit,
Guys,
Latif.
W's Noah in the chat. Watif.
Bro, you've been going for 7 hours, bro. I respect it so much.
Hey, having a good time here. Who's having a good time in the chat? All right, where's
fucking
everybody from right here? My name's Grayson Brock. I'm 22 years old. I'm streaming live from Texas. If you would like to send me a private message and directly support the stream, support the channel, support... This channel is dedicated to freedom of speech and becoming the best version of myself. I simply share my life on here. What's going on? This is what's going on in my life. So, that being said, it would mean the world for the support. You can buy me a coffee below. It's the first link in the description. I appreciate you being here. Actually, no, I don't appreciate it. If your life is getting improved by these streams somehow, one way or another, then I appreciate you being here because then you're putting in the work. And if it's not, then definitely don't watch the stream and turn off your phone. But hey, W's in the chat. No matter what religion we are, no matter what belief you have, don't be fat.
Preach. Preach about it. Alright, I'm just waiting for Latif, bro. I need to see him. I want to see if he's fat.
Oh, he's pretty fat.
Oh, fuck. Dude, don't tell me that. Are you kidding? Say you're lying, please. Please say you're lying. He's not fat. He's fat, isn't he? What'd you do?
Bro, we can't. Bro, he has to stay. Bro, he has to stay covered. He has to stay covered.
Oh.
Bro, that's not good for him.
Oh no, dude! Someone definitely clipped that.
Oh, Elias. Elias said, "Oh hey, oh my, he is handsome." Yo, Elias, chill, bro. Elias is sus. Guys, below Brock is in the chat. Clipped and shipped. Hey, someone clip Latif. Clip him.
Oh shit.
Too much fitna? Dude, I haven't eaten anything all day, bro. About this much of a protein shake. It's just a bunch of freaking coffees, bro.
Dude, for real.
Hey, safe. Hey, bro.
Dude, like,
okay, well, maybe we should wrap this up.
I'm down. I'm definitely gonna talk to you tonight, Bubba. We have to have a long conversation.
Dude, no, I'm not gonna want to hear it.
All right, maybe that's tonight. Another time.
Hey, brother, thank you for the video suggestion. Kook, hi, Kook. Welcome to the Don't Be Fat gang, brother. However, I'm not gonna watch this video now. My brain is fried. I need to go get fried. I can't do that. Can't do that. Hey, I'm not smoking weed for a year.
Good boy.
Mark my word. 22 days in.
I smoked like 3 hours ago, chat, but he's doing good. Good job. Good job, G. You're doing great.
I don't need to hear a good job. I'm just letting people know.
He's doing great though. He's keeping up.
I mean, hey, it's not hard. Whatever I commit to, I stick to.
That a boy.
Hey, too legit to quit,
boy.
baby. Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit.
WG.
Too legit to quit right now. It's too freaking easy.
Too freaking easy out here. See, chat, I can't even do that. Stop my system.
Hey, Saif. Hi, Saif.
What's up? How you doing,
Bro,
man?
your smile is way too good not to add you in here.
Bro, I love you, man.
Bro, you look like a G. What's up, bro?
Bro, I'm pretty sure you're the G, bro. I saw you on my recommended. I was like, bro, who's this guy? I really want to meet him.
Bro, you're a G, bro. Where are you from, bro?
I'm from Egypt. Just kind of.
From Egypt?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wait,
I'm half
do you live in
Egyptian,
Cairo or
half
Cairo?
Ukrainian.
You're what? Half Ukrainian?
Yeah,
Whoa, half Egyptian, half Ukrainian.
that's right.
What a combo.
Yeah. Are you like fully American?
I'm a 7th generation Texan. I'm from the best country in the USA, sir.
The all I know about Texas is Elon Musk's business is there.
Yeah.
And we just like ride horses and stuff, you know? And we like
Yeah,
shoot
it's
guns.
Dude, we
pretty
shoot
dope.
guns all the time. Sometimes at each other. It's pretty sick.
We shoot guns and we're super racist against like Egyptians and Ukrainians.
Yeah. Oh, and
I'm
Europeans.
surprised
we hate
you're
those.
alive. So how's been your journey throughout the couple of months?
It's been good. It's been at the least I now know that Muslims are, if I'm meeting them in person, talking to them online, are very kind people. I mean, mostly from in person. In person is what I give the most weight to. I used to think that, you know, someone with a big beard was like scary. If they looked like a Muslim, or if a woman was wearing a hijab, it'd be like, ah! And now I'm like, oh, so at the least I've learned that another barrier I've broken through. Like I look forward to any time I see a Muslim out in public, I think like, oh, what a nice person. Most likely. But it's been good. I mean, researching Islam has brought me back to that peace of mind that I had when I was a Christian, that God is real. And yeah, I mean, it's really brought me back to the fact, like, I do believe God is real. And it's just different because now I'm researching a religion that, like, nobody in my life is, you know, in Christianity, I have a bunch of friends, family, cousins, everyone I can, like, look to talk to about it. And to this, I feel like if I talk about it, people think that I'm, like, dissing Christianity when I'm just talking about Islam. So it's a lot more isolating.
What nudged you? Like, what gave you that push to, like, even read about it?
Oh, I had a professor. I took a class that was Intro to Religion, and the professor said that when we were talking about Islam, he's like, you guys should read the Quran. It's not that long. I was like, oh, well, I definitely want to read the Quran. I didn't know it wasn't long. I knew nothing about it, never seen one, never looked at one, never touched one. And when he said that, I thought, oh, I definitely want to read one. And then one day when me and Kurt were traveling in Asia making YouTube videos, it was pretty late one night, and to be fully transparent, I was pretty stoned. And I was like, I should read the whole Quran in one sitting. Like,
oh my gosh.
Hey, God works in great ways. I was like, I should read the whole Quran in one sitting. It's like, that would be sick. I've always wanted to read the Quran. I could also make a YouTube video out of it. And I'd wake up one day not reading the Quran, and by the time my head hit the pillow, I would have read the whole Quran. So then I found out like how long it was. Like, okay, I'll do it. So my religious professor said that. That's what nudged me. And then that was the first time I read it. And then from there, I finally had read the book. So I was like, oh, this is a lot different than what I thought. It's like the Bible, but just the most intense parts of it, and like fire. It feels like fiery. And like, yeah.
And was that like during the moment of reading?
What? It felt like fire?
Yeah, or was that like after? Because you were kind of intoxicated, bro.
Oh no, not during reading it.
Oh, okay.
No, not while I was reading it. That was like when I had the idea to do that. Yeah.
Oh,
no.
All right. That makes sense. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Now, when I was reading it, I was trying to stay as locked in as possible. So when I was reading it, it felt scary just reading it out loud. I mean, even you can like listen to the video. Like Kurt was listening to me read it out loud. And, like Kurt would pop in and be like, "What?" Because like I would read something, you know, like they did like eternal fire and torment. I would be like, "This is intense," and then Kurt would be like, "Yo," and I'd be like, "Yeah, that is scary."
Yeah, 100%, bro.
I mean, yeah,
I
it
mean,
is.
I think that
I mean, the Bible says that
paradise-
too, though. But yeah, but
what you just said for me like summarizes why I follow Islam. It's just because that's you fear what happens after you die. I mean, this is just like a couple of years, but what happens once I die, that's eternal.
so it's out of fear.
It's out of fear.
Is that good in your eyes?
I think it's definitely a mix of a couple of things, but fear is definitely. I think. Do you know what's the book called? It's very common literature. Prince of. Hold on. The Prince. You know The Prince? By Machiavelli.
Is it? Oh, I've heard of that. What is it? A book?
Yeah, it's a book about the leader just basically says it's better to lead by fear than by love. That's
mean-
the summary. And I kind of
I can say that that's true. Like in a.
You need both. You need both.
I mean, definitely. I mean, I wouldn't fear like the cops unless I wouldn't listen to the cops unless I feared them. I wouldn't listen to my dad unless I feared him. Like being, feared him in the sense of like I love him so much and I fear his like wrath upon me because it's my father or my friend. So in that sense, like, yeah. Or even like if you have a girlfriend or a wife, like unless they have some fear of you, like of you leaving them, like they're not going to be afraid. If they have no fear, then like what?
Yeah. But
Or
you
even
still
a
love
dog. I mean, the only way a dog will listen to you is if they like have some fear of you. So you're saying that's a good thing?
I'm saying it's a good thing. What do you think?
I don't know how you could respect something and not fear it. So it doesn't sound good though when you say it, but I'm trying to think why. I mean, I've been taught that like true love casts out all fear. I think that's a Bible verse.
Why?
I mean, I don't know what would be the alternative.
Wait, what kind of fear are we talking about? Are we talking about like an actual fear of God? Or are we talking about a fear of, oh my gosh, if I don't do this, I'm scared of what God will do to me? What kind of fear are we talking about? Let's define fear. What are we saying?
All right, well, I think you just defined an action in the being. So God will do something to me if I do something bad. So obviously he's the most forgiving, the most merciful. And I love him the most out of everything in this world and beyond. He's the most that I love. And this is like a requirement within the religion. So for me to fear him as well, I think comes into, so I fear to avoid the bad thing. But if I do the bad thing, God is merciful and loving.
So why do you fear it?
So I don't do the bad thing in the first place. Because you can always go around and do the bad thing and just say, well, God will forgive me.
Sure.
But if
Yeah.
you fear, and that forgiveness is to a level, right? So you don't know what's the certain level, right? Thinking about it, like over the past 1,400 years, Muslims have changed a lot. And it's assumed that a lot of the people during the early times would have a higher likelihood of entering Jannah or paradise than those now, because so much is the world has corrupted so much, and it's now much harder to be on the right path.
According
And
to who?
According to God's standards.
How do you know
We
that?
don't know these standards unless.
Wait, let's stay on the fear thing. This is interesting. Or are we
Wait,
going off?
okay.
No, I mean it's fine. We can stay or we can go. I don't mind. I don't mind either. Go ahead.
Well, for me, the main thing is that I fear that I'm not upon the standards that the Prophet, peace be upon him, had back in the day. I don't know what's the standard, so I'm going to fear overstepping that standard so I don't sin. But let's say I do sin, I'm forgiven, and that's why God is so merciful. We need to repent, of course.
Okay.
Don't you think I
understand.
should fear in order to avoid the bad thing? I mean, isn't that kind of how the human is created.
But even if you do fear it, you're still gonna fall in your belief, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Like you'll still
sometimes
have your
where you forget.
shortcomings. So obviously you're not afraid enough to never do these things ever again, because you still fall. So I don't think it's a true fear, because if it was definitely a true fear, you wouldn't fall. You would be too afraid to do anything wrong.
You're right. I think you're actually super right. That's exactly.
I mean, that was like the first thing that came to my head. I was like, wait, if I was genuinely terrified of being on God's bad side, there's no way I would do anything wrong that would, make him mad or make him not. You see what I'm saying?
I think
But
that's
could it
the
not
start of
weaken?
religion.
Could it not weaken
What? I'm sorry?
your fear? Could it not lessen over time? You start thinking it's okay, or the people
Well, I think the
around
more
you
I start, let's
letting you
take
down.
jumping out of an airplane, for example. The first time you
Yeah.
do it's going to be terrifying, and then after you keep doing it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, your fear is going to drop.
You
Right.
bring up something really, really good.
Sure.
That's, I think, the same thing with sinning.
Okay.
If you sin once, you might be super fearful at that point, but you do it once, and you're like, nothing happened. So you keep doing it, and it becomes easier and easier, and you fear God less and less.
And
You
how
start
is that a bad
forgetting.
thing?
That is a bad thing.
Why?
Well, you don't want to fall into the cycle, right?
Well, I
Let's say
think the reason I ask why is because we might have different things that we consider sins or haram or bad for us or not in our best
I
interest.
think it says in the Quran, and I remember you said you liked this, Kurt, and I agree with it too, that like sinning is when you go against yourself. So I guess either you and Saif would disagree on what is a sin, but if you agree that sin is when you go against yourself, like if, for example, if you cut yourself, I
Sure.
think everyone non-religious thinks like that's got to be like a no. Or killing yourself. So then you go from there, like, is getting with a girl before marriage, that's sin. Is smoking weed, is stealing.
Do you think they're bad for you? All of those
Me?
things you just mentioned? Or is there like some and some?
I don't know. I'm sure you're asking me and Kurt. But
No, I'm asking you, but Kurt can
I
also
mean-
answer.
I fuck with you, Safe. You look good,
I-
bro.
I
You-
don't-
you do have a good
I
smile,
think-
bro.
I think my
Yeah,
actions
thanks so much.
display best what I think is wrong and right, and I still do some of those things. So, I guess
Yeah, but are you trying to stop them? Because I'm not perfect either, but there
Yeah.
are things that I do, and I know that they're bad, and I'm trying to stop them as much as I can. I know that I'm doing harm for myself by doing these things. There's a difference between what you think and what you do, right? And you always try and align them.
I mean, like for example, like drinking makes me jolly. I've make some great memories while drinking some beers.
Dude, nothing's better than some brewskis.
I do believe that anything that harms you can't be. If you shouldn't do it every single day, then I guess like technically you shouldn't do it, because then you're harming yourself. And alcohol, I don't feel good if you drink too much. At the same time, me and Kurt always talk about this. We're like balance. Like at the end of the day, it's really just. I don't know. I'm still figuring out what I think, because then you go down the rabbit hole. Okay, anything that harms you is haram. So if I want, I could drive a car, but I choose to drive a motorcycle. I'm completely purposely putting myself at, like, according to my research of danger. It's like the most dangerous thing you could ever do is drive a motorcycle, and I like to do that. So, wouldn't, like, based on like putting yourself in harm's way, that would be haram. I don't know. I think I'm just using.
All right, let's not go there. You brought up a good point, which was like, let's say getting with a girl, right? You think it's okay and it's fine and it's right, or drinking, either of those. It's fine right now, but let's say in 60 years, I think you've done a video about this. It's like your friend who drank so much but he like looks so much older in such a short period amount of time. Well, I think God like looks at it from a like global perspective. You might be able to handle it now, but over like 60 years, your body's gonna die. And you're gonna suffer a lot. You would have wished you've never done it. That's one. Another thing is the risks. So for example, you get with a girl, but your chances of impregnating her or a problem such as that could cause so much problems following that there is no worth of the risk, right? The pleasure is not worth the risk. So
Yeah, but I can just put on a condom and I'll be good. So like we're chilling.
right. Here's the thing. I think there's like a calculation for it. It's like risk and the possibility of it happening, and then how big of a problem is it if it happens.
Okay.
So
like risk reward kind of thing.
So if the risk is high but the punishment is low, then someone's likely to do it. For example, let's say I see a bike and I can steal it, right?
Sure.
I know that if I get caught, the maximum punishment is, let's say, like 1 week in prison or a fine.
Mm-hmm.
But if I knew like the punishment was cutting off my hand, then the risk is much the punishment is much bigger. Now you add the risk factor. What is the likelihood of me getting caught? That determines the like likelihood of you actually doing it, the deterrent factor.
Sure.
So I just think
You're saying
when God
anything
says-
that risks, like has a risk, is a sin, in the sense of like risking something
No,
bad?
no. It's not necessarily. I think risk is completely fine. I personally I study business, and I love venturing out. I take risks. I mountain bike. Like the cliff is right next to me. I can fall at any time. But I think there's a fine line, and what God has given us, like the boundaries that we're within, there's a wisdom in them, and maybe it's not all clear to us now, but we try our best.
Fair enough. That's what
Why?
people
Why?
do.
Let's say, could you try and persuade me and Kurt that drinking in moderation is not good?
Well, in the Quran, it says that drinking has positives and negatives, but the
True.
negatives outweigh the positives. This is written. So the fact that the negatives outweigh the positives, I don't know the exact negatives. If you want, I'll do some research and get back to you with an idea. Like, just because I've avoided drinking for a very long time, I'm not even allowed to congregate with people who drink around me. Like, I'm not allowed to sit
Allowed
or serve.
according to what? Your own.
Oh, I'm so sorry, brother.
No,
I'm
not.
joking. I'm
No,
joking.
while drinking. So if you don't drink if you're not drinking right now, it's completely fine. But if you're drinking and I'm sitting next to you, I'm supposed to leave and come back once you're done.
What about what?
But why?
All right. So, throughout your discussions, I found a couple of sources. So you know how Islam is built on, Islam is built on two, which is the Quran and the Hadiths.
Sure.
Do you have any sources for the Hadiths? I'm talking to Gracie.
Oh, okay. Do I have any sources for the hadiths that I brought up today?
No. Do you have any source of all the Hadiths in Islam?
Well, what
Like
do
you have one source, which is your Quran, right?
Yes.
Do you have a source for the Hadiths, or do you just go by whatever they tell you?
I mean, I just go by the source of the hadith, like narrated by this person, by this person, by this person.
Would you be interested in a source that gives you all the Hadiths that exist?
Aryaman.
Yeah. All right. So there's a book.
Why not?
It's called.
I mean, I think the ultimate source of anything being reliable is just testing it. Or.
You're right. So this is obviously the Hadiths are largely disputed on. There's one that I recommend. Take a look at it if you want, and there you'll find a lot of rulings. It's called Al Muwatta by Imam Malik.
Amawata?
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
AL space MUWATTA.
Amawata. Amawata, like bottle water?
Yeah.
Okay, for sure. Latif in the chat. Muwatta Imam Malik?
Yep. This is the first book where all the hadiths were congregated in order of topic. And you'll find this. If you find like a
Hey,
PDF,
I'm gonna save
you'll
that.
find
I'm
it
gonna
in
save that.
Pardon?
I'm gonna save that. Or
Alright,
wait, how do
awesome.
I? Actually, I'm capping. How do I save that? Why did I just lie? I just lied. How am I gonna save it?
Just find a link. Did you find a link or?
Yeah, I see it, but I mean.
All right. Hold on. I think someone's at the door. Just give me 1 minute.
All right. So this is different. Hey, Browsy and Mr. Man, I'm looking at y'all. How y'all doing?
Mr. Man was a G, bro.
He's in the backstage.
He was awesome.
Hang on.
What time is it there for you, Safe?
I'm currently in the UK. It's like 1:44.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat. So, let's debate.
All right. So I really want to know, like, what's your goal with this? Because
With my YouTube channel?
Like, no, your goal is, Grayson, like.
Like
what
me
do you want-
personally.
Yeah.
I want to inspire millions of people
Okay. Inspire them with what?
with being authentic to myself. I mean,
Uh-huh.
specifically through my YouTube channel. I mean, or you're not talking about necessarily about my YouTube channel, just like my life.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, number one, don't die. Number one, okay. Number
Yeah.
one, don't die. Physical
Let's go.
protect, like that comes first of all things. Number two,
Uh-huh.
I mean, maybe I'm getting too far down the rabbit hole, but I'm actually thinking, like, what is the actual goal every day? I wake up to not die. Number two, to make sure nobody around me, best friends and family, don't die. Physical, like, we're good. 3, 2, bring joy to the world.
All right. I got Don't Die, which is 1, and Bring Joy to the World. Sorry, I missed the second one.
Oh, don't die and don't let my friends or family die.
Oh, okay.
Like, that would come before joy to the world, right? Like, if my
Yeah,
family was getting attacked, I wouldn't be like, well, let me provide joy to the world first. And then first, you have to protect yourself. So it's like, boom, boom, boom.
All right. Would you say
Like-
these are
like-
like the 3?
I mean, I think so. When I go outside, I mean, I bet there's like a bunch of, you could like split off, like, you know, how do you bring joy to the world? Well, first you got to make sure you're taken care of. Like,
Yeah.
so
That makes sense. This
But-
is your ultimate mission.
I mean, let me think. If I died today, like, what would I want people to say about me? Which I think that shows what your actual mission is. I think I would hope that if I were to die right now, God willing, man, it's such a deep question to think about. Get you actually emotional. If I were to die right now, I just hope that people would reflect back on my life and my YouTube channel, me, any videos I put out, and then people who actually know me in person. I would hope that they would say, Grayson inspired me to like stay true to myself, like to not be a slave to anything, like to not follow.
You definitely do
It's
that.
like to live your life, like go, like stop being so afraid of like this ghost. I would hope people would say that about me. So that's my mission.
I would say that about you already.
Damn, bro.
MashaAllah.
Mashallah. That's wonderful. I mean, that's who I try to surround myself by with people who do the same thing. Like, like just be you. Like I think if Kurt were to die right now, being one of my best friends, I would say Kurt inspired me to like just be like, by him being him, I've been inspired to be me. Think of like my childhood friend since I was in 5th grade, my friend Max. If he were to pass away, I would especially say like he inspired me to be me. So yeah, anyway, yeah, I think that's my mission, to inspire people to, or I guess, how do I put that into words? Not to go, like.
I think I got it. Like you kind of like summarized. So your first two are like more related to you yourself, and fundamentals to bring the third, which is bring joy to the world, and also kind of break out of the matrix, like Andrew Tate would say.
Yeah. Like break out of any matrix that's holding you down. Like every time I go into I'm just rambling now, but like this is making me realize like what my mission is. Like every time I walk into a store, all I can think of, like if me and Kurt go to Chipotle right now, all I can think of is like, how can I make this person smile? Like this isn't real. Bro. Like this isn't real. Like they think like, oh, what can I get you to order? Or like, oh, what's your name on your order? Like I'll just try and like, how can I say something ridiculous just to like get their emotions to like rise up? Like my name's LaQuisha. Like boom, gotcha. Like that W. Like I just spread charity. Like I just like they woke up for a sec. They were not like a robot. So like every time I go anywhere, I want to do that. Like I want. Like wake up! Like you can do anything. Bro. Why is nobody laughing? Like why is no like me and some of my friends are at.
You have to visit Egypt, man. Like trust. I don't know how like why that happens. I've been to the U.S. multiple times, and I've been like around Europe a little bit. Bro, Arab worlds, like Arab countries. Have you ever been to an Arab country?
No.
Bro, you're gonna get that. Like here in the UK, sometimes like I work in like Uber delivery, and sometimes I'd like walk in. We have a very popular chain here called Asda. Anyone in the UK would know. I walk in, and there are a bunch of like employees, and I'm supposed to be picking up like a delivery, right? So I'm like, hello, and everyone's just like continues doing their work, like just piling things over each other. Hello, someone will be with you in a sec, and then just continues doing his work. It's like, where is the human interaction? We're humans, you're not robots.
Yeah, I know. It's so true, bro. It's so true.
You need to visit. You come visit, and you can stay at my house anytime.
Bro,
Hey.
that's fire.
No worries.
Well, when are you there? You're in the UK.
No, I'm just like visiting the UK for like a month.
Oh.
Breaking free a little bit, and then I'll be back.
Oh, okay. So you're escaping the Matrix and then going back to the Matrix.
Yeah, I found that I've come to the Matrix here, but
You went on a Matrix trip.
yeah, exactly, and then I'll be back.
What is Egypt like? Like what are you're saying it's in the Arab world it's different than like the UK? You can tell like a difference?
Yeah, so number one thing I look for in any country is the people. Just like the people are the root of everything.
You're saying the people in Egypt are in general more cheerful?
Yeah,
I'm putting words in your mouth to see if you agree.
No, I agree. They're much easier. Right now, like the political and economic situation is not that great. But
why does it seem like that's the case in almost every Muslim country?
Bro, ask your presidents. the cause for this.
really
that would be a real flip. You're saying like the Muslim countries, like I see, completely generalizing. I've never even been to a Muslim country, like a government that's Islamic. I've been to Europe, South America, and Southeast Asia.
Okay.
So, never been to a predominantly Muslim country. And it just seems like everything on the news, which I also know the news, I mean, anything I've ever seen of a Muslim country is just like people with AK-47s. It's like...
Dude, okay.
It's
right,
true.
so
That's what's on the news. That's what's on the news.
There's a reason for
that is what's on the news. They want that.
Like, bro, you laugh, Kurt, but that is literally what people think, including... I know that's... How could I think anything else when that's the only thing I've known? The only thing I've seen.
You read about it?
So Kurt, you don't think so? You don't think it's the case?
But like even what you just said with Egypt, like well the political, and I'm like this seems like such a common theme.
All right, Egypt. Keep in mind, Egypt is like the second most likely country to get bankrupt after Ukraine. So Ukraine's number one because it's in war, and then Egypt is second just because it's nearly about to default, bro. Like we've
Oh my
taken so
gosh.
much debt, it's ridiculous.
Wait, what does that mean when a country defaults? I didn't. So
I actually
they
don't know.
claim
I have-
bankruptcy and then
I've asked the
what?
same
How do they?
question.
Who pays their debts? It's like if the U.S. were like 20 trillion in debt, we just like default, and then what?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Someone's got to pay it. Ain't gonna be me.
Elon Musk,
Sir,
bro.
sir, I have $20, sir.
Yeah, man. Very, very sad.
I mean, I wasn't really looking for a debate here. I just like talking.
I am. I like fighting with people. I like anger. It
All
brings
right,
me
I
joy.
want to know. I want to ask, like, do you know how Islam came to be? Like, how was it spread for the first time by the Prophet?
But okay, well, what didn't Islam begin? I mean, Islam is just following God and God only. Hasn't that been going since?
Yeah, that's right. But Quraysh, or at least those people, didn't
Me
know,
and Kurt read about them.
right?
Those bastards.
Those bastards. Well, they didn't know, so they needed to be introduced, and it would be introduced to God, Quran, and Islam, right? So, do you know the story? Do you know how, like, the Prophet introduced it?
Introduced what? Islam?
Yeah, to them.
I mean, I have how it started? Restarted again in Mecca?
Like how he convinced the Quraysh about Islam, like how he taught them, or what are you saying?
What was the first time? Because for the first 3 years, Islam was not to be shared, right? It was like sirran. Sirran means secretly
Sure.
discussed
Yeah.
for the first 3 years. What happened after the first 3 years?
War.
Like the first
At
interaction.
some point they were kicked out
Yeah. Then it led to war.
of Mecca.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But there were many things that happened before that. Obviously, the message had to be sent. All right, so I'm guessing you don't.
Well, what I would guess is that the Prophet Muhammad went around telling people what he heard.
I'm guessing
and
people were happy.
People believed him. That's how I would guess that spread.
All right.
No?
Okay, so
And I'm sure the powers were like, hold up, he's saying everything we're doing is wrong. This is
wrong. Yeah, like we can't have this.
Yeah.
It's basically an Andrew Tate. What Andrew Tate's saying society's wrong. Society's like, no, we're not. They're fighting back on him.
yeah, but
I mean-
I think there's one key difference. So, okay, so this is like I love like historic situations because there's so much like wisdom in the way they've delivered messages. And the first time the message was delivered was through the Prophet ﷺ gathered all the people of Quraysh and told them that, and brought them upon a hill, and told them that asked them a question actually, asked them, if I were to tell you that there is a horde coming towards us beyond this hill, would you believe me? And then everyone said, yes, we definitely believe you. We know you to be the truthful. And then after that happened, he told them, well, I'm here to warn you about what might happen to you from God if you do not
It's a crazy jump, though. To go from, oh, if you were to believe me that over that hill there's going to be a horde, to, oh, now there's a divine essence. Like, that's a crazy jump from this to all the way up here. That's a huge jump. And I think that's why people struggle to be like, whoa, look, I believe what you say, but that's a stretch. So,
yes,
don't get me wrong. There's going to be
how
people...
would you do it?
What do you mean?
How would you tell people who've been praying to a bunch of clay sculptures about Islam?
I would try to do it
religion?
through evidence, not just stories and anecdotes. If I got a revelation
evidence
from God,
comes later, but you need
sure,
to.
okay.
You start
But
off,
I mean,
you
that's the
start
only
off
way
with a
I
principle.
feel like nowadays I'd be able to actually convince people. convince other people from other religions, people who are atheists, people who are agnostic. I'd be like, look, I understand that you guys need evidence. I got this revelation. I'm gonna try to provide you evidence, whatever that may be, in order to try to convince you. I know that my words can't do it, so I'm gonna have to try and find something that you can see with your eyes that will convince you that what I'm saying is the truth. So let me work on that. I don't know how long it's gonna take me, but I have to try. Now, with the Prophet Muhammad, I'm guessing his words were enough because he was such a great speaker, and he was teaching moral lessons that people resonated with. But I think nowadays that would not work.
But you forget a crucial point, that the Prophet, before being a prophet, had been known to be the most truthful person. So why would
Sure.
he come and lie now?
It's the boy cried wolf, but just opposite. I get it.
Okay, so suddenly you don't believe it just because it's too out of this world?
It would I think for me what would have to happen is, oh, this dude has never, he was a very honest person, and he tells me if my plants, whether or not there's a rodent eating my plants, and I know, okay, he's never lied to me about that. I'm gonna believe him that, okay, when he tells me there's a rodent eating my plants, I'm gonna believe him. I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna solve that issue. So if I know him to always be an honest person, to be like, yo, watch out, there's gonna be a fire truck coming through the city at around 3, just make sure you're not on that road, or you get what my point. And sure enough, that day there's a fire truck going across that road at 3 p.m. That's a huge difference than saying I'm gonna believe him whenever he tells me that, oh, there's a God and he wants us to do this and he tells us morals are this. That's a huge difference.
All right, but I think there is
two.
a similarity. There's an important similarity between that he was warning them from a horde and warning from God. That's like,
But
both are dangerous.
sure? It's a similarity in that he's warning them, but the two things of a horde and God, that's here and here. Okay, hold up. You're saying there's a horde. That's easily verifiable. We can go just over the hill and check that.
Okay.
And see if there's a horde coming. With God, it's, well, we're just gonna have to take your word.
Like, yeah, you don't know until you die.
Yeah. There's a huge difference there.
All right, so thankfully during the Prophet's life, ﷺ, he had time to show revelations and show evidences to this. Now, for the first time, give me what you would have done if the Prophet were to tell you this message.
If he were to tell me the message of there's like a warning about God,
yeah,
like me, who I am today, if someone were to come up and they were to claim that kind of
I mean,
stuff,
I guess what if I were to tell you, like, do you trust me?
Yeah, exactly.
I trust you, yeah, but if you were to come to me and you were to tell me that God spoke to you, I would believe that you believe it, and I'd be like, that's, you do you, bro. But I wouldn't believe that you got a revelation from God. I would believe that you believe it, unless you started going out and telling people that, we need to kill the gays or something. Then I'd be like, all right, bro, I got to stop you there. But, if it came to, I wouldn't believe. I would be like, dude, show me, how do you know that's true? Just because you had a revelation or what I would consider maybe a dream, that's not. It wouldn't convince me. Even if you were the most trustworthy person I know, I would believe that you are telling the truth because you believe what you believe. So I wouldn't think you're lying, but at the same time, I wouldn't believe your claim. I would just think.
But you don't. Yeah, you wouldn't have to.
So that's how I would see it, kind of. Like, I would believe that whoever said they saw that, like all these anecdotes about people saying like for example, Grayson's grandfather, when he got shot and he said he felt Jesus. I believe that Grayson's grandfather believes that that's what happened to him, and that's why he believes what he believes. That's perfectly fine. Do I believe that that's what happened? I believe that to be the truth of the matter, and that's exactly what happened? No, I don't. No, I don't believe that. But I believe that he believes it, and I'm glad that it's making his life better, and he can cope with it that way. That's perfectly fine. That's fine with me. But you're not going to be able to convince me that that actually happened just based on an anecdote.
All right, so I don't think it was meant to be convincing, right? So to convince you must give evidence, right? Like you said.
Sure.
I'm just here to bring in the story that how we know it to be his truth is based on credentials, right? This is why we go to scientists for example, Newton's laws in physics. we go to those who've done the research and came to a conclusion. Now, a person who's never told a lie, and keep in mind he's had 3 years to like get revelations and so on. So it's not something sudden. This is something 3 years ago he's first been exposed to, and over the 3 years within his family. So when it's not Grayson anymore, but Grayson and his family, do you
Sure.
start believing it more?
Wait, if me
No,
and my family did what?
I don't think so, because I mean, at the
So
same
you-
time, I'd be like, okay, so this dude, who, like I said, I believe that he believes it, he was able to convince people to believe the same thing as him. Again, to me, I would need a certain amount of empirical evidence
Yeah.
to find, and people getting other people to believe what they believe, to me, is not evidence of that thing being true. I can
Yeah.
get 20 people right now, go and color a horse and put a horn on it, and get 20 people to and convince them somehow that that was a unicorn, and now they saw a unicorn. Now, does that make it any more verifiable that that's what's true? Well, because people saw it, and I got people to believe, therefore there must be some level of truth to it. Like, no, of course not. Just because people are able to convince, I mean, that's just the way I see it.
What if it's something you nearly believed but you weren't certain? So you suspected that God existed, but you weren't certain about it.
I think I would be more. I feel, which, again, I'm not what you sort of like what you're saying. Like, oh, I'm not certain. I'm already not certain, right? So I'm not certain, but there might be something there might not. And then a guy comes up to me. I mean, back then it was so different, though. I don't think we can compare the two. I mean, the mindsets of humans from 600 AD to who we are now is so different. I feel like we can't even put ourselves in that headspace. How would we be able to? I mean, the education was completely different. What they talked about philosophy, philosophically and historically, were completely different. It's
So different in what way? That they would believe it, more likely to believe, or less likely?
I mean, people back then probably didn't even know that America existed.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, just the level of what they were probably talking about. I mean, there's a lot of idiots today out there. So I can't even imagine how many there were. And I'm not calling myself smart by any means. I mean, I'm an idiot, so I know. But I can't even imagine how many there were back then who would probably believe a lot of things they were told, especially if they did have a belief in a God, and then they were told that they by this dude who was trustworthy that said there was a God. So, I think people back then were much more willing to believe that, if someone the day before said, if you don't water your plants, it's going to rain, the rain god's going to make it rain if you don't water your plants today. They didn't water the plants that day, and then the next day it rained. They're going to be like, oh my gosh, it was the rain god. What was I thinking? People back then were more likely to believe that kind of shit than they are, believe that kind of stuff than they are now. Obviously, we wouldn't believe that now because we know how the water cycle works and stuff like that. I think the same thing happened with religion, and it just evolved over time to what it is today. Just my opinion, though, obviously.
So you think people were more gullible back then just because they didn't know the science behind stuff?
I probably would be.
I mean, yeah, dude. I mean, I was very gullible when I was a kid before I started learning what I know now. Before I started doing research and going to school and reading books and, learning about the science and the way the world works, I was very gullible.
Mm-hmm.
So I think back then, especially, where, a lot of people were illiterate, they didn't read books, they weren't being educated. I think it was much more easily for them to fall into, and I'm not saying Islam is a trap or anything or a bad religion, but to multiple different things where they're being coerced into, by people who were educated and who did read, and the wealthy, basically. That's just the way I see it.
But just keep in mind, the same people we're talking about are people who are praying to statues, like fixed statues.
But I don't see what the
food.
difference is here. I don't see what the difference is.
No, I just want to bring in here that. So you're saying they're super gullible, and then when we introduce a god that is not stone, but is much greater than that, they reject it completely. So what I'm saying here is that I don't think it's whether they believe it or not. It's necessarily more about what they're used to, and also their kibr, their arrogance. They don't want to change their ways, especially when it conflicts their interests. So
Sure, of course.
Tom
I think it
Quraysh
happens
had
with
a lot of
almost
conflict
everybody.
of interest.
Okay.
So
But
these
then again, I feel like they'd be more willing, especially people from back then, would be more willing to accept that when they're told, hey, your interests and what you like to do, they're wrong because this God says so. They'd be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I've been living my life bad this whole time. And it still happens today because you see it all the time where, you know, so they're convinced, okay, I've been by a really trustworthy dude, let's say like a pastor or something like that, they've been doing things, someone they really trust, that they've been doing things wrong their whole life and that this is the way it's supposed to be, and they're going to start feeling better because of it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, you know, depending on who you ask. But people, especially I feel like back then, would have fallen into that. You know, you tell them, hey, you know, if you're a really trustworthy person, God, the creator of the universe, says this is not an okay thing to do. What you're doing is wrong. And, you know, you shouldn't be drinking 18 beers a day because it's bad for you. And they didn't know it was bad for them until you tell them it's bad for you because you get fat. And then you start to get, you know, your liver can shut down. And then they don't listen to you. But you say it's because God told me that. And then they come out. And then 20 years later, their livers fucking collapse. They're fat as hell. And, you know, then they'll come up to them and be like, oh my gosh, you were so right. Your God is real because this happened to me and you told me it was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like people back then would have fallen into that. And I think that just evolved over time to the beliefs we have today.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Do you believe in God?
Not. It's strange what I believe in. I don't believe in like a deity. So, for example, the Abrahamic God, who created the world and is watching over us and is giving us little omens here and there, you know, signs, so to speak, that he's around. I don't believe in that God, so to speak.
So is that a yes or no?
It's so not your definition of God. I don't believe in. Let's put it that way.
Wait, but
Forget
what's your
my
definition of God?
What's your definition?
Well, God is, I feel like, a oneness. So I just imagine like just the entire universe is God. Like we are, like everything around us is what God is. Like we're the creation and the creator. It's like a loop. That's what I think.
So we're
it is.
God?
I think we're a part of God. We're a part of something greater. We're a part of one.
Wait, so God created us. Is that true or not?
No, our parents created us in the bedroom.
Okay. All right, that's the real world way. But what about
Yeah.
the first human? Let's say Adam, for example.
So when I hear the story of Adam and Eve, I don't believe it. So I'm a big advocate, and I love researching evolution because it's literally like you can just see on a timeline with fossils, with evidence, verifiable evidence by multiple different researchers, seeing how humans came from these fucking who knows what kind of creatures they were, and developed over time into what we are now. And
Okay,
I'm like, so humans have we always been around? Yes, but we've transformed over time. Like we've always been
so
around,
you're
but we've
saying
transformed.
that we've developed.
Yeah, I think dude, me and you, we develop every day. We evolve every day. Like our bodies change every day.
I agree
And
with
I
Kurt.
disagree. We don't disagree.
I think God controlled that. Like we all came from water.
What's
like
the
Quran
start?
says.
Where's the start?
Water.
I think it infinitely goes. I think it's
Water.
It
Who
just
created
infinitely
water?
goes back. Well, water is made up of
Okay, wait.
oxygen.
I think me and Kurt have had this conversation. If we didn't have language, and we only could use our hands, I think it would display that we all believe God like is. Like if we didn't have to have language and we were outside and you were like trying to explain to me what God is. Like how would you explain what God is, Kurt, without using words?
I think he would go like
up.
No, how would you do it? Not like I'll show you how I would do it. So that's how you would do it, Kurt?
I mean, if I believed in a God, I feel like that's what I would do. I would point up and I'd be
but you just said you believe in God like as the universe, I thought.
I mean, I feel like I wouldn't explain it that way then. I would just do it through my actions.
Well, what would be like go?
I mean, I don't know. I would just wake up every morning, work out, just do what I live and do today. And I feel like that's
Kurt,
the only proof I would need.
you just got a realization that
Like,
God
I think I would
is
go
the
there.
universe, right? So
Sure.
how are you gonna tell that to Grayson? And you can talk.
So this is what I've been struggling with because it's a realization that, again, my beliefs can change. My beliefs have been changing for a long time. You know, a year ago, I didn't used to believe this. So it's been a roller coaster of, okay, as I learn new things and as I experience more about life, my beliefs start to either go one way and continue going that way until they kind of shift a little bit, or they go one way and they start to shift a little bit. There's not for me, I mean, throughout my life, it's never been a single line, I believe this all the way across. And I don't know if I want that. I don't think I want that, because then you start to, you don't start to understand the people whose minds are like this when they start to form new beliefs and new religions or whatever.
Do you think I'm open-minded?
I would say so, because you're listening to right now and you're not interrupting me. You know, you're not being rude about it. You're listening, which is, you know, better than a lot of people in chat are doing right now. So that's huge already.
I
And
can't see chat.
I think you're absolutely open-minded, bro. Yeah. I mean,
So,
the good
wait,
thing
so
is that you're
Kurt,
listening.
can I ask? So wait, what
Keep
would
in
your
mind-
answer? What would be your answer? Do you believe in God?
I would say yes.
Because I like hearing your answer. It's interesting. It
Yes,
makes me
I
think.
believe in God.
All right.
And I
yes.
also believe like what you consider like stuff to be haram, you know, I consider things to be haram too, but not in the same sense of, well, literally in the same sense of like I'm going against God as if like, oh, I'm going against what the universe thinks is best for me. Like what God thinks is best for me. Like I say the universe a lot. Like the universe always has a way of helping us. Like that's my way of saying like God is always helping us. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we believe in the same thing. I feel like fundamentally at the base level, but I feel like people don't understand that and the fundamentals we do believe the same thing. There's just certain things about scripture and literature that I don't quite agree with, you know, and that's just me. And maybe my beliefs will change one day. You know, maybe I'll learn something. Maybe I'll, you know, read something that changes my mind. Although I like to think that right now my beliefs are, you know, codified. Maybe they're not. You know, so maybe in a year from now I'll believe something completely different, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with my beliefs doing this because I feel like that's how I'm always learning. It's not just this the entire time.
But
it's
if
a
you're
straight
all
line,
right,
my
so
belief.
if you don't mind, I just wanna like, to the point of changing beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
If your beliefs are constantly changing, and it depends on the reason. If it's like Grayson trying to find the true answer, and I'm doing my research, listening to XYZ, that's okay. You're building evidence. You have interpretations. You're thinking. Now, I find politicians, people who have no believe in no God, don't have any set of rules, baseless, because that means what created the rules is a human who's just as equivalent as you. So meaning that, why is your opinion better than mine? If we're equals, there is no superior power to tell us what's right. So I would say what's right, and you would say what's right, and then we have this infinite conflict that no one can really affirm except by a popular belief or something that a majority believes. But without that, if it's just me and you, God is the deciding factor, the creator, the person who, sorry, not the person, he who has created decides how we should
But
run.
Kurt doesn't believe in that.
But like I said, I don't believe there's a creator. So even if what you're saying was true,
wait, so
right?
All right, so
I
you
just
believe
I
in a God.
so-
You believe in a God?
but it's not. It's. I'm sorry you're not understanding. Maybe I'm not saying it right. It's not that I don't believe in a deity, as in like a supreme being that's watching over us and created us. I believe in like the universe as a whole being one. It's its own being. It's like God.
So
The
it's existed
whole
forever?
universe. That's what I believe. I think there's more beyond the Big Bang, for example. That little singularity that we just, okay, we don't know yet what came before that because math hasn't gotten us there yet. We're still researching. But, dude, who knows? In 100, maybe
What is
200,
that
300,
research
1,000?
based on? Because you're a very scientific man. What is that based
Oh, I
on?
would not say I'm a scientific man, but I do appreciate
He's Mexican.
Empirical
Nice.
evidence when it comes to claims and science-based things. I used to study biology, so
Yeah.
it got me really interested into learning about how things came to be.
So you know the
And
half-life. Everything has a half-life.
yeah,
All right.
exactly.
So how can
But
we date
except
back
energy,
age?
energy is always either potential or kinetic. It can't be. The only thing energy can be is it can either transform or it can be transferred.
All right.
Right?
So that
So-
means there's a limit.
Well,
There's a
not
cap.
really. Not really, because if
Yeah.
it's potential, that means it's like this the entire time, and when it's kinetic, but it's never stopping. Energy never stops. It never like just ceases to be.
All right. So what I like is that we have a closed loop, right? Because I think, for me, like this lamp turns on and this energy is turned into light, and so I'm having like thermal. So what I want to say is that the energy doesn't destroy or create, meaning that it's constant. The total amount of energy in the universe is constant.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. So never ending.
Yeah, so you believe that the existence of the world is never ending, yet we have half-lives and we have
Yeah, but we're not in. I mean, we're technically energy, but it's not like when we die, our energy just goes nowhere. It goes back into the earth and it gets recycled. It's the same thing when a star explodes. The properties of that star just expand outward. That's what happens. It's not like all the matter in the star just goes away. It's going somewhere. It's and it's going somewhere. It's not sure that star was, more or less destroyed. If I were to destroy this laptop right now, all the pieces would just shatter. Like, but that doesn't mean it just disappears because I smashed the laptop. It's the same thing with a star or with our sun. Whenever it decides to explode one day. So
Okay, I think I'm starting to get what you're seeing. I think I'm getting there.
Is that the goal of this conversation? Figure out, because I want to add a brother.
sorry, I know this turned into just what I believe. We don't
No,
have
no,
to
no.
make it
I just
bad.
want to figure out what we're talking about, and then I also want to add someone else in here.
Well, what I really wanted to talk about today, I don't know if you want to do it with Safe or maybe we can save it for another stream, but morality, because I get asked about that all the time.
Oh, like because you don't believe in the traditional God. Where do you
Right,
get
and
morality
so
from?
people always ask me like, "Oh, what's your morality then? You must have no morals." And it's kind of like that is something I'd want to talk to religious people about because I don't feel like they really understand that.
Hey, let's bring
How
Browsy
is
up
it-
here.
Browsy.
Hey,
Bro,
Browsy.
Browsy brother has been sitting in the back,
Dude, your beard is sick, bro.
cheesing for the last 2 hours straight. So, Browsy, bro, haven't even spoken a word to you yet, and you've already brought me joy. Brother, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
though.
We could at the beginning though. Dude, homie's been cheesing in the background.
Dude, someone in the chat
Absolutely
says he's been waiting since 1950.
Don't worry, he'll figure out his mic. You got
Oh,
time,
man.
brother. Don't be stressed out.
Oh man, still can't.
We could at the beginning. Let me remove you and
We'll figure it out.
He's going silent movie 50s mode right now. Still no, brother.
it's okay.
So-
just
So does God have like an agenda or at least a belief that he sets, or he's the world, like you say, in your world, that God is the world.
Mhm.
Does the world run a specific way that is perfect?
Oh no, absolutely not. I mean, the world's constantly destroying itself and in chaos all the time.
Nice. So but the sun is always, or at least the sun is always rising and setting.
Sure, I don't feel like it always used to do that. It does for us on Earth.
Yeah.
The way we perceive is that it's always rising and setting.
wait, real quick. Are we debating where Kirk gets his morals from?
Yeah.
I think so. I think that's where we're going.
Browsy, can't hear you.
Still can't hear you, bro.
Browsy, right when you pulled up, we could hear you.
Are you sure? I wasn't able to.
I heard
Maybe
him
you
say. I heard him say one thing. I'm pretty sure,
Oh.
but maybe that could have been Safe. Wait, Safe. How do you say your name? Safe.
Saifullah. Saif means
Saifullah.
sword in
Saifullah.
Arabic.
Dude, the way you say Allah. Can you teach us how to say it
Safe Allah.
in Arabic?
Allah.
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 It sounds
Saifullah.
powerful. Allah. It sounds
Saifullah.
powerful. Doesn't it sound powerful, Kurt?
Dude, it sounds sick.
Like Allah. Like when we.
Bro, I really like.
Wait, teach
bro,
us again.
Saifullah.
Saifullah.
The way you say
That was crazy.
Allah. Wait, Allah. Say Allah. Can you teach us how to say it right?
Yeah,
I'm being
yeah.
serious.
If you Saifullah, Allah is
So
just
your
'cause,
name
like,
is God?
No, I'm the sword of God.
Oh, that's what
That's
safe
what it
means?
means, sword of God.
Yeah, it's literally that the direct translation.
So wait, what would happen if you became non-religious one day? Would you like want to change your name?
Nah, I don't think I'll ever go there. I'm certain I'll never go there.
But
At
people
least,
who
like,
do
I
with your
hope so,
name,
I hope so.
but people who do
I
with your name are like a Muslim name, like the Deliverer of God or whatever it is.
You know Muhammad Ali, Cassius
Yeah?
Clay. He used to be called Cassius Clay, and then he changed it. So I imagine the opposite direction to do the opposite thing.
Oh, Browsy, we can hear you now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, let's go. Okay.
Except there's a strong echo now. Do you have headphones?
Yeah, I do. Wait, give me a second.
Okay, perfect. Let's go.
That's good.
Okay,
Dude,
so
I like talking to you, Saifullah. It's nice,
yeah,
bro.
dude, it's safe Allah.
Saifullah.
One day I'll come to Texas.
Yes, bro. You're more than welcome.
Priority.
Bro, yeah.
Inshallah,
Come stay.
inshallah.
You can sleep. You
Inshallah.
can sleep right here on this mat.
All right, sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro. I genuinely like. I don't know. It's really hard for me to imagine a world
Hey,
where
Browsy.
you do not know Arabic, because the Quran is written in Arabic, and there's. I get a whole other feeling when I listen to the Quran in Arabic. It's just something else, and I think any Arabic speaker would tell you the same thing. So if you can really like, Grayson, the fact that you wanted to learn Arabic, to me it was like, bro, if you do that,
Should I keep going?
if you keep going, bro, oh my gosh, you'll never regret it. At
okay.
least from my perspective, but I've never been like so. I've never seen so many perspectives in such a short period of time.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I mean, so many different opinions. Like the past 6 hours on your
Oh.
stream, I've never actually interacted with people who have super opposing ideas.
Wow. This is what it's all about. Hey, Browsy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, bro.
How you doing, brother?
Let's go, finally, man. I've been rotting out here in the backstage. How's it going, boys? Sorry, I'm gonna put this on freaking desk because it's my laptop and it's shaking. Okay, now
No, you're good.
Browsy, where are you from, bro?
Yo, I'm from Syria and I'm living in the UK right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bottle of water, buddy.
Alright, man. Bloody hell. Yeah.
What was that?
I don't know, bro.
You're from
I
Syria?
hope they don't take me.
I don't think
yeah.
I don't think I've ever met someone from Syria.
Well, first guy from Syria. Let's
Hey,
go. Big
they
dubs,
seem-
big dubs.
I
Nice
guess
to meet you
I'm
too.
judging the whole country off of you, and right now they seem like they smile a lot and are pretty happy.
Very scary. I hope I can represent well. Inshallah. So I had
What did
a
you want
lot
to talk about, brother?
I had a lot of things like, I was accumulating a lot of content from all those, conversations while I was rotting in the backstage. So, so one of those things we touched on was, for example, how were people supposed to be convinced by the Prophet, for example. So this is something really important. So different people have different ways to get convinced. Some people get convinced by straight mathematics, for example. Some people get convinced by science. Some people get convinced by the emotionality. So there's a certain way. So there was, for example, a tough type of guy in the time of the Prophet named Umar. He's one of the companions of the Prophet, and so his way to get attracted was to be tough with him. So the Prophet approached him in a tough way and told him, "Hey, you really want to do this, man?" Blah blah blah, something like this. So there's a different way for every person, and the Prophet was able to show the people the path in their own way, and also the scripture. So God himself showed the truth through the scriptures, through different pathways for each person. So for example, for that situation regarding so behind the hill, will you believe me if there's a crowd and then they'll say yes, of course. And then he'll say, well, how about I tell you that, God, you should be afraid of God and stop worshiping the statues. So this is a crazy jump, you're right, for you. But let's imagine these groups of people. So at that time, they were a tribe. And they were a small tribe. Everyone knows each other. And they know what? Okay. So in that time, sorry. So it's 2:30 a.m. in my time, and I'm speaking very loud. I'll try to be less. Yeah. Okay.
I'm joking, bro.
Okay. So imagine for 40 years they have been living with this guy for 40 years. They know him for 40 years, and they know that this guy has never told a lie. So the guy has always been truthful for 40 years. Suddenly he comes and says, "There is God." So he never told a lie. Why would he suddenly say something that would make everyone his enemy as a lie? Why would he suddenly say this? And now everyone will attack him. Everyone will do something bad to him. And after everything they did, and they told him, "Hey, bro, stop. We'll give you everything we have. We'll give you all the women, all the money, all the blah blah blah." And then the prophet said, if you put the sun on my left side and the moon on my right side, I will still not stop telling you the truth. This is the truth. So,
But what about people who died for Jesus? Like, this argument I've heard is used to prove that Jesus was, like,
I mean,
people,
yeah,
people
I've
died.
heard people die for their beliefs before. Like, it's, I understand what you're saying. Like,
yeah.
What I said before, I think, was people are willing to die for their beliefs when they really do believe it to be 100% true, which is respectable. But I still don't feel like it gives any weight to that truth claim that they're making anyway.
Yes, but I'm telling you, this is a guy that never told a lie. So this guy never told a lie. Why would he suddenly tell a lie that will cause him, the end of his life? Unless.
But how do
it's
we
true.
know he never
Okay,
told a lie?
that's from based on sources. Like, you can go check the sources. If you find the time where he told a lie, you can tell me, of course.
But Muslim sources.
But that would be hard to find. I mean, even if there was
how would
some type
that-
of record that did. I mean, I feel like the majority of people back in Muhammad's time who, if he did tell a lie, I'm not saying he did.
But you don't have a source of evidence. You're just saying a what if thing that doesn't exist.
Yeah, of course. What ifs don't matter. I understand.
Yeah.
The belief is that he didn't tell a lie, so let's go with that. He
So
didn't tell a lie.
now, back to the point. There will be some people like some like the opinion you mentioned, where they will be like, "Oh, this is too far stretched. I need real evidence." So those people will not believe. But for example, the wife of the prophet and the prophet's best friend, they know him like so closely that they knew that he's telling the truth, for example. So there are, for different people, it's different ways to understand the truth, and God makes it clear as well. So God if someone is God wants to show them the truth, God will show them the truth. So at that time, some people learned the truth, some people did not. Now other revelations came, and when the revelations came, this is one of the miracles of the Quran, and one of the biggest miracles of the Quran is how powerful it is in Arabic. So it is such a powerful Arabic that it was like the best Arabic at that time. And at that time, it came at a time where all the Arabs were like the best of poetry, and poetry was like, if you are a good what do they call them? A poetist? I don't know. But
A poet.
A poet. Okay. So if you were a very good poet,
poet.
that was if you're a very good poet, that means you're like the highest level of like intellectualism. Like that was like high status. Okay. Now,
Sure.
this guy that could not read or write suddenly comes with the best piece of literature they ever came up with, and no one can ever create something like it. One of the challenges of the Quran was, if you think it's made by a man, create one chapter like it. That's one of the challenges that God tells the people. If you think it's from a man, make one chapter like it. You guys are the best of poets. Make
Is
one
it
chapter like
one chapter like it or one chapter that's better? I hear
No,
they're
like it.
interchangeable or just
like
it.
here's the thing. Yeah, like it.
But that would be
is-
impossible to do because the
No,
cultural
no.
background, the history, the
Get-
significance of the weight of the holy
at
text.
that time they were, I'm
okay.
telling you, they were the best of poets. So God was
Sorry,
challenging
sorry.
them. Yeah.
Sure.
So God was
Okay.
challenging them. They are the highest level of Arabic intellectualism. Make one chapter like it. And he's not saying better than it. This is a lower level. Like
Mhm.
it. And they still cannot make something like it because it was something they have never seen before. It's that high level. And
Sure.
this was one of the ways that other people converted. So other people converted because when they were reading the scripture, they were like, this is insane. This cannot be made by a man. And that's how they converted that way. I have to decrease my voice again. By the way, can you hear me like this?
Yeah, but maybe
Okay,
could you
let me
turn up
close
your
the door
volume?
real quick. Oh, okay. Let me see.
I can turn you up. Yeah, I
Turn me
can turn you
up, turn me up.
Yeah, you could probably whisper, and we can just turn up your volume, and you should be good.
I turn up your
That's
volume
good,
all
that's
the
good.
way.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah. So that's
Bro, you're
one of
so
the other
funny.
ways. That's one of the other ways, which is the Arabic language. It's so powerful that other people converted because of how powerful the Arabic language is. Other people, they find the truth in their own way. So every person has their own path of finding the truth, and of course, God is the one that guides people. So God knows each person is guided through a different way, and that's why in the Quran there are mathematical miracles, scientific miracles, belief type of miracles. So all other pathways like historical miracles. So there's every single way for God to guide people in the Quran. And if any type of person reads the Quran, each type of person will find their own thing that will attract them. So for example, for you, Grayson,
Oh yeah.
you were not searching for scientific miracles or historical miracles or whatever. You were just reading the Quran and you found something that improves your life. And this is like, for me, this was like, whoa, this guy is being guided like in the most pure vanilla way I've ever seen, mashallah.
Yeah.
So yeah, but for example, if I were to convince someone by talking to them, I will show them things that can never be made by a man in the Quran. Like some of the things that Donut showed you, for example, like there were scientific miracles. Like for example, God saying everything is made from water. So God is saying, I mean, every living thing. God said, every living thing I made from water. Will you not believe? So at the time of the Prophet, they were living in a desert. Imagine this. They are in a desert where barely any water exists. And he's telling the people, all you guys are made from water. No,
Okay.
where
Yes,
will
but I feel like when you bleed and you see the liquid, I think you
Okay.
can infer that. Oh wait, that's a type of water.
True.
So
Okay.
we are like have water inside of us because when we
Okay.
bleed, we're like there's like a liquid there and it runs like water.
True.
It might be a
Now,
different color, but
true.
you see what I'm
If I
saying?
if I take
So I
okay,
feel
if I
like people
take
would
your
instinctually they would think, oh, okay, so maybe water has something to
If
do
that
with
came
that.
to you instinctually,
Okay.
then you're very smart.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
just
I
feel
would have
like
not. Yeah, I would
that's
have
what would have
not thought
happened.
that.
I feel like someone who was extremely smart back in the day would have came to that conclusion and then been like, did you guys not really like this is I feel like it's pretty obvious.
If
But
I
most,
take your skull for example, do you think
Sure.
your skull is made from water?
My
Your skull is
skull?
solid. It's solid. It's like the most solid thing ever. It's so solid,
I
bro.
don't know, it's pretty hollow, bro. I can't really
I mean,
fucking
bro, bro, yeah. But if you put that skull under the microscope, it's made from water, and that's the miraculous thing about it. So everything, every part of your body is like every cell in your body is like 80% water. I'm a medical, I mean, I'm a
Yes,
doctor.
I
I
remember.
graduated. So yeah,
Mhm.
so that's something crazy that exists in the Quran. Another crazy thing, for example, God said that we separated the sea, like the salty sea and the pure sea, by an invisible barrier. God says this in the Quran.
So a
So
reef.
there's like an invisible barrier between like a salt part of the sea and the pure part of the sea.
you could
Okay.
see it at the end of the Nile, meeting the Mediterranean. You could see like a line.
So when
Yeah.
you're saying when a river meets the ocean, the river is salty and then the ocean is clear. Is that what
They're
you're
they're
Uh,
different colors, bro. Like
Okay, but
they're
the
different
river has different
in
sediment
No,
than,
no,
salt
I'm not.
than a sea, though.
We're not saying only river.
I don't think Kerr is
Sea.
going to be convinced by any of the miracles.
Yeah,
Well,
but
they,
what?
just,
Okay,
they don't.
okay.
They
So
sound like they
that's
could be easily explained. Like I feel like
okay.
these are. Like, I feel like these can be very easily explained.
Okay, I'll
from
tell
this
you. Okay,
basic-
I'll tell you another miracle. This is a historical miracle. God says in the Quran, God says that for the body of Pharaoh, we will preserve the body of Pharaoh until. So it's a miracle for other people to see as proof that he existed. God says this in the Quran. I will preserve your body, so it's a proof for the future people that he existed. Now people suddenly discover the body of Pharaoh. How can a body survive for 3,300 years or something? Fully intact, like the body is intact. So what? How can a body stay intact for 3,300 years? This is pure miracle from God. God said,
He
"I
was
will
buried
preserve
in
the
a
body."
tomb, wasn't he?
but we don't know. How would anyone know? We only know now because of our knowledge. But at the time of the Prophet, this was something outside of anything. Like it doesn't exist. It was something that happened 1,600 years ago.
No,
The
sure.
the tomb, yeah, it disappeared, and we don't know anything about it. Let's say someone died next to you. Would you think that this person his body will survive for 3,300 years? Of course not. So this is another miracle. Like I can count those miracles because I watched so many of them, and like that's how I convince others. For example, I show them like proof that things that cannot be made by men, for example. But of course, some people will have.
Well, dude, I used to think that, you know, Amadeus Mozart's music, I used to think there's no way man created this. This has to be from God. And then it turned out
Which one?
all of his works, Mozart's works.
Mozart?
Oh,
Bro.
dude, I was like, there's no way a man created this. Have you listened to that music?
Bro.
Jesus. That music is top tier echelon, amazing music.
I'm the next Mozart.
Oh my
I
god,
was like,
man.
dude, back when I was super young, I was like, dude, men created this? What is this? Is insane.
I mean,
Bro, it's just
do you-
a
do you know what-
rearrangement of sounds, bro. It's just you're rearranging sounds. Anyone can rearrange sounds, you know.
I'm very curious. So I think I've gotten an idea of what you believe, but I'm curious as to how you came to that conclusion.
Which one?
Of God's existence and that God is everything around us and that there is no external being.
It's a very interesting topic because I know you guys are both of you guys Muslim.
Yes, I am.
So I'm guessing you guys don't have a lot of experience with substances at all, do you guys?
Not me, no.
That's fair. That's fair. But so I was questioning for a long time. I used to be Christian. I used to go to the same church as this dude right here, and so we used to go to the same church. I would go to the Bible studies and stuff like that, and then I started questioning, you know, a little bit of stuff about religion. So I got to the point where, after having a lot of talks with this dude, I was like, oh, you know, maybe I don't believe in this. You know, maybe let me try to find what I believe. So a lot of time went on, and then I tried psychedelics, which was like mushrooms. And I know you guys have never taken it and will probably never will take it, and I respect that. You know, it's, you know, to each their own. I just remember when I took it, it's not what you guys think of, like being high, being stupid, going off and jumping off a cliff. It's not like that. It's a deep spiritual thing that makes you think about yourself and those around you and how you treat others, and you know who you want to be as a person, and also what life means to you. So when I took those and I experienced what I experienced, it was, you know, from what I gathered, and again, I think this is, you know, in the moment I was in a very good mood. I was, you know, laying down in the grass with music playing. I was staring up at the stars, and you know, just what I experienced, and especially when I closed my eyes, just what I experienced was, oh, I'm one with the universe. Is basically in the moment what I was experiencing. And it's like after you come off of what you're on, that substance, it's not like you're hungover. It's not like you are, you know, your brain is foggy, like after you smoke weed and you wake up the next day and you're like, oh, what did I do yesterday? It's not like you're slow to think. It's like your brain is like it's like it really expands. Like the neurons in your brain, like they're fucking firing. It's not like Adderall or speed either. It's just it's a different. So it's more emotional. It's more spiritual. So when you take that, and when you've been, you know, doubting for a long time, and then you have the experience I had, you start to think about it more and more throughout your life and throughout the things you do, and it just led me to believe what I believe now. That's the short version. Obviously, there's a much longer. I can go more into complex details, but that's why I believe what I believe. Now, this is just an experience. This is an anecdote. This is, you know, I don't believe people when they give me their stories just based on anecdotes. This is my story. This is why I believe. I'm not trying to convince anybody to believe what I believe because of my story. This is just why I believe what I believe. So whenever you guys tell me a story of why when you saw God in a dream, for example, I'm like, dude, that's sick. I had a similar experience, but it just wasn't with the same God. But I'm like, dude, but I'm glad that helped you. If it did help you, you having that experience, if it helped you as a person to be a better person and to be better and to want to do better, then dude, that is completely valid. Because I know what happened with me is exactly what that happened. I was in a shitty place in my life. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't know what the fuck I believed in. And then I took these things and I immediately just saw improvement in my life, which is what helped me, which is why I now believe what I believe. Again, I'm not trying to convince anybody, but I just feel like with this kind of stuff, that's why I believe what I believe. And that's why I don't discriminate against other people when they tell me what they believe. And I hate the whole thing of just trying to convince others, because it's never going to work. I feel like you can debate it and you can see like why you'd agree or why you disagree, but I just feel like you're not the probability of you changing someone's mind on what they believe, especially after so long, is going to be, you'd have to do it over time. It won't take just one debate. It won't take just it would be decades if you did want to do it.
I think you should come experience life with Muslims.
Dude, I want
to.
Dude, they're so nice. They're so nice. They're like such nice people. They're awesome.
So regarding what you said, so the end of that story, and it's also similar to what Grayson also believes, I think, is that when something is improving your life, that means it is the truth or closer to the truth, I guess. So
Well,
would you say
for me.
yeah, but let's say, for example, you follow the law, and by following the law, your life improves, because like you follow the law and the science, you follow the science, and you follow the
Sure.
science, you follow the law, and you believe now it's the truth. So, but would that mean that this is now God? You know, that would not make sense. You know, because you know that because
That's
for
not
example,
what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I
for
don't.
example,
Maybe I'm.
no,
Go
but
ahead.
for example, the let's speak about the law a little bit. For example, so the law keeps changing. So humans keep changing the law, and at one point it will be this, and then 100 years later it will be something else. Then 100 years later it will be something else. So even though it's something that may improve your life at that time, it doesn't mean that it is 100% the truth. Because if
Well,
it
it's
is
the
the truth,
truth to
then why is
me
it
because
changing?
throughout my life, it's helping me, and I'm like, for example, I know it sounds selfish, but I don't mean it to be. I don't mean it to sound selfish. I'm just saying, for me, this is what's helped me become a better person. In my eyes, what I think to be a good person is not, what I consider to be a good person, and is probably not what you consider to be a good person. And, what Grayson considers to be a good person, what you consider to be a good person, what Saif Allah considers to be a good person. It's all different. They're all going to be different.
Do you
Is
consider? Do you
one
think?
person right? I think
Okay.
nobody's really right.
Do you think that being a good person is the only goal for you in this life? That's it, being a good person. Like
That's a good
God,
question.
I mean, yeah, like are we here just to be good people and then die? That's it.
Well, so this is something I've had to grapple with a lot, is like my meaning or like my purpose in life. And again, I hate to say like what everybody should do. This is what everybody should do, because I hate that, because I know what I want, but I'm sure people don't want the same things I want. So it's hard for me to say like, oh, this is what people should do. Like a lot of religious people say you should live for God, right? But my purpose in my life so far is, in my years of living, have been, yeah, but that's not my purpose. I've discovered like that's not my purpose is not to live for God. It's to live for other people around me, be good to other people around me, be good to myself, and spread that to other people. Spread love, spread peace. Break up fights. Don't get in fights that are started for bullshit. Like I love watching UFC, but that's not technically, it's fought for bullshit. But at the same time, it's entertainment. So
Okay, now so let's say you want to be good to people. Why do you want to be good to people? Is it because they're good to you? Because they're good to you, you want to be good to them, right?
Well, I like the golden rule of how would I want to be treated, and I want to be treated by someone coming up to me with a smile. I want to be treated by someone coming up to me with a rather soft voice, with a firm handshake. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Being respectful.
So I'll tell you like our opinion why. Well, for example, like I'll explain to you why, for example, we say, or like religious people say, that you should live for God. So in our belief, God, he's the creator, so he's providing you with everything you have. So, for example, your food that you're eating every day, it wouldn't be there without God. Your drink, your good life, your good clothes, everything that you have, God has given it to you, and God can take it away from you anytime. If God has given you something, you should thank Him for it. You should be a well-behaved person that thanks Him for it all the time. Praise, to worship Him, just to say thank you for all the gifts that you have given me. If so that's why we live for God. If God is like, if let's say God exists and God gave you all those gifts, and then you say, I'm not gonna thank you for it, I'm just gonna go and help my friend out, and I'm not gonna thank you for it. Do you think this is the right thing to do? Like, if God exists, do you think this is the right thing to do? So that's how our belief system is. That's why we say you should live for God, because God gave you everything you have. And if God decide, if God, you don't be appreciative of this, God can take away everything you have, and then you'll suffer from this. Yeah. I don't know if you can still hear me.
I heard you.
Yeah, and also let's
I heard you as well, sir.
So I want to talk about if God exists. Let's talk about how can we say that God exists. So you think first that God is the universe and us and everything. All of us is the universe. But for example, if let's say I created a world in Minecraft. And I made so many like buildings in that world, blah 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 blah. So the people in Minecraft will look at like their surroundings and think, maybe us and this planet, we are the people who created us. But how can that be true? Like, did they create themselves? Did this universe get created on its own? That cannot be true. Like, everything around us is so perfect. For example, the sun's distance. If it was closer, we would burn. For example, the surrounding thing that's surrounding the earth, we would freeze if it doesn't exist. So there are many things that are so perfect around our universe that cannot come from nothing. Like, they just cannot get created randomly. It's like everything is just so perfectly created, so precise, that it's keeping us alive. Like, if there's one thing wrong, we will die. For example, like if you remove, for example, rodents from the what's it called, the animal kingdom area. We cannot hear you, by the way, Kurt. Are you muted or? Okay.
Rip.
R.I.P. Kurt. Kurt.
Rip Kurt.
Grayson, how are you feeling right now? Are you tired?
Yeah, I need to go eat dinner.
Dark.
I'm sorry if I'm yapping too much.
No.
Ultimate, yeah.
The thing is, we had someone on here, like, I got tired when he was speaking, to be honest.
Oh, that guy, bro, please don't remind me. Oh, bro, I was watching. Thank God I was in the VOD in the beginning. Like, I wasn't live from the beginning to the end. So, like, half of that part I was able to skip, and then I had to watch the rest of the other half. And I was dying, bro. Like, that guy, like, he's like, Grayson, here's why we were like, dying from this, because he was manipulating and lying while hiding it behind love. Like, he was saying, I love science, but then he doesn't talk about science at all. I love the Muslims, but then he says, they are so bad, and tries to manipulate everything. Bro, I'm like,
Dude,
please stop with the
speaking
manipulation.
my mind right now, dude.
He's just hiding it behind
Exactly
love.
speaking my mind. It was so frustrating. It was so frustrating.
Yes.
Hey, Lucas, can you hear us?
Hey.
Lucas?
Nice poster.
What's up, y'all?
Let's go.
Oh, we're bringing
What's up,
everybody.
Lucas?
All the gang is here. Let's go. Sheesh.
He's just bringing in everybody.
Nah, that's crazy.
Well, we're about to wrap up the stream. What last topic can we discuss together?
Whatever y'all want, bro.
You wanted to talk about morality?
Yeah,
Or-
so
Okay, we're down. We're down.
I mean, wait, but haven't we been talking about that?
I don't know.
We
if I got
haven't.
anywhere.
I think we were leading up to it. I think we
Did we
definitely
get
were leading
anywhere?
up
Did
to
we
it.
really get anywhere?
All right.
Lucas.
So
Lucas,
let me
bro,
ask something.
it's so respectful. Lucas, where are you from, bro?
I'm from Florida, actually.
Oh.
Yo,
What's
Florida
up, bro?
boy.
Yeah.
What's the question?
Florida man.
Yeah. So if we're talking about morality, the way that I like to think about it is the way that you can determine your source of morality is by taking something super basic. Like right now, waiting for my turn, I was just doing homework, right? So ask yourself, why are you doing homework? Okay, you're doing homework because you want to graduate high school. Why do you want to graduate high school? Because you want to get the ability to go to college. Why do you want to go to college? So that you can get a degree and make money. Why do you want to make money? Da 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 da. And if you lead the almost like endless chain of why questions, you get to the source of your reason for doing things, your morality source. For religious
Whoa.
people, it's going to be God. But if you ask yourself, Kurt, I challenge you, if you ask yourself, why, and you get to the
Yeah,
very
that's
core,
interesting.
Let's do
why?
that.
Is it just because you've been biologically programmed to be the way you are? Is it all subjective, or you know what I mean?
So
Wait, should we? Wait, I feel like we should all do that right now.
Yeah. All right. So what are we doing right now?
Okay, let's everybody
Bro, that would
mute
take
the.
way too long. That would take.
No,
way
no,
too
no.
long.
Do it for 1 minute.
Yeah.
How long will that take?
I mean, there's just 6.
Let's just
Probably
try
a
it.
lot of
Let's just try it. Let's just try it. Yeah, we'll
1
probably
minute.
get there. Okay, 1 minute. Nobody talk.
What's our starting point?
Wait.
What?
I got a pencil.
I'm muting everybody. Get a pen and paper if you can. Okay. 1 minute. I'm gonna start a timer and then I'm gonna mute myself. 1 minute. Lucas said like, why am I okay? Like, why are we on this stream right now? That could be the start of it. That could be the start, and then whatever your answer is to that, then ask why, and then why, and see if you can get there. Honestly, I'm gonna do it until I get an answer. Unless it takes. I'm just gonna. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. Go. I'm not close yet, so don't worry. You got some time.
Okay, I think I just got to my answer, but I'm going to start over from a different beginning question and see if I get to the same answer. I'm still going. Don't stop. Hey, wait, Lucas, real quick. I just unmuted you, Lucas. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Wait, the question is
what's up?
why? Why do I do? Why?
You follow a chain of whys. So why do I do my homework? Because I want to graduate high school. Why do I want to graduate high school? Because this, boom, 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 until you reach the source or as close as you can get.
Oh,
Yo, bro, I might have to leave in like
Nice,
2 minutes. I told Gabe I was gonna go pick him up from school.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I might have to leave like pretty soon here.
Okay.
Like I said, like 2 minutes. So
All right,
I'm
I'm
gonna hop off, but
All
I
right,
actually have my list written down. I can talk about it with you later, bro.
Okay. Do you still want to go to Chipotle?
Yeah, we can. I'll stop by yours here pretty soon.
After Gabe?
Yeah, after Gabe. He's with his
Alright.
girlfriend right now, so we're chilling anyway.
Okay, sounds good, bro.
Run it. Yo, have a great night, guys. Thank y'all
Bye,
for
Kurt.
everything.
Later, Kurt.
See you,
Bye,
Kurt.
guys.
Assalamu alaikum.
See you, Kurt.
Assalamualaikum.
W's. W's. Okay. So why? This is actually fascinating to me. So one more time. Why? Just you simply ask the question
I can
why.
wear earphones.
Why do you do that? 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 Why do you do that?
Why do I even care about this question?
Exactly. Why?
I don't know. Let me think though. Let's keep going. This is good. This is good. I'm muting everyone again. This is fire.
No, bro. Let's show off the homework. What did you come up with for your
Oh,
first
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay.
Although, okay.
You gotta let him cook.
I got to. Well, should I even? Okay, just wait. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let Lucas cook. Free thinker. W. Okay. Okay.
Have we found the mind-boggling moment?
I actually did. This is the most, might be, let me unmute everybody. This might be the most, definitely one of, if not the most interesting and simple thought experiment I've ever asked. But I'm actually surprised by where I got.
Yeah, me too.
I'm surprised by where I got. It's a lot more simple than I thought.
Nice.
Show us
Did you
the
ever
work.
reach a dead end? Where you
Yeah, I
couldn't
did it. I
answer?
did it like 3 different times.
Yeah. And any dead ends?
Yeah, every time I got to pretty much the exact same dead end.
Interesting.
Where?
Which is?
Well, okay. Do you want me to start from
Yeah,
the last
let's
one I
go
did?
ahead.
Okay. Okay. Wait 1 second. This is fascinating. Lucas, where did you come up with this?
I don't remember. I think I have no idea. I heard it somewhere. I'm listening to like podcasts and YouTube 24/7, so I heard it
Yeah.
somewhere.
Okay, this is dope. Freethinker W. That's sick that you put that in your username. I was like, I gotta get Freethinker in here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the 3rd time I did it. But the other 2 times I ended up with the same action at the end. Or the same 2. It was like the last one and then the last one. Okay, so this one I said, so why? I picked something I do regularly. I work out regularly. Why do I work out? To be strong. Why do you want to be strong? To protect loved ones in my life. Why do you want to protect your loved ones? So they are safe. Why do you want them to be safe? It makes me feel happy. Why does it make you feel happy? Because I love them. Why do you love them? Because they love me. Why does their love for you matter? Because it feels good. Why does feeling good matter to you? Because I don't like feeling bad. Why don't you like feeling bad? Because it's gross. Why do you find it gross? It makes my life worse. Why do you want your life to be better? To protect my loved ones. Why do you feel to never protect your loved ones? Because it makes me feel good. That's the answer I got to every one, is it makes me feel good.
So you hit a circle right there.
Yeah, and the other 2 times I did it, like, for example, another one. Like, why do I want to make money? Why money? So I can provide. Why provide? Or so I can provide for myself. Why do you want to provide for yourself? So then I could then provide and care for others. Why do you want to care for others? And then I was like, why do I want to? It always led back to, why do I want to care for my others, like my loved ones in my life? And then the last one is because it makes me feel happy. Like, I tried to not BS it. I tried to not BS it and be like, because of this. I was just like, why do I care? And in the end, every single time I got to, because this is like a shorter one. It makes me feel happy. Which sounds so freaking stupid, but I don't know. I did the thought experiment. That's what I got to.
You did it correctly.
All right, we have concluded that Grayson should get back on the ganja. It makes him happy.
But no, it actually did it. It overall did it. That's probably why I wanted to stop. Is that why I do everything? Bro, this is crazy. This is so...
Yeah, dude.
Okay, so where did you guys get? Lucas?
Let's do Lucas.
Yeah,
Lucas,
Lucas?
go ahead.
All right. For me, since I'm arguing from like the religious standpoint, right? I'm a Christian. So it boiled down to, let's continue where I left off before. Homework, high school degree, college, money. Why do I want money? So that I can provide for my family. We hit a similar situation with you, right? Protect my family. Why do I want to protect my family? Because I feel like that's just my natural thing that makes me feel good, right?
Yeah.
And then we hit the same snag where you're at. We're like, hold on, if we don't go further than this, you boil down your morality to how it makes you feel. So it's not rooted in anything that's objective. It's rooted in how it makes you feel. So if we take your same standard of morality, your reason, Grayson, and we apply it to someone in Nazi Germany, 1939, why do you kill Jews? It makes me feel good. You could apply that. You could say that with LGBTQ. Well, it feels natural for them. It makes them feel good. Their line of reasoning just boiled down to that same thought. So that's why I go a little deeper. I go beyond the feeling. Well, if my reason's not how I feel, because how I feel changes tomorrow, how I feel changes Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it doesn't matter. You have to find something objective. You know what I'm saying? And for me,
so you went
that's
past that.
God.
You got to the same point?
Yeah, I got to the same point of it makes me feel. Wow, I'm having a shin cramp right now. Saeed, Browsy, please, somebody take over. My shin is cramping so hard.
Rip.
We lost another
Oh,
soldier.
actually-
Okay, well, so Lucas, it sounded like he got to the same point as me and got to the point
Makes
of.
you happy.
What,
All right,
because
we
it
back,
makes
we
Not
back.
gonna lie, but no, not gonna lie. Lucas at the end was spitting there. Not gonna lie, he was spitting with the.
Yeah. So
you know,
here's the thing.
yeah.
Everyone comes to the same point of why do I have this Marvel poster right there? Because I like Marvel. Why do I like Marvel? Because it makes me feel good when I watch superheroes beat up people. You know what I'm saying? So, but if you don't go further than that
Dude,
and
this
you leave it
is-
there, then your morality is 100% subjective based on the person. So what the Nazis were doing, you can't say that's entirely wrong because they took your same thought process.
Well, what if I could say What if I could say maybe I could go deeper? Like it feels good on like a. Like it feels good. Like for example, something like momentary pleasure.
You're saying like on
eating
a
a
more
eating a
spiritual-
donut feels good, but the reason it's like
fulfilling. Feels fulfilling.
Yeah, like meaning it feels good for minutes. Like a donut feels good for seconds.
Right.
Pick another momentary, like a drug feels good in the moment, and then there's like a boom. But some things are like, why do I want to be strong? Not because that feels good. It actually it feels like it feels fulfilling. Sure, it feels
I
good for
think-
like minutes on end, hours on end, for like weeks on end. It feels
I
good.
think the only way to truly feel good is to deny yourself things that feel good.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so what I was going to say to Lucas, I agree with you, Himothy, is that if like the people who are doing, I don't think it actually makes them feel, well, I mean, I couldn't prove it because I'm not them. I can only speak for myself. But I would say
Exactly.
that those people who are doing those atrocities, or even people who are gay, for example, I don't believe that actually makes them feel good.
I agree with you,
Like
but
long
you
term.
got to realize, for example, we got Muslims on here, we got Christian, we got Grayson still on his journey trying to figure things out, and we're all gonna claim like, oh, I have this thing, it made me feel so fuzzy and warm inside, and I could live like this forever, and da 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 da. It's all subjective at the end of the day. I can't prove that you're really feel that way. You can't prove that I really feel this way. So what do we do from here? You know?
I don't know. I think I got stuck 3 times. I'd like to hear what else you guys, if you guys did it and got to a point. I got stuck on why on it makes me feel good, and then I was like, shit, I think this might take me like 30 minutes to think like, why do I even care if I feel good?
I actually got
that's
to
where
a
I got
point.
stopped. Browsy, where'd you get? This is
So-
again, I'm
so
gonna repeat
I-
myself. This is a fascinating thought experiment. I'm gonna do this every day.
Yes, sir.
So I was answering the question you said in the beginning, which is why am I on stream? So why am I on stream? Because I want to see Grayson find the truth, to be guided, or maybe I can contribute
Yes.
in some way. And then why? Because I want to see the pure man find the truth. Why? I don't know, but God instilled love in me for this man. I don't know why, and I feel very happy if I see this man find the truth. And why? I think it's because I feel like how I would want to feel this happy. Like if I was in your place, I want to experience this feeling of like finding the best thing ever, which is the real truth, God. You know, this is the thing that basically like the meaning of everything in life. Why? Because God gives us the best in this life and the afterlife. Why? Because God is perfect in every way and is the truth. Why? Because only God can have these attributes. Why? Because He's God. That's the end.
Because he's
So I-
God. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's
Because
how.
he's God.
Yeah.
Okay. This
So-
is so interesting.
Let me pose another question real quick.
Thank you for sharing,
So we,
Browsy.
No problem.
yeah. So we just went over a lot of things that we boiled it down to the end of the day. It makes me feel good, right? But now I challenge you to think about what about those things that you do that you hate, that you have to rely on discipline. This homework that I was just doing, I despise this homework. Why am I doing it? Eventually, for me at least, it boiled down to a value that I have. The value is putting my family above myself. I'm going to have to endure things if I want to have money and provide for them that I don't want to do. It's going to take away pleasure from me. So feeling is not the reason I'm doing this. It's because of a value that I have But where did I get that value? That's where my thought experiment at the end of the day, the absolute point that it boils down to is God. Who sets the morality? Who sets the morality except the person that created morality? What other source are you going to go to? Are you going to go to your feelings that we just established differ between the Muslim and the Christian and the Nazi and the LGBTQ and all this? So that was my purpose in bringing up this thought experiment. It's like a theistic argumentation.
Yeah.
To me,
I got
actually-
stopped though. I like tried
Yeah.
to not say God when, or I just tried to be extremely as unbiased as I possibly could, and then I just got to the it makes me feel good.
Yeah,
I
but
would
what
like
do
to
you
do it.
really believe?
What?
But what
Then
do
again-
you really believe?
About what?
So like you're saying you're trying to be unbiased.
Well, I just did the question like why, and every time I
Why
started
do you-
with a new one, I got to
No,
because
but
it makes me
don't
feel
think
good.
about why logically. Think about what do you think is why for you.
The only thing I know is it makes me feel good. Like every time I got back to caring for loved ones, and then the next one would be why do you want to care for loved ones? Like why do you want to be strong? Why do you want to make money? I want to make money so I can care. I got to care for loved ones. Why do I want to be strong? So I can care for loved ones. And then both times I was like, well, why do I want to care for loved ones? Other than the fact of like, well, then one time I went down the rabbit hole. Well, because they love me, and then and then it went all the way back to because I want to care for loved ones. Why do you want to care for? That's what it led to. And then the only reason I want to care for loved ones that I could decipher in that 8 minutes or however long we had was because it makes me feel good. Like that's the only real reason I could think of.
Yeah, so
Right.
Lucas was trying to point out what, like, for example, let's talk about, for example, the Israel and Gaza situation. So Israel feels good when those Palestinians are killed, and they conquer the land. So if it makes them feel good, does that mean it's the right thing to do? That's what he's saying. So each person thinks like this thing feels good or this thing feels good. If it makes you feel good, that doesn't mean it's the right thing. So the thing that makes it the right thing is what, like, God tells you what's the right thing. So you know what I'm saying. So that's
Well,
what
if we do it based on the thought experiment, like why does it make me feel good?
So Grayson's being super honest. Love
Yeah,
that. At
yeah,
the end of the
yeah.
day, his reason is not really God. Even if he believes in God, he's going down this Islam rabbit hole.
Yeah.
It's not yet become his main purpose that's driving all of his actions. In fact, if you're watching the stream earlier, you'll see that the way that Grayson thinks about religion is as a mechanism to improve his life and feel the best that he can feel, right?
Yeah.
Confirm or deny?
Yeah, you're
I
absolutely
confirm.
correct.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're so
I
good.
All right,
confirm.
bet. So,
But like, why?
I'd like
if you ask me why I want to worship God, I would say, well, because it makes me feel good.
Right.
So then,
Right. So
Well,
let me take a very real hypothetical real quick, and it's a hypothetical, but it's happened to so many people throughout the centuries that it's worth thinking about.
All right.
Let's take your family, your parents, the Muslims, the Christians, the Jews, very famous, honor your father and mother, right? Everybody agrees.
Yeah.
But what happens when your father and mother are abusive? Because you grew up with a great dad. I've seen your interview with your mom, Grayson. Beautiful
Hey,
family.
cheers, bro. Thank you, bro.
Of course, caring for them is going to make you feel good. But what if you grew up with absentee parents? What if you grew up with drug addicts who beat you? But hold on, we still have this moral of honor your father and mother. But now it's not going to feel good to honor your father and mother. In fact, it's going to feel good to seek revenge against your father and mother. So what do you do when you're faced with that? You've
But
got
I would
the
argue
objective
that it
moral
doesn't
standard.
really feel good. Like it goes back to like it's not actually feeling good.
I think you say that now, but if you were put in that circumstance,
That's
it's
true, I
human
don't know.
nature. Yeah.
You
Like,
But I don't think it would feel good. Like I don't think it would bring you peace.
It's not about.
All right, so that's
Let's-
where
Like then if you
So
ask me
great.
why does it feel
That's where
good
you need
because
God.
it brings you peace.
So great,
why
great.
do-
But let's say you don't take revenge, but also like the text, I mean, what God tells you to do is to like be good to them. So imagine they're being bad to you. So the normal thing, I guess, for a person who tries to feel good to do is to stay away from those people who are making them feel bad. So if they're making you feel bad, then you would stay away from them. So you keep feeling good. But God tells you that you should not do that. You should be good to them, even if they are treating you badly. You should still be good to them. So in that situation,
But
you're
I
always
think
trying
I
to
think you
dealing
want to
with
do
them.
that because it makes you feel good. Like the other day I was reading a book and it said like squash all drama in your life. Basically do everything that you think that won't feel good in the moment, because I promise it will make you feel good. And like the author was saying how his dad abused him. Actually, this similar scenario, his dad abused him, but he still would, and his dad would never answer his emails or anything, and now he's a famous guy. And he would still send him emails all the time of videos of what's going on in his life. And he said, why did I do it? Because it makes me feel good. And I was like, and then he was like, get rid of all the drama in your life. So there was like drama in my life, so then I went right at it, and I reached out to the person, and I was like, okay, that made me feel good, even though I felt wronged. And then
Okay, now imagine.
like
imagine
I just
you
keep
have
going back to it because it feels good.
Okay, but imagine
I
you have
think
for
I found a
example.
good reason for mine.
Okay.
What was yours, Timothy?
All right, so
Timothy,
I
sir.
did why am I in the stream instead of doing my homework? Like Lucas is doing his homework because
doing both.
I'm having fun. You know, I think I'm gonna learn something. I'm gonna improve myself in a way that like my homework is not gonna do realistically. Like, my geometry. Okay, here's the thing. My geometry is not as important as the afterlife if it's infinite.
As the meaning of life.
Oh, right.
Like, what is geometry gonna do for
Yeah,
you? Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, so the reason
Wait, could
I'm
I
in
could
the
I
stream-
could I do? Okay, why are you in the stream? Can you just answer with the
so I
answer?
can learn and improve.
Okay, why do you want to learn and improve?
So I can live my life to the fullest because like I can't live my life to the fullest unless I'm enjoying every moment, having fun,
Okay.
learning
so-
everything I can.
Why
So
do you want to live your life to the fullest and not, commit SH or self-deletion right now? Because a lot
Yeah,
of people,
so
that's a real
I did
desire.
it. I did it a few times, and then in the end, my conclusion was just why not? Why not go 100% in everything? I put my computer. I was cleaning up my room. It's like 8:30. I was making my bed because why not? Why not have a clean environment?
So wait, what was your
for
end?
you-
What was your end?
Just
You
why
feel
not?
good?
So
why
so
not do
wait,
everything 100%?
Why
And
not?
never,
but
ever,
okay, but I'll tell you why not. Because it will be too much work. You wanna relax? Just relax. Why do all this work?
But-
Browsing
why
is
do-
straight on right now.
just why tire yourself, man? If you have no reason, just don't do it. Just sit down.
You only live
relax.
once, bro.
So you have to have a reason to do the work. Otherwise, why are you working yourself? Why are you making yourself tired?
okay, but what's the point of life if there's there's nothing? So, like,
Okay, but
Alright.
so for me the point is to please God. So for example, if I'm cleaning my room, or like helping my mom, helping my dad, it's because I want to please God. Why do I?
Why do you want to please God?
Okay, because I want God to reward me to go to heaven. I want God to love me. I want to
Because
love
it feels
God.
good.
because God gave me so much.
Because it feels good.
Wait, why do you want God to reward you?
I have different answers.
Okay, no, okay.
Okay, say it.
There's another thing. It's because I want to be thankful to God as well. Like,
Why do
this
you want
is
to be
the-
thankful to God? Because it
Because he
feels
gave
good.
Me, no, it's because he gave me so much. It's because he
Okay.
gave me, right, and also if you're not thankful to God, then he can take away everything you have. So you should be thankful to God. Otherwise, God, he will not like that, bro.
He will
Why
not
do
like
you want
that.
everything?
No.
Why do you want everything?
Yeah.
Because it feels good.
I mean, it
Wait,
also
say-
feels good. Yeah. Look, there are multiple things. It feels good. You should do it.
Okay.
And you should not do it. You should not do it. So if you don't do it, it's bad. If you do it, it's good, and it feels good at the same time. Perfect.
Safe, what was yours?
All right. It starts. Why am I on stream? You just
Okay.
asked me back the question, all right?
Okay.
So ask me why am I on stream?
Okay, Safe. All right, here we go. Safe. Why are you on stream, little boy?
I like Grayson
Yo, pause. Why do you like Grayson?
because he's trying to find the truth.
Why is he trying to find the truth?
Because I find Islam to be the truth.
Wait. Back up. Wait. You like Grayson. Why do you like Grayson? Because he's trying to find the truth. Why do you
Yeah,
like
that doesn't
that
make
Grayson?
sense.
Why do you like that Grayson is trying to find the truth?
Because I find Islam to be the truth.
Okay, why?
So
do you
that's why
find-
I like that you are trying to find the truth.
Okay, why do you like? Wait, why is Islam the truth?
It is the only explanation that fulfills.
Why is it the only explanation that fulfills?
It is complete and flawless.
Why is it complete and flawless?
Because it is from God.
Why is it from God?
Because God wants the best for us.
Hey, Browsy, hold your horses. Why does it feel the best for us?
Because we are His creation.
Why are we His creation?
I don't know.
Hey, I don't know too. Wait, real quick. Let's all go. Okay, so mine was because it makes me feel good. Safe. What was yours? And Browsy, Lucas, Timothy.
Let me see.
Why not?
Because
live
we are
life
God's
with faith?
creation.
Why not do everything you can? Why not be happy? Why not be content? Just why not?
Why not? Okay. Why
Just-
not? Because
For
we're God's
me-
creation. Because it makes me feel good.
For me, why do I do stuff that I hate? Why
Can
do
someone
I
write this down?
Why
in
do I
chat?
do push-ups when I'm tired? Why do I do things with discipline and not with how I feel? It's because of my values. Why do I have my values? I attribute that to God. So it boils down to my values, and then what defines my values is God. So at the end of the day, that's the absolute point.
Okay, so basically wherever we stop, I think is where we do not know the answer, and we still need the answer to the
I
question
think-
to be answered.
I think
So
at the
why
end,
is
it's
it
always-
Grayson wants to
Okay,
always be
but-
happy or achieve happiness? Why is it that God? Why are we God's creation? I also came up to another idea. Why? The last one was like because we are rewarded or punished. So why are we rewarded or punished? That was also one of the questions I don't know the answer to. It was like I want to do this to reach heaven. Okay, so why do I want to reach heaven? Because it's eternal. And why is it eternal? Because God meant it to be. And why does God want it to be? To reward or punish? Why does He want to reward or punish?
So I think basically it goes back to what Browsy was saying when he ended up at because God is perfect. So the answer to all your metaphysical questions right there, why is heaven this? Why is the justice system, the heavenly justice system set up this way? It boils down to because God is perfect. So I think for most religious people, that's what is going to be the absolute point. Why are my values this way? Because God. Why do I care about what God thinks? Because God is perfect and He created morality itself.
To answer your
But there-
question, Safe, about like why is heaven like is the reward? Why is like this eternal? Why did God create this eternal reward of heaven? It's because this is how we humans work. We need a motivator, and we need like a negative like thing that deters us. So God created hell and heaven. Hell is something that we should be scared of, so we avoid doing haram things, and heaven is something that attracts us, so we can do good things in hope to to pursue heaven. Otherwise, if you have no something that you're trying to pursue, then you're less motivated to pursue it. So God is giving you things to motivate you. So like this is
I believe
scientifically-
that that's actually a strong point. That the fact that if it wasn't eternal, maybe I wouldn't be deterred from the bad things. I'd be like, all right, it would be a couple of however long, many years, and
Just
then I'd
hope.
be out.
Hope.
Yeah. God is
Yeah,
just giving you like the
okay, so-
ultimate motivation, basically. Like
but
motivation,
why-
eternal motivation,
But why did God create us? Do you have the answer to that?
Why did God create us? Yeah, so I have a theory about it, which is based on like revelation. I mean, I don't know. So it's because there's a hadith that says, maybe it's a hadith, I think, says that if God, if we were creatures that did not make any sins, then God would create other creatures that sin so He can forgive them. So I think God created us so He can have a sort of species that He can forgive. So there are, the angels, they don't sin, but the humans, they can sin, and God will forgive them for their sins. So that's why we are like this sort of species that God creates, and we have our own free thinking, and through our free thinking we reach God. So like this is like the most, how can I say, like the most a real way of like
But
real belief, like because you're not
isn't-
forced to believe, you
But
find
Gin
God.
is like that. Gin.
What is it?
I think
Yeah, you're right. Let me think about this.
So
Yeah, I need
it's
to
not
think
a
about this.
complete answer.
Yo, boys, I gotta wrap up. I want to finish with
Yeah,
our final thoughts. Also, Kai, welcome to the stream.
Hello, everyone.
I gotta
Hey,
wrap
Kai.
up in about 2 minutes. So,
All right, we'll wrap
my
up.
conclusion so far is that Kai, did you happen to do the why question? My conclusion
Yeah.
is because things feel. Oh, you did it. Mine was because it makes me feel good, and I now am. It's like a fly in my ear. I need to figure out why things make me feel good. So, thank you, Lucas. You just
Thank
changed
you,
my life.
Lucas.
Kai, what do you want? Do you want to share yours, or do you want to share your end result?
Yeah,
This
so
is
like
fascinating to me.
the reason why I was on this live stream is because I guess I want to lead people to Christ. I want to lead people to Christ because I don't want to see people suffer in themselves, in hell or in this life. And then I don't want people to suffer because it bothers my conscience. And it bothers my conscience because it doesn't, feel good. I just want to know that I contributed to getting people out. And then it eventually does go back to feel good heaven, but
Wait, so what was your end one?
it was just, I guess, not bothering my conscience, probably.
So, damn, Kai's deep. So not bothering your conscience. So, does that feel good?
Yeah, to know I'm doing something. I don't know if I planted seeds. If I have planted seeds, amen.
Why do you want to plant seeds?
So I can see people flourish.
Why do you want to see people flourish?
Why do I want to see people flourish?
Yeah, why do you want to
Because
see
it
people do
wouldn't be
good?
beneficial. Because if other people don't flourish, then I don't flourish. Then it causes other people to not flourish.
Okay, why do you want this chain
So-
reaction of people doing good to go on?
In philosophy, that's called utility, by the way. That's the morality
yeah.
based on utility. How you do things based on how good they're going to be to improve society. And that's how everybody kind of lifts each other up.
Yeah, that's true. But we also can't. Yeah, but it could be twisted too, because I think Thomas Aquinas or someone talks about like we can't have the end. We can't reach the end by doing horrible things. I mean, that's communism, maybe some atheism.
We ain't no commies.
I know, but I'm saying some
Oh,
people
sir.
with
USA.
utilitarianism, you do horrible things to justify the ends, but we can't do that. That's a cheat code.
I think I
So
can
what
elaborate.
are we at? I
can
don't know
elaborate.
why I want to do anything because it makes me feel good. So I guess
can
I'm just a
elaborate on
hedonistic
mine.
little bitch. Sorry.
Better be
Yeah.
quiet.
I'm at
So-
why are humans created?
Well, God didn't have to create us.
Yeah,
He could've
exactly.
just-
So why
are
were
humans
we
created? I don't know.
think
Yeah, you got with I don't know.
everyone-
I don't know either.
Everyone is
Why
gonna
are
get
we
to-
here? I
because it feels
was
good.
reading the chat, and one said that that this reason exists in the Quran actually, and I was thinking about it. I remembered one of the verses that God said to the angels that I want to make a representative on earth as a, yeah. So we are like
Yeah.
what holds Earth.
Mhm.
I mean, controls around Earth or something like
Yeah,
that.
but why
Yeah.
create Earth too? Like,
Well,
why create anything? The
Because
thing
he's
is,
the creator. I don't know.
well, if we go back to Genesis,
yeah, I think this is like where we reach a limit.
well, when we
Yeah, I
go to
think-
Genesis 1,
Yo, I'm
it was
adding
part of-
everyone in
we
here.
can't-
I gotta
we
I
can't
gotta go
know
in
everything.
60 seconds.
That's the thing.
Okay.
We
Alright,
only
so
God knows
everyone
everything.
is
We
always
cannot
going to
know.
get to because it feels good, and then if you're religious, you're basically going to always get to because God willed it. And I think, adding on to what Lucas said, because, like, I think it would be because it feels good. Why does it feel good? God willed it. Why did He will it? And then that's the end.
Because he's
Hey,
perfect.
did
That's really what you
anyone?
get.
Yeah.
Mike,
Assalamu
Solid,
alaikum.
Dave, welcome in. Did you guys happen to
how's
do the?
everybody doing?
Hello. Did you guys happen to do the thought experiment? Want to share results before
Yeah, I did
I
it.
end the stream? Wanted to give y'all the chance to share.
I did
Yeah,
it.
actually
I
did
did it.
mine, and I didn't bother. wanna go I would first, I would end you up for my own personal enjoyment. That's why I do everything.
That's where I got to.
Right. I ended up, it's there's a reason I do things that's either because God commanded or it's my desire. This is the two conclusions I came up with, and I think if you do more what God asks you to do, and do less of your desire, then you're gonna be more fulfilled, I think. That's what I came
So
up with.
more
Yeah.
fulfilled.
I think
Yeah.
if you guys will let me, for me, I think the human naturally craves pleasing the creator. Like God made the human in a way so that like whatever God wants is what is good for the creation. So a human, when he goes, he feeds someone, he helps someone out, that naturally feels good. But that's only the first step. That's only like, the spark to start the fire. The real goal should be to like just do things to please God, because it's like at some point you might do a good thing and you might not get that nice feeling. You might not get that, like, you might go help someone, feed someone on the street, and they might just flip you off and like throw the food in your face. And you know what? At the end of the day, you had the good intention and you did it, and creating that habit is going to make the world a better place. And I think, in that moment exists leaving what feels good and putting above it what you are commanded to do. Because, and even that, sometimes you bring in the argument of there's reward, there's punishment. Even that, eventually, you should aim to push that aside and just do it because you were asked, out of love for the Creator.
But why do you want to do that, Mr. Man?
Because of conviction of His higher knowledge. And when you come and you open the book and you see what He's come with, you reach you start to kind of consume such a level of existence that you're like, you can't help but forfeit your existence. You're just saying like, and I'm here, I'll do whatever.
Yeah.
And bro, like after a certain period of time, you start doing things that are pleasing to Him. And this is, I'm not speaking from personal experience. And at no point am I claiming to be at this state. But I'm saying from the stories and the literature we're reading of these people that have come and passed, we hear stories of these people who, they gave away all of their earnings multiple times in their life, which is like essentially, going into bankruptcy, but out of charity. Like they go bankrupt just giving charity, and they continue to do it. And like it hurts. It's difficult. So you can't say it feels good. But
I mean, that's just the result that I got to every time I
know. No, I'm not saying your experience is invalid or incorrect. I'm just saying, there is a point where you reach where the feeling is just pleasing Him, and it's pleasing the Creator, and that's sufficient.
But then I feel like I could ask it again, like, why do I, if I got to that point of want to please God, why do I want
in
to
the
please
Quran,
God? I think I would go back to like, well, it makes me feel better than not doing it.
Yeah, in the Quran, it's we have a verse that says, وَمَا خُلِقَ الْإِنسُ وَالْجِنُّ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. Man and jinn were not created except to worship. In that alone is, it kind of dispels everything for me. To say like, you don't need to feel good, you don't need to, and this world is a test. Like if this, yeah.
I was just going to say, you mentioned jinn. They existed before humans, and they have free will. So I think Browsey's theory of humans were invented or created.
Yeah, we already discussed that. Yeah. We already said that that's not a good reason. Yeah.
My bad.
Anyway, this is all like it's not relevant to us. We're not jinn. We're humans.
I gotta head out and end the stream, guys.
Does the Quran not say Allah is not made greater by your worship of Him?
No, He's not.
No, it benefits us to worship Him.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
I think
so if I don't worship Him,
yeah, God says
He doesn't need you.
God says this. God says this in the Quran.
He says, "I will not benefit from your worship. You will be the ones that will benefit from this."
It's
but
after
He created us to worship Him. So.
It's after the greatest verse in the Quran. Some claim it's the greatest verse called Ayatul Kursi, the throne. It follows it. He says, "La ikraha fi ad-din. تبين الرشد من الغي فمن يكفر بالطاغوت ويؤمن بالله فقد استمسك بالعروة الوثقى لا انفصام لها والله سميع عليم." يعني whoever holds on to that, they've won.
Right.
الله ولي الذين آمنوا يخرجون من الظلمات إلى النور والذين كفروا أولياءهم الطاغوت يخرجون من النور إلى الظلمات أولئك أصحاب النار هم فيها خالدون. يعني these people, they choose to believe what they believe,
right?
And these people choose to believe what they believe. They're all gonna reap their fruits. It doesn't matter.
Hey, thank you guys for coming on here. I got to wrap it up right there.
Thank you, Grayson. Thank you so much.
9 hours.
Thank you. This is great.
9.5, bro.
9.5. Oh my God.
May God bless us all.
I'm going for 10 hours.
I'm glad I got to enter.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, Grayson. See you.
Goodbye.
man.
Bye, Mike. Bye,
Nice
Mr.
to
Man.
meet you.
Bye, Dave. Bye, Kai.
Bye, Gray.
Bye, Sala,
Take care.
Timothy, Lucas.
Thank you for having us.
Browsy.
Thank you for giving us a chance to
Bye.
speak.
Have a good night, bro.
Grayson,
I hope-
on LinkedIn.
What?
On LinkedIn.
LinkedIn.
Oh, can I give you my number? Just in case you ever come to Egypt.
Wait, did you just say LinkedIn?
You can add me on LinkedIn. That's my
Ain't
only
no way
social.
you just said LinkedIn.
I don't have it.
I don't use it. Bro, give me your
Instagram.
phone number.
I cut that shit. All right, plus.
Okay. Oh, wait, are you sure you want to share this?
It's on stream.
Yeah.
We're still live. All
Yeah.
right, sure. All right. No,
Are you
no
sure,
worries.
bro? People are gonna spam you.
All right, then go off stream, bro.
I won't be able, it'll end it. It'll end it. Oh wait, maybe not. Hey everyone, thanks
Okay.
for being on here. Yeah, wait, never mind. You're right. W's in the chat. Appreciate y'all being here. It's been a good stream. I learned today that I do everything, and I'm a hedonistic little boy. So I don't know what that means, but W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Goodbye, everyone.